This is Audible.
Heir to Insanity. Written by A.J. Nadir. Narrated by Andrew Gibson. Chapter 1. The gremlin's prey headed straight for his trap. Over a month's worth of effort, just minutes from paying off. Most hunters chose easy targets such as elk, but not Jasper. He was not a conventional hunter. His eyes were set on something far more profitable. A caravan. "I hate the cold," Jasper muttered. He sniffled and rubbed his nose with the back of his hand, taking care to keep his pointed nails at a safe distance. "Don't freeze to death," a jovial voice said. Jasper glanced over his shoulder. A tall man stood behind him, his dark skin a sharp contrast to the snow surrounding them. A bored expression was plastered across the man's handsome features, but a twinkle in his brown eyes gave his excitement away. The gremlin stood just below the man's chest, but that didn't stop him from craning his neck back and glaring daggers at him.
"Ethan, what are you doing here? Don't tell me something went wrong," Jasper said.
"Calm down, everything is fine. The caravan is going to be in range soon," Ethan replied, jerking his thumb toward the snowy path below them. Jasper drew in a deep breath and let it out slowly. A maniacal grin spread across his face. The gremlin clapped his hands together in excitement as he hopped from foot to foot.
"Great. I can tell that this will be my favorite part. You'd best get back in position."
"Really? I was thinking I'd go bird watching instead," Ethan said with a smirk. "I've heard they love the cold." Ethan didn't wait for a response. He strode back the way he had come. Jasper offered a series of finger gestures to Ethan's back. The gremlin didn't remember their exact meaning, but it had something to do with the man's mother and a farm animal. Jasper approached the edge of the snowy plateau. It ended with a sheer cliff that transformed into a sloping hill, dotted with rocks. The path was at the bottom, almost 2 stories down, more than enough to cause serious injury to anyone who fell down it. The gremlin leapt forward with a howl of glee. Jasper landed feet first on the snow. He kept his balance as he slid downwards for several seconds, which was several more than he'd expected. As he shot downwards, his foot caught on a protruding rock. The gremlin lost his balance and went down in a tumble of green skin, curses, and snow. A few painful seconds later, Jasper created a hole in the thick snowfall at the bottom of the cliff. The glowering gremlin climbed out of the ground, caked in snow and dirt. He fruitlessly brushed himself off and rubbed his ears to warm them as the canter of horses drew closer. He took a deep breath as the air around his hands started to hiss. Motes of purple light swam into being around him, buzzing like a hive of furious bees. Then they vanished. A bright purple flash lit the mountain pass as a clap of thunder ripped through the air. Horses neighed in terror and reared up, sending their hapless riders tumbling to the ground. The caravan descended into chaos within seconds. The guards' screams joined those of their horses as the wagon train skidded to a halt a short distance from the gremlin. Jasper clapped his hands in delight. He swaggered up to the caravan and watched the guards desperately attempt to calm their rides, but quickly got bored with the spectacle.
"Ahoy, guards! I've arrived to announce that this is a robbery. Hand over your shiny bits, and only a few of you will get hurt."
Jasper paused for effect. The guards drew their weapons and scanned the area for whoever had spoken. Unfortunately, the snow covering the gremlin's already small stature had made for an effective, if unintentional, camouflage.
"Down here, morons," Jasper yelled, drumming his fingers against his thigh impatiently. "Where do they find these people? A sloth would think faster than these muscleheads."
The guards finally looked down and spotted Jasper cursing in the snow. They exchanged confused glances, but didn't move to act. "Where did this little kid come from?" one of the guards asked. "Must have been camping and gotten spooked by that thunderclap," another suggested.
Camping? Alone and in the middle of a mountain pass? The first asked incredulously.
Jasper's eye twitched slightly. He waved his hand in the air until the guards caught notice of it. Then he flipped them off.
Gremlin. I'm a gremlin, not a child. And I'm here to rob your caravan. Never heard a gremlin talk before. What do you think, Jason?
I suppose the voice is pretty gruff for a kid. Follow procedure, I guess. The first guard shrugged and pulled a small horn from his belt. He lifted it to his mouth and blew until his cheeks puffed out and his face turned purple from effort. The horn remained silent. The guard tried again, then lowered the horn as he gasped for air.
Things broke. What now? He asked breathlessly.
Jasper let out a slew of curses and stomped toward the guards. It took him a little longer than he would have preferred due to the snowfall that rose above his knees. When he reached them, he snatched the horn out of the man's hands.
The cap's still on it, the gremlin barked.
He popped the leather cover off and placed the horn on his mouth. A thin note emerged from the instrument. Jasper pulled it from his mouth with a grimace. A small, needle-like tooth was stuck in the mouthpiece.
Now look what you made me do, Jasper yelled. It'll be at least a day before that regrows.
Jasper lobbed the horn at the guard. It bounced off his helmet with a loud clang. The sound reverberated through the mountain, and the guard took a step back, lifting a hand to his head with a wince.
I should have just done that in the first place, Jasper mused.
A dozen guards jogged up from the halted caravan and joined the two standing across from Jasper. A man with a small red plume in his helmet glanced down at the gremlin and frowned.
"Is this what you sounded the horn for?" he asked, disdain oozing from his voice.
Yes, Captain, the gremlin says he's robbing us, sir.
The captain rolled his eyes. He knelt down in front of Jasper and tilted his helm slightly to peer condescendingly at the gremlin.
"You sure about that, buddy? There's an awful lot of men to rob here. I'm feeling magnanimous today. If you turn around and run back into the mountain, I can pretend this never happened," he said, his lips turning up in a smirk.
Go kiss an anthill. Now, do me a favor and scream nice and loud.
The gremlin flicked his hand, and a bolt of crackling purple energy erupted from his fingers. It leapt from one man to another, passing through all the guards before they could even blink. The energy was followed by a series of loud pops as all of the guards' weapons were replaced by limp fish.
"Vision! The little bastard is a vision!" the captain screamed.
Tossing his useless fish aside, the captain lunged for Jasper. The gremlin rolled nimbly out of the way and stuck his gray tongue out at the man. He kicked the guard in his backside and cackled as the man fell face first into the snow.
I appreciate the yelling. It was just what I needed, Jasper said, waving his hand again. You can go now.
There was another series of pops, and the guards vanished, replaced by an assortment of mice and rats. Jasper giggled with glee. He stepped over the captain, who was now a gray-furred rabbit, and walked up to the edge of the first wagon. He didn't have to wait long for a stern-looking woman to emerge from behind the train of carts. 2 large guards accompanied her. Jasper gave her a moment to take in the situation before he cleared his throat.
I assume you're the merchant in charge of this wagon train?
You assume correctly, and you are a vision that has killed my guards, she replied flatly, looking around at what remained of her guardsmen.
Didn't kill them, Jasper corrected, yawning. Just turned them into rodents, except for your captain.
And what did you do to him? She asked.
Turned him into a rabbit, Jasper explained. They aren't rodents.
I see. Is there a reason why you've transformed the majority of my guards into a pile of fish, rodents, and a rabbit?
The fish are just their swords, Jasper explained.
He began cleaning the dirt out from under his nails.
The question still stands, Gremlin.
Yes, I believe I was in the process of robbing you.
The woman and her guards exchanged glances. One of the guards moved his hand to the hilt of his sword. Jasper turned it into a fish.
Make sure you find that some water. You don't want your sword to die, Jasper informed him with a cackle.
The guard sent a worried glance at the fish and moved to cup some snow in his spare hand before a sharp glance from the woman stopped him.
You don't give us much incentive, Vision. With my guards transformed into tonight's dinner, I've got no chance of getting to Relin alive. Not to mention I would be destitute and lose all my wagons without any goods to sell.
Oh, you've misunderstood. I don't want all your stuff. I'm much too small to carry that. I just want the shiny bits. Gold, silver, ornately decorated spoons, sun-dried tomatoes if you have them. Give me that and I'll leave peacefully. I'll even turn your guards back since I'm feeling magnanimous,
Jasper said, baring his needle-sharp teeth in a grin. A strong wind howled through the pass, buffeting everyone with a wall of snow. Jasper tapped his head impatiently.
Think faster, merchant. Night is closing in, and I don't think either of us fancy weathering it without a camp.
The merchant sighed and slapped one of the guards on the back of his helmet.
I told you we should have hired a Vision for the trip, but you and the good captain were so insistent that there would be no chance of running into a Vision in these mountains,
the merchant said, hitting the guard on the back of his helmet.
This is coming out of your pay, you hear me?
She turned to Jasper with a defeated look and shrugged her shoulders.
I've got no choice. You may have the gold in exchange for returning my guards to normal and leaving the rest of us alone.
Wonderful. I'd shake your hand, but I don't want to get any weird human germs, Jasper said.
He cleared his throat and glanced behind the merchant.
Our trade deal is completed, my exceedingly tall friend. You can come out now.
Ethan stepped out from behind the wagons. 2 large backpacks were slung over his left shoulder, and a young woman over his right. He strode right past the merchant and up to Jasper, only pausing to drop one of the packs in the gremlin's arms. We'll be taking a hostage, just to make sure you don't try to follow us, Ethan warned before giving them all an easygoing grin.
Don't worry too much. She'll be dropped off in Relin safe and sound. Gremlin's honor, Jasper added.
One of the guards opened his mouth to argue, but the merchant silenced him with a glare.
How much could they possibly have gotten this quickly? Keep your trap shut, she hissed.
She looked back at Jasper.
And do you think you can just kidnap one of the people traveling with us?
Jasper bared his razor-sharp teeth, and purple energy crackled across his body like a glowing snake. The merchant held the gremlin's glare for a moment. Then her shoulders fell, and she let out a defeated sigh.
How much is a gremlin's honor worth?
Not very much, Jasper admitted.
I figured, she said, rubbing the bridge of her nose. You better return that girl unharmed, Vision. I'll make you pay if you don't, even if I have to hunt you down myself.
The gremlin tilted his head to the side.
You really mean that? Interesting. Nonetheless, she'll be fine. Just don't try following us.
Ethan grabbed Jasper by his belt and lobbed his small partner into the air. The gremlin landed on the ledge he'd jumped off a few minutes before, sending up a puff of snow.
Warn me before you do that,
Jasper yelled down at Ethan. A backpack sailed through the air and narrowly missed Jasper's head. The gremlin had the good sense to roll out of the way, moments before the woman followed suit. A few moments later, Ethan's hand appeared at the top of the cliff, and the tall man pulled himself up. Jasper waved down at the caravan. Then he snapped his fingers, and every change he had wrought vanished. Guards popped back into existence, and their swords reappeared on the ground.
Chop chop, time to go, Jasper said. We don't want them following us.
I doubt they can get their wagons up a cliff, Ethan said, but he didn't slow down. The tall man picked the woman and his pack up off the ground before striding away from the cliff and deeper into the mountains. Jasper followed at his heels, jogging to keep up. A few hours later, long after the sun had fallen below the sprawling peaks of the snowy mountains, they arrived at a large, flat plateau. At the left side of the plateau was a sheer cliff, and at the right, the wall of a mountain with a small cave in it. There was already a pile of wood set up within the rocky niche. The wind howled violently as they crossed the lengthy plateau to reach the cave at the far end. After nearly a minute of hurried walking, the three of them rushed into the shelter of the rocks. Jasper pulled flint and steel from a small pouch at his side, and after several strikes, the sparks caught. Ethan set the woman down and walked over to Jasper. The two men shielded the flames as they slowly spread to the rest of the wood. Once the fire was roaring, Ethan plopped down beside it. "You can stop pretending to be unconscious," Ethan informed the woman without looking back at her. A few seconds passed. Then, the woman sighed. She sat up and scooted closer to the fire without hesitation. Her nose was twisted slightly in annoyance. "How long have you known?" she asked Ethan. The tall man shrugged. "Your stomach grumbled while I was walking." "That doesn't mean I was awake," she protested. "Then you grabbed the strip of dried meat I was saving for lunch out of the pouch on my back," Ethan continued dryly. "Ah, didn't think you noticed that. I was really hungry and I hadn't eaten since yesterday." "Don't worry about it," Ethan said with a chuckle. Jasper grabbed a strip of dried meat for himself and tore into it, chewing loudly. Both Ethan and the woman shot him annoyed looks. The gremlin swallowed and pointed an accusatory finger at the woman.
You made us do basically all the work. You even made Ethan carry you all the way back here. That's fine, but taking our food? Don't you have any shame?"
All the work? I'm the one who had to infiltrate the stupid caravan for an entire month. And who found all their valuables and told Ethan where to look? I did just as much as you did. I reckon I earned myself a good bit more than just a strip of dry meat.
"She's not wrong," Ethan laughed. "But let's not argue. This is a time of merriment and feasting. We're rich."
"For now," Jasper muttered. "We still have to give Lima her cut."
"Lina," the woman said.
"Pah, whatever. You're a terrible hostage,"
Jasper said, with a dismissive wave of his hand.
"Accomplice," Lina corrected. "Now, how far away from Relin are we? I've got a crew to hire."
"That eager to return to the Ashar Islands? You've only been on the mainland for a little over a month."
"More than enough for me," Lina said, not bothering to hide her disdain. "I don't need some muscle-bound idiot stabbing me because I look like an Ashar pirate."
"Not every islander looks like you. When Jasper and I traveled to the islands, there were just as many that looked similar to mainlanders."
"You're putting a lot of faith in the intellectual capabilities of the common masses," Lina scoffed.
"Whoa, stop there. Big useless words. Just get to the point," Jasper said through a mouthful of meat. "Also, you are an Ashar pirate. The muscle-bound idiot would be right."
"That's beside the point," Lina said, grabbing another strip of meat from Ethan's pack and stuffing it into her mouth.
Jasper grunted, but let the matter drop. They quietly watched the fire flicker for a few minutes. The gremlin let out a loud yawn and laid down against one of the bags.
"I'm going to sleep. I've seen enough of your ugly mugs for today, and I don't think I can handle any more without throwing up," Jasper said.
He was fast asleep within minutes.
"Wow, that was quick."
"He's a gremlin of many talents. Go ahead and get some rest as well. I'll keep watch."
"No, it's too early. Say, you've traveled over the mainland, right?"
"We have. We spent some time under the employ of the Gellan Kingdom a long time ago."
"Tell me about it,"
Lina said, leaning forward. There's much I should not say. We have an interesting past, and Jasper would not appreciate me sharing our secrets." The gremlin muttered something angrily in his sleep and rolled over, presenting his backside to them. Ethan raised an eyebrow, and Lina forced herself to stifle her laugh. "But I suppose a little talk would hardly hurt anyone, especially after a successful job," the tall man admitted. "Take a look at this." Ethan shifted his cloak to the side, pulling his sleeve back and revealing his right arm. With a hiss, a cloud of steam rose from his skin. A black rectangle traced itself along his forearm. The swordsman pressed it lightly, and it swung open with a gentle hiss. The inside of his arm was filled with thick gray tubes and gears humming gently with purple energy. Typhon's beard? What is that? Lena cursed, peering closer at the machinery. The scars from a battle that nearly killed Jasper and me. The only reason I'm still alive is because a large portion of my body has been rebuilt. It makes for a fascinating trick, doesn't it? Ethan asked with a warm smile. He let Lena stare at it for a minute longer before closing his arm with a click and pulling it back inside his heavy cloak. That's amazing. I had no idea something like that could be done. It can't. I was fortunate enough to know a very powerful vision. They saved me. Lena's eyes widened. She shifted herself closer to the fire as a gust of freezing wind howled past their encampment. You know more than one vision? Are you also? No, Ethan cut in, laughing. Just a swordsman with some extra metal. Lena looked slightly disappointed, but she let the topic drop. After a short silence, she jerked her chin in the direction of the packs at the far side of the camp. So, if you don't mind the question, what's the loot for? I can't believe a vision couldn't find a safer method of employment. A grimace flickered across Ethan's face, but it vanished almost instantly. That's a longer story. Let's suffice to say we needed a lot of money in a short amount of time, and we couldn't let ourselves get stuck in one area for too long. You're getting chased, aren't you? Ethan's eyebrows rose. He rubbed the bridge of his nose and shook his head with a wry grin. You are much too perceptive. Trust me when I say that you don't want to know more about this matter. I suggest you try to get some rest. We still have a long walk ahead of us tomorrow, and you'll be burdened with the weight of your sins. And the gold, Ethan winked. Lena rolled her eyes, but it was clear that the swordsman was done talking. She curled up next to the fire, and sleep took her into its arms. Chapter 2. Ethan shook Jasper awake before the sun rose over the mountain peaks. The gremlin's eyes snapped open, but the look on Ethan's face killed Jasper's complaints before they reached his lips. We have company, Ethan whispered, his eyes cold. Jan? Jasper asked grimly as all vestiges of sleep vanished from his face. Most likely, Ethan said with a grim nod. Jasper leapt to his feet and wrapped his cloak around him while Ethan woke the young woman up. Lena, Ethan said as he grabbed her shoulder. Get up, we have unwelcome friends visiting. Lena blinked blearily, rubbing the sleep out of her eyes as she sat up. Sorry? We're under attack, Jasper said briskly, and not by humans. Make yourself small. Ethan will take care of this. Lena's confusion vanished as a grotesque scream tore through the mountain valley. She paled and pushed herself against the wall of the small cave. Jasper kicked snow from beyond the cave across the fire before rushing back and hiding against the wall beside Lena. Why aren't you helping Ethan? Lena hissed. Nothing I can do, Jasper whispered back. The ugly bastards are called Vadran. My vision abilities don't work on them. Twisted perversions of nature. Now, stay still and be quiet. They're strong but incredibly stupid. Ethan should be able to take care of them before they notice us. Ethan drew 2 swords out from under his cloak and strode out to the middle of the plateau. His weapons shimmered in the glowing moonlight like 2 silver icicles. Several tense moments passed. Ethan stood completely still, his back to Jasper and Lena, and his head tilted slightly as he listened intently. The snow at the far end of the plateau suddenly erupted into the air as a thick, black claw appeared at the edge of the cliff. With a victorious howl, a large dark form hauled itself upwards and onto the plateau. It was canine in shape, but far larger than any wolf could have been. Disproportionate muscles writhed and rippled under its skin with every jerky, unnatural movement it made. two sickly yellow eyes fastened on Ethan, and the creature's maw opened, revealing several rows of massive, stained teeth. A violent howl tore out of its mouth, spraying saliva that bubbled against the fresh snow on the ground. The Vaudran blurred into motion. It reached Ethan in seconds and lunged for his neck. The swordsman's weapons flashed in the moonlight, and the screech of claws on metal tore through the silent air. Both man and beast were forced back several steps. The creature let out a guttural howl and launched itself back through the air toward the swordsman. Ethan danced out of the way gracefully, his sword flickering out to bite at the monster's unprotected hide. The Vaudran managed to turn itself mid-air, bringing its hind claws to bear against Ethan's strike. Metal struck against claw again, but Ethan twisted his second sword at the last minute, scoring it across the bottom of the Vaudran's chest. The creature stumbled as it hit the snow, and Ethan pounced on it, plunging his twin swords down toward its head. Before he could strike the finishing blow, a dark blur shot through the air toward the swordsman. Ethan hurled himself to the ground as a large black spike buried itself in the ground where he had just been standing. Ethan rolled back to his feet, but the opportunity was gone. The downed Vaudran clambered back to its feet with a hissing bark that could have been a laugh as it moved to stand beside the new creature that had appeared at the edge of the cliff. Unlike the first Vaudran, the newcomer had a long, scorpion-like tail that emerged from the center of its back. "This is unfortunate. I don't suppose Jan would settle for talking this out over breakfast. I'm suddenly hungry," Ethan said. The Vaudran bared their teeth and took a synchronized step toward the swordsman. Ethan shrugged and rolled his shoulders. He raised his swords again and shook his head in Jasper's direction. "Damn, a second one. Ethan can't do this on his own," Jasper snarled. "Change of plans. You need to run." "I thought your vision powers don't work on them," Lena whispered. "They don't," Jasper said as he pulled a small dagger from his belt and sprinted toward the Vaudran. The gremlin jumped onto the monster's leg before it noticed him and drove his dagger into its hide with all of his might. The dagger barely broke its skin, but it was enough to draw the creature's attention. The Vaudran spun, hurling Jasper into the snow. Ethan rushed toward it and attacked with a flurry of strikes that forced the Vaudran to turn and defend itself instead of pursuing Jasper. Seeing that both of the horrific creatures were distracted, Lena darted out of the cave. Her foot slipped on the slick snow as she ran, but the pirate turned the fall into a roll and hopped back to her feet, sprinting away without looking back. "Left side!" Jasper barked as he scrambled back to his feet. The swordsman rolled to his right as the first Vaudran's claws rent through the snow where he had been standing. The mutated Vaudran spun back towards Jasper and roared. A spike launched from the tip of its tail, but Jasper was already moving. The gremlin dove under the creature and cut at its hind legs with his dagger. The strike bounced harmlessly off its tough skin. Jasper rolled out of the way just as a powerful foot slammed into the ground. A roar of pain split the night sky. Jasper used the distraction to scramble out from under his opponent and gather himself. Ethan had managed to land a blow on the original Vaudran's face, blinding it in one eye. It lashed out blindly, forcing Ethan to raise both of his swords to block the strike. The Vaudran that Jasper was fighting flicked its tail toward Ethan, shooting a spike out of it toward him. A blur of silver intercepted it mid-air. The spike spun away harmlessly and landed in a puff of snow. The swordsman disengaged from the first Vaudran and took several steps back. He allowed his cloak to slip back, revealing a set of metallic arms that emerged from his back just below his original ones. Ethan leapt on the Vaudran, pinning one paw into the ground with both of his swords before swinging himself onto its back with his extra arms. The Vaudran howled in pain and reared back, but it was unable to free its paw. While Ethan fought, Jasper was losing ground against his opponent. With his only weapon lodged in the beast's stomach, all he could do was desperately dodge back and forth in the snow. Something shot through the air past Jasper's ear. He instinctively rolled to the side and came up just in time to see the Vadran roar in pain and stumble backwards. A jagged rock was lodged where its right eye had been. Dark blood trickled from the new wound and hissed as it dripped onto the snow. Jasper spun to see Lena standing several feet behind him, pale-faced and breathing heavily.
"What are you doing here?" Jasper yelled. "I told you to run."
"Saving your lives, and also my gold," Lena replied. The half-blinded Vadran's muscles bunched up and it let out a howl.
"Ethan!"
Jasper screamed, hurling himself out of the way as the huge beast launched itself through the air toward Lena. Ethan seemed to blur as he catapulted himself from his own Vadran's back. He appeared before Lena, 4 arms raised to meet the creature's paws as it slammed down on top of him. Somebody screamed as the Vadran crashed against Ethan, but Jasper wasn't sure if it had been him or Lena. The swordsman had taken the strike with his mechanical arms, using his other 2 to grab the beast by the neck and keep its gnashing jaws away from his face. The Vadran growled and slowly started to push Ethan's arms down. Jasper clambered to his feet and started toward them in a vain attempt to help. The first Vadran finally ripped itself free from Ethan's swords with a scream of pain. It spun toward Jasper and bared its teeth, limping toward him as its blood and saliva sizzled against the snow. Jasper glanced desperately toward Ethan and Lena. Ethan had dropped to his knees and the Vadran's mouth was practically at his neck. It reared back to strike the finishing blow. The attack never came. The world vanished in a wave of golden light and a violent ringing. Lena stood behind Ethan, her arms thrust out desperately. She was completely enveloped in shining gold energy. A barrier of the same color hovered between the Vadran and Ethan. The Vadran were as stunned as Jasper was. Unfortunately for them, Ethan was not. In a single swift movement, he rose to his feet, wrapped all 4 of his arms around the creature's head, and twisted violently. The Vadran's neck broke with a sharp snap. It collapsed to the ground without another sound. "My sword!" Ethan yelled. Jasper snapped out of his stupor, scrambling across the snow and grabbing Ethan's sword from the snow where the Vadran had discarded it. With all his might, he spun and hurled the weapon toward Ethan, desperately hoping it would land close enough. The weapon landed in the snow between Ethan and the Vadran. The creature screamed and launched itself toward Ethan. The swordsman was faster. He flung himself forward, grabbing the sword from the ground and thrusting it upwards. The sword punched through the bottom of the Vadran's neck. He swung himself out from under the creature, ripping the sword up through its neck and cleanly decapitating it. Its headless body crumpled to the ground behind him, sizzling against the snow. Ethan flopped to the ground and dropped his sword in front of him. His mechanical arms disappeared within his cloak. Behind him, Jasper collapsed to his knees and let out something between a whimper and a sigh of relief. The gold light faded from around Lena, and the barrier floating in the air disappeared. She blinked uncomprehendingly, looking from her hands to the dead Vadran bleeding in the snow beside her. "What was that?" she asked, her voice trembling.
"A moment, please. I thought we were all dead,"
Jasper said, holding a finger up. They sat in silence as the adrenaline wore off. Ethan was the first to start moving again. He rose to his feet and wiped his sword off in the snow before grabbing the other one from the ground and doing the same to it.
"What were those? Did you make that gold light? I thought your powers don't work on those things."
Lena fired off a series of questions.
"Vadran? No. And they don't,"
Jasper said. Lena rubbed her forehead with one hand and pointed at the dead monster beside her with the other.
Right. One question at a time. Give me real answers. I think I deserve them. What in Typhon's name is this thing?
It's a Vadran, Ethan said as he wiped off his second sword in the snow. Abominations that shouldn't exist, made by someone that really hates Jasper and me. Don't worry, they only went after you because you were next to us. You'll probably never see one again, but we greatly appreciate your help.
Yeah, I guess. I wasn't gonna just leave you two. Not to mention you still had my payment. Also, you saved my life by blocking the Vadran when it jumped at me. Thank you.
You shouldn't have been in danger in the first place,
Jasper muttered. What he means is that we appreciate you coming back to help, Ethan said with a smile.
Well, everything turned out all dandy. You became a vision. Bunch of people would pay a whole lot of money for that opportunity.
Lena looked down at her hands and flexed them experimentally.
You mean I made that light?
And the fancy golden wall.
How?
Jasper and Ethan exchanged a glance. A silent conversation seemed to pass between them. The gremlin sighed in defeat as Ethan strode over to the dead campfire and grabbed their packs from the ground.
I'll explain it on the road. We don't want to sit around waiting for more of these mangy bastards to find us,
Jasper said. Lena nodded shakily. Ethan led the small group away from the clearing, leaving the dead bodies of the Vadran in the snow behind them. Once they had put some distance between them and the plateau, Lena shot a pointed look at Jasper and cleared her throat.
Fine, fine. You don't have to be so impatient,
Jasper said, as Ethan boosted him up into a cave several feet above them.
We all just nearly got killed by hairless demon dogs with scorpion tails on their backs, and I can make gold light out of thin air. I get to be impatient,
Lena replied as she pulled herself over the ledge and followed Jasper into the cave. Jasper snapped his fingers, and a small orb of light appeared in the air above him. It flew over to Ethan and settled just in front of the tall man's head. Ethan took the lead, and they ventured deeper into the mountain's depths.
To be fair, only one of them had a scorpion tail,
Jasper said as they walked.
The gold light?
Lena reminded.
It's not that hard. You're a damn vision.
I see. And do you plan to explain what that entails?
Ethan suddenly stopped moving and raised a hand in warning. Jasper and Lena slid to a stop and watched the swordsman expectantly. He stood completely still for several moments. Then, his sword flickered out from its sheath, and Ethan stabbed something on the ground in front of them. He turned around and brought the creature he had stabbed into the light so that Jasper and Lena could see it. A large rat was impaled on the end of his sword, still struggling slightly as the life left its body.
Is that dangerous?
Lena asked cautiously.
Nope, but it's delicious,
Jasper said as he grabbed the rat from Ethan's sword and shoved the entire thing into his mouth. Ethan sent Lena an apologetic look while Jasper chewed loudly on his prize. My apologies. The gremlin gets angry when he's hungry. Or nervous, or excited, or...
She gets the picture,
Jasper growled as he polished off the rat.
Now, I believe we were talking about visions.
Lena nodded silently.
Well, what do you want to know about them? If I was to tell you everything I knew, we'd have to add a month to our travel time,
Jasper grumbled.
I think explaining how I became a vision would be a good start,
Lena suggested. Jasper scratched his head awkwardly.
Bad question. Nobody knows how to become a vision. It just happens. Now, why you became a vision is a different story. I'd guess it had something to do with being just about to die.
That's it? Just poof? There are thousands of people that are about to die every day. They don't turn into visions.
Jasper grunted.
Aye, that's because they actually die. Can't be a vision if you're dead.
The gremlin paused for a moment.
Usually, that is,
he amended.
Interesting. So, the criteria for becoming a vision is thinking you're about to die but not actually dying?
Now you've got it. Until it isn't, that is. Sometimes it just happens. Why, I knew an old lady that turned into a vision because her cat thought her cake looked like its litter.
Enough, Jasper, Ethan said. Before Lena could respond, they came to a fork in the cave. There was no apparent difference between the two paths. Without breaking his stride, Ethan confidently strode into the right path. Jasper and Lena hurried in after him. Do you actually have any idea where we're going? Lena asked. Yes, I'm following the light, Ethan said, pointing up at the ball that Jasper had created. How do you know that the light is taking us in the right direction? Lena pressed.
Because I have faith that it is.
How will that help? Jasper stopped walking and craned his neck to look up at Lena. He squinted at her face, then spat on the ground and shook his head in apparent disgust.
Do you know anything about visions? He asked.
If I knew much about visions, I wouldn't be trying to pry it out of you. They aren't very open with information about themselves, Lena snapped. Jasper raised his hands up and put some distance between himself and the annoyed woman.
I was just asking. You should try to control that temper of yours. Maybe you'd like a rat. They always help me, Jasper suggested.
Lena took a deep breath. She took a moment to remind herself that the mood-swinging gremlin was also a vision. The consequences of punting him down the cave would probably outweigh the satisfaction. Probably. How about you just tell me about visions and what faith has to do with them? Jasper shrugged.
Sure. Do you know what the title vision comes from?
Lena nodded. Yes, actually,
it stems from their singular devotion to some aspect or object,
Jasper said over Lena. I knew that. I've heard of visions before, by word of mouth. They can just believe in things and make them happen or something. But surely that has limits.
Then you should have said so. Doesn't matter anymore. But the key thing with visions is their power is completely relative to how much they believe in whatever they follow. You with me?
Lena wrinkled her nose in thought. Completely? That's the only thing their strength depends on? Jasper grinned and flipped her off. When he saw Lena's surprised expression, he glanced down at his hand.
Oh, my bad. Force of habit, he said,
giving her a thumbs up instead. Getting back on topic, would that mean the most powerful visions are essentially just incredibly devoted fanatics to something? Jasper nodded again. So, if a vision believed in rocks, would he just believe that rocks are the most important thing ever?
Exactly.
Wouldn't that mean that just about every powerful vision is essentially completely insane?
Oh, absolutely. Say, is there any rat left in my teeth?
Jasper asked, turning around and presenting Lena with a mouthful of teeth. I think you've got a bit stuck at the front. Jasper thanked her and sucked on his teeth to claim what remained of his snack. The rest of the trip through the caves was uneventful. Ethan, with the assistance of Jasper's light orb, led the small group out of the cave about an hour later. They emerged at the base of the mountains just as the noon sun began its descent. 2 large stone pillars marked the start of a wide paved road. So, you had faith that the orb would lead you out of the cave, and it did? Lena asked.
Nah, I was shitting you, Jasper said. We've been in this cave before. But look, there's Relin.
The enormous walls of the city stood tall against the horizon. Even at a distance, Relin was unbelievably large. The castle at the center of the city was the only visible building, but its spires were tall enough to scrape the clouds as they passed by.
Doesn't matter how many times I see it. Relin is always damn impressive, Jasper said.
Ethan nodded in silent agreement. We'll be parting ways here, Ethan said.
Aye, you've been a great hostage for what it's worth, Jasper said with a smirk. Honestly, thought it would have gone a lot worse.
We almost got killed by Vaudrin, Lena reminded him.
It happens. You're still alive, so you can't complain too much,
Jasper said with a shrug as he turned back to look at Relin. Lena looked down the long road and considered it for a few moments. Then she nodded.
It can't be any worse than getting kidnapped by 2 bandits, she said with a smirk. I'll be needing my pay then.
Jasper gasped and darted over to Ethan. He pulled one of the packs off the tall man's shoulders and peered inside of it. He stuck his hand in the bag and shuffled around a bit before letting out a sigh of relief.
I realized I forgot to check the loot. Ethan occasionally replaces the gold with dead bodies,
Jasper informed Lena. Only once, Ethan said, without a hint of a smile. He winked at Lena when Jasper wasn't watching. The gremlin pulled the second bag down and rifled through its contents before pronouncing it pure. He glanced up at Lena and sighed. He meticulously went through the bag, muttering under his breath as he ensured Lena didn't get a cent more than her cut. He finally pushed a sizable pile of gold coins, jewels, and decorated silverware toward her.
1/3, exactly as promised,
Jasper said. Lena pulled a small bag from her coat and shoveled the gold in, slinging it over her shoulder once she was done. Thanks for saving my life again, she told Ethan. I feel like I got a lot more out of this than you guys did. Jasper and Ethan glanced at each other. Don't worry about it. We brought you into our problems, Ethan said with a grin. I'm sure we'll meet again in the future. Visions have a way of running into each other.
Go catch your caravan before it leaves. I'm sure they're terrified for their poor little hostage. And consider hiring a vision to train you, so you don't accidentally kill yourself, or someone else. Maybe that caravan would be willing to help out,
Jasper said, snickering. Right. Thanks for everything, I think, she said, shifting the bag of gold over her shoulder and starting toward the road.
Come find us once you're a vision. We can rob a caravan together,
Jasper called after her. The 2 partners watched her walk until she was nothing more than a small dot on the horizon. After she left, the 2 bandits sat quietly at the edge of the mountain. The sun slowly made its way through the sky above them. Just as it started the last part of its descent, Jasper slung one of the bags over his shoulder and nodded to Ethan.
We've waited long enough. Let's get moving. We have a schedule to keep.
Ethan grabbed his pack off the ground and the 2 of them started down the road toward Relin.
What sort of vision do you reckon she is?
Jasper asked the swordsman as they walked. Ethan grunted. Sword, maybe? Jasper nodded in agreement.
That's what I was thinking, but the glow.
Just an awakening. Toggle is dead, Jasper.
Yeah, I suppose he is,
the gremlin said quietly. Chapter 3. They reached the gates of Relin shortly after the sun had set below the horizon. Ethan handed Jasper a thin cloak, and the gremlin pulled it over himself. He took care to ensure that his ears were tucked snugly into the hood. A spark of purple energy flashed under Jasper's hood. The gremlin's skin rippled and turned from green to a tanned white. His nails shortened and became neatly trimmed, and the shadows under his hood darkened. He gave Ethan a quick nod, and they resumed their trek toward Relin. The massive metal door at the front of the city had long since been shut in preparation for the night, but the significantly smaller traveler's entrance remained open. A single bored-looking guard manned the entrance, bouncing his halberd from hand to pass the time. His eyes landed on the duo approaching him, and a smile lit up his face. "Ahoy, travelers," the guard called. "Greetings," Ethan said with a jovial wave. Jasper said nothing. "What brings you here at this hour?" the guardsman asked, adjusting his helmet to move it out of his eyes. "Just travel," Ethan said, and nodded his head at the mountain range in the distance behind them. "We come from a small village on the other side of the White Ridge Mountains." The guardsman glanced down at Jasper. He narrowed his eyes and peered down discreetly to try to get a glance under his hood. The effort was fruitless. It was impossible to see under the cloth in the dim light. The guard shrugged and stepped to the side, pulling a large scroll from a loop in his belt. "Just passing through, then?" "We'll only be staying the night," Ethan said. "And I don't suppose you have any news of interest?" the guard asked hopefully. The swordsman shrugged helplessly. I'm afraid not. We don't like the mountains much. Not many do, the guard said with a heavy sigh. He leaned his halberd against the city wall and unfurled his scroll. He placed the pen on the paper and then sent Ethan a pointed glance. Ah, our names. I'm Jack, and my little friend is Jill, Ethan said with a straight face. Jasper's hood twitched, and he muttered something under his breath, but the guard didn't notice it over the scratch of his quill on paper. The guard finished writing and slipped the scroll back into his belt. He waved them into the small door and returned his attention to the road behind them. As they walked by, Ethan pulled out a gold piece and tossed it to the guard. The man looked disbelievingly down at the coin, his mouth half open in shock. He spun to thank the two, but they had already vanished into the city.
Jack and Jill? Really?
Jasper complained as they passed a shop full of intricately decorated and utterly useless weapons. I'd say you make a great Jill, Ethan said with a chuckle. Jasper's baleful glare burned into Ethan, but the swordsman ignored it. Shops of every size peppered the city streets before them, but most of them had put their lights out for the day. All the buildings had clean walls and polished windows, displaying all sorts of expensive goods. Despite that, Jasper wrinkled his nose and covered it with one of his hands.
I swear the smell of this city is worse every time we pass through,
Jasper said, pinching his nose shut. You aren't helping it. When's the last time you took a bath?
Same time you took yours.
Touché. Ethan's rapid pace forced Jasper to jog to stay in step. As they pressed deeper into Relin, the shops transformed into houses, and the streets grew smaller. Many of the larger houses had one or more guards patrolling their premises. They received no shortage of dirty looks as they passed by. The city's on edge, Ethan observed.
For good reason. We look suspicious.
I'm not convinced we're the reason. Ethan and Jasper lapsed into silence. They soon chose to forego the main paths in exchange for small back roads. It didn't take long for the enormous mansions and guards to transform into crumbling hovels and starved rats. Within minutes, every trace of the beautiful city had been replaced by decay and grime.
I didn't think it was possible, but it smells even worse over here,
Jasper hissed to Ethan. Ethan nodded, but his attention wasn't with Jasper. The swordsman's head tilted slightly to the side as he concentrated. The gremlin stopped talking when he saw the tall man's expression and waited for an explanation. I hear fighting, Ethan said.
In the middle of Relin?
It wouldn't be the first time, Ethan replied, shrugging. He jerked his chin toward a nearby alleyway. This way. Jasper rolled his eyes but followed after him. They emerged from the alley and immediately froze. Bodies were scattered all over the ground before them, some in multiple pieces. Only a short way down the street, an enormous man stood with his back to them. He was almost 2 heads taller than Ethan. A battered piece of sharpened sheet metal that posed as a sword peeked out from below his waist and behind his head. His hand was wrapped around the neck of a struggling man. The brute's head suddenly tilted to the side, and he let out a chuckle. He dropped his prey to the ground and turned to face Jasper and Ethan. His face was haggard and riddled with scars of various sizes. A small beard was attempting to set root on his chin, with little success. The three silently evaluated each other for several seconds. Then, Jasper stepped past Ethan and lifted one hand in greeting.
Hello, Garm. I see you haven't changed much. I hope you didn't hurt yourself bullying children.
Garm gave Jasper a cocky grin.
Nothing worth changing, short stack. I see you're still cruising around with your metal friend.
And you're still a muscle brain that kills civilians to stroke his own ego,
Jasper shot back. Garm chuckled.
It's good to see you're still kicking, Ethan. I can't say the same for our gremlin friend, but what's to do? I'm sure he'll get what's coming to him soon.
It's good to see you, Garm, Ethan said. His lip turned up slightly, and his eyes narrowed. Jasper walked up to the pile of bodies and nudged one of them with his toe. There was, somewhat predictably, no response.
What did this lot do to you?
Jasper asked.
Tried to rob me, Garm said.
He sounded happy about it. Jasper checked a few of the other bodies, but none of them were breathing. The gremlin shook his head and walked back over to Ethan. I see you're still very calm and rational, Ethan said dryly. Garm clapped the swordsman on the shoulder and nodded in agreement.
You always saw things my way. It's good to see you again. Does your presence in Relin mean you plan to get the team back together?
We all know that isn't possible, Ethan said with a frown.
Toggle would have found a way to do it, Garm said.
Toggle is dead, Jasper said flatly, and none of us are Toggle.
Garm shrugged. The huge man lumbered past Jasper and Ethan, toward the other end of the street.
Are you just going to leave a pile of bodies here?
Jasper asked incredulously.
Yep. And if you ever grow a pair and decide to bring the team back, you know where to find me, Garm growled.
He made a turn at the edge of the street and vanished into the city. Jasper glanced down at the big man's victims and shook his head sadly. We really ought to do something about him, Ethan said.
But not today,
the gremlin said. Not today, Ethan agreed. They crossed the street and slipped into another alley, leaving the dead men behind them. They wove through the city for several more minutes until the duo emerged onto a small side street. Buildings littered the streets in various stages of disrepair. Stone walls had cracked and crumbled to the ground, blocking large parts of the road. Even the moss and ivy that had once covered the walls was dried up and dead. Wooden signs, once boasting shining letters and varnished wood, hung precariously, or not at all. Their wood had cracked and rotten, some beyond recognition. Nestled between the crumbling ruins of a small house and a cracked gray wall was a small wooden door. The wood was old, but unlike its brethren, still intact. A small sign hung from a single peg above the door. It was carved with the words, Bartholomew's Bits and Bobs, in scratchy lettering. Ethan rapped his knuckles against the door once and pushed it open without waiting for a response. The inside of the building was similar to its entrance. Every surface was made of weathered mahogany wood. It was completely empty, aside from a large counter in the far left corner. A dim yellow light lit the room, but it was impossible to tell where it was coming from. Once Ethan and Jasper had stepped inside, the door swung shut behind them and locked with a silent click. A powerful gust of wind howled through the room, and the floor writhed violently beneath their feet without warning. Brilliant yellow light washed over the entire room, momentarily blinding Ethan and Jasper. When it faded, the space around them had completely changed. Glistening piles of gold and gemstones covered every inch of open floor space. Intricately carved swords and staves lined the walls, and the ceiling was covered in murals depicting scenes of gluttonous wealth. At the other end of the room, seated behind the previously empty counter, was an incredibly large, overweight man wearing a sleek black suit. He was nearly a perfect sphere and was several heads taller than Ethan. The suit he wore appeared to be fighting for its life to keep from bursting, and Jasper was willing to bet money that it was losing. A wide-brimmed pirate's hat was perched precariously on the top of the man's round head, casting a dark shadow over everything but his mouth.
"Gentlemen, it's good to see you again," the man drawled.
Bartholomew, I see you're still a jiggling pile of rancid fat, Jasper said.
Bartholomew's huge mouth stretched into a grin, and he lifted one of his hands lazily to beckon the two men over to him. The gold coins under their feet turned into a shimmering wave that carried the two men forward, dropping them down directly in front of the counter. Ethan, unperturbed by their sudden change in position, tossed his backpack onto the counter. He took Jasper's pack from him and placed it up next to his own. Bartholomew wiggled his beefy fingers in delight and yanked one of the bags from the table. The huge man unlatched the bag straps and turned it upside down over the table. Coins spilled out of the bag, bouncing onto his counter and the floor. Once the bag was emptied, Bartholomew tossed it over to Ethan and repeated the process with the second one.
"Splendid work, friends,"
Bartholomew said, a strand of drool leaking from his open mouth. His teeth were thick and rounded like two rows of yellowed tombstones. Bartholomew picked up a coin from the table and bit down on its edge. He ground it between his teeth and nodded in satisfaction. Half of the coin was completely flattened when he pulled it out of his mouth.
"You'll be glad to know that you're almost to your goal,"
Bartholomew said, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand and wiping it off on his suit. "That is," Ethan started. Bartholomew slammed a massive fist down on the table. Coins cascaded to the ground, and Ethan took a cautious step back. After a short pause, the large man leaned back and crossed his hands in front of his stomach.
"As I was saying, you are almost to your goal. However, I'm afraid the next caravan carrying goods that I desire will not arrive for at least 3 months," Bartholomew said.
"That's not a problem," Jasper said. Bartholomew leaned forward over the desk so he could look down at Jasper. He raised a bushy eyebrow and gave the gremlin a wide grin. His rank breath brought a grimace to the small vision's face, but Jasper didn't move.
"You should confirm that with your partner,"
Bartholomew said in a sing-song voice. Jasper glanced over at Ethan, who nodded reluctantly. "Sorry, Jasper, I think he's right. I'm running out of time," Ethan said in a somber tone.
"How? You had a year left not that long ago."
The grin on Bartholomew's face grew wider as he watched Jasper and Ethan. He drummed his fingers on the desk and chewed on a coin as they talked. "Using the extra set of arms takes a lot of energy, Jasper. I've only got just over 2 months left, and that's being generous," Ethan said. Jasper cursed. He leapt onto the counter and grabbed Bartholomew's collar. He shook the huge man violently, knocking the coin out of his mouth. The gremlin pulled Bartholomew down to eye level and bared his teeth.
"You heard the man, you fat bastard. We both know you only brought the topic up because you want something else, so lay it on the table."
Bartholomew lifted Jasper up with a single massive hand and tossed him off the desk. The gremlin spun in the air and landed on his feet atop a pile of glistening coins.
"For a moment, you reminded me of an old acquaintance I had," Bartholomew said with a smirk.
Jasper returned the man's grin with a snarl.
"I remember him too," Jasper spat. "He's dead and gone."
Bartholomew shrugged carelessly, his rolls of fat jiggling at the sudden motion. With a grunt, the huge vision pushed himself to his feet. He swept the remaining few coins off his desk and slammed his hands down on top of it.
Perhaps not. I don't think threatening your only chance at salvation is a wise decision, little one."
The yellow light in the room abruptly darkened. Jasper's eyes sparked with dark purple energy as he leapt back onto the table.
"If our quest is hopeless, Bartholomew, that would be very unfortunate for you. There's no reason for me to be cautious about anything if we're already doomed," Jasper said quietly. "Bluster and desperation.
Bartholomew said dismissively, but a small bead of sweat formed on his forehead.
Do not forget who I was and what I am capable of,
Jasper hissed. Lightning crackled down the gremlin's arm and drilled into Bartholomew's hand with a loud bang. The huge man let out a yelp and yanked his hand back. He rubbed his hand and sent Jasper an annoyed look.
Your point is made, Spider,
the man said, smirking slightly. The lights dimmed further, and Jasper bared his teeth.
I might just lose my temper now, Bartholomew. Maybe I'll just take what we need from your corpse.
Behind Jasper, Ethan grimaced and pressed his hand against his chest. Bartholomew paled at the sight and raised his hands placatively.
My apologies, Jasper. Your earlier assumption is correct. I do want something.
Ah, good. That's more like it. Start talking,
Jasper said as the lighting returned to normal, and he hopped back to the ground. The riches and splendor that covered the walls and floor vanished as if they had never been there. At the same time, sheets of paper and letters popped into existence, covering nearly every square inch of the room. The floor rustled, and Jasper's head popped out from a particularly large pile of papers. The gremlin struggled out of the pile and pulled several sheets out from his clothes.
What is this trash?
Well, little gremlin, one of the most powerful forms of it.
Drool started to drip from Bartholomew's mouth again. Seemingly unaware of it, the fat vision reached down and grabbed a paper from the floor. He slapped it onto the counter and smoothed it out.
These are contracts, promises made between me and my little friends. It's what keeps us responsible for our words and actions, and they are worth very much to me.
This is blank, Ethan said with a frown while he peered at one of the papers. Bartholomew let out a deep laugh.
To you, it wouldn't do if everyone could see just how rich I was, would it? It could invite unscrupulous folks to try and steal my hard-earned money, he said.
Get to the point, fat man,
Jasper snarled.
We both know nobody would ever try to rob you.
The huge vision shrugged. He snapped his fingers, and 2 sheets of paper launched from the ground to his hands. Bartholomew held them up so that Jasper and Ethan could read them. As they watched, lines of ink appeared across the pages and formed into sentences. One of these is the contract we made with you, Ethan observed.
And the other, a contract with some of my other friends, Bartholomew said, handing the paper in question over to Ethan. Friends that have requested some assistance and paid a great amount of money to ensure its quality.
Jasper and Ethan exchanged a quick glance. Are you insinuating? Bartholomew's grin grew wider.
Even now, neither of you are weak. You will take this job.
Jasper grabbed the paper from Ethan's hands and scanned it. He let out a hiss of annoyance and handed it back to the tall swordsman.
I can't read. What's the job?
Escorting a caravan, Ethan replied. Bartholomew nodded, rubbing his large hands together happily.
Exactly.
Ethan put the paper down on the counter and tapped one of the paragraphs with a calloused finger. This is nearly a month of travel. I will not make it back to Relin in time to acquire the key, Ethan observed.
I am well aware. It was only a matter of time before you brought your precious key up, Bartholomew said.
He reached into his suit pocket and removed a small bronze key. A clear gem was nestled in the center of its handle, but grime had tarnished it so badly that it was almost unrecognizable. Jasper and Ethan both took a step forward. Bartholomew pulled his hand back with a mocking grin and shook a finger at them.
Ah, I can practically taste your greed. Not that I blame you. There's nothing greater in life than wealth, which is why I shall be giving you this little key before you depart on your trip, provided you sign a contract.
Ethan drew in a sharp breath. He glanced over at Jasper, who gave him a reassuring nod. The swordsman swallowed and held his hand out to Bartholomew. "Give me the pen. I will protect your caravan from other visions. Other help will be at my discretion," he said.
"Still bargaining in your situation? Bold,"
Bartholomew said, showing off his large teeth.
"I like it. Done and done."
The large vision waved his hand over the paper. A small pen, with the leaves of a delicate golden plant engraved into it, appeared on the table. Ethan snatched it and signed his name across the bottom of the paper. Bartholomew turned to Jasper with a raised eyebrow.
"Will you be joining, my little gremlin friend? Or do you prefer to avoid having to fight against your own kind while escorting us humans?"
Bartholomew asked with a deep laugh. Jasper growled at the larger vision and hoisted himself back onto the table. He picked the pen up and drew a crude middle finger on the paper next to Ethan's name.
"Ethan's the only human in this room, and even that might be a stretch."
Bartholomew shrugged. He picked the contract up and rolled it into a tight tube that looked minuscule in his enormous hands. Ethan reached out quietly. The large vision held the key in the air above Ethan's hand for a moment, before letting it fall. Ethan stuffed the key into a small bag at his side and buttoned it up tightly. A knowing grin crossed Bartholomew's face, and he nodded at the bag.
"The feeling of having great wealth is wondrous, is it not? Best make sure you don't lose it. With all due respect, I hope this is the last time we meet. I don't think further business interactions would be beneficial."
His round body sagged downwards, as if it had suddenly grown several 100 pounds heavier. Golden coins tumbled out from under his suit and hair, filling the room rapidly like a tsunami. The churning wealth crashed against Jasper and Ethan. The two were lifted off their feet and thrown out the door. They crashed down onto the cracked cobblestone of the dark street, and the door slammed shut behind them. Bartholomew's laugh echoed out from within the building one final time. The words on the wooden sign above the door faded out of existence, and the door disappeared with a pop. Jasper stood up and brushed the dirt off his clothes with a grimace.
"I hate that bastard,"
he said. Ethan nodded absent-mindedly. His hand drifted down to the pouch at his side, and he popped the buckle open, glancing inside of it. The swordsman let out a sigh of relief and closed it securely. "I can't believe we actually got it," Ethan said. The anger vanished from Jasper's face.
"Good. And you're sure it's the real thing?"
Ethan nodded again. "Yeah, this is it all right. Our access to the Everflame is secured." Jasper grunted in agreement.
"So long as Jan doesn't kill us first."
"We can worry about that later. For now, we have a caravan to find." The tall swordsman set off down the road, and Jasper scrambled to catch up with him.
"By the way, that was some good acting back there. Bartholomew really bought it."
"If we weren't in a rush, I'd have liked to drag it out a little longer," Ethan agreed with a smirk. "But, just like Garm, I suspect we'll have to take care of our wealthy friend if we survive this."
"Problems for another day. But, more importantly, how are we meant to find this caravan? Are they going to be flying that greedy pig's face on a flag?"
Ethan shrugged helplessly. "We'll see." Chapter 4.
"I'm gonna rip Bartholomew's disgusting little head right off his shoulders," Jasper snarled.
Moonlight illuminated several caravans that had set up camp for the night along the enormous walls of Relin. The guard stationed in front of the nearest set of wagons had a familiar red plume hanging mockingly from his helmet. "It appears we have encountered a slight problem. Bartholomew got us good," Ethan agreed, scratching his head in thought. Despite their situation, he couldn't keep the smirk off his face. They stood just outside the gates of Relin, hidden under the wall's shadow. Jasper rubbed his hands together and frowned thoughtfully.
It won't be a big problem for me to mask our appearance, but it'll take some effort. If Lena is still with them, she might end up seeing through it.
Are you not strong enough to evade her abilities? Ethan asked, his eyebrows raising slightly.
Of course I am, you sod. But not for weeks on end, not with our current situation anyways.
Ethan grunted, and he unconsciously lifted a hand up to his chest. He clenched his fingers into a fist and pressed it against his body. If Lena discovers us, we will deal with it. A dull purple spark leapt from Jasper's hands to Ethan. Energy rippled across the tall man's body, changing his appearance as it went. Ethan's skin grew several shades lighter, and his hair lengthened so that it reached his shoulders. His nose became hawkish, and his other features morphed until he was completely unrecognizable. Jasper nodded in satisfaction once he had finished with Ethan, and directed the energy toward himself. Green's skin turned white, and he grew several inches taller. His face morphed until all of his gremlin features had become human, although his eyes kept the hungry look within them. Once both transformations were complete, Jasper stretched his arms out and took a cautious step away from the wall.
I hate having to change my height. I don't know how you can balance on those stilts you call legs, Jasper whined. It's better than being crotch level,
Ethan said dryly. His voice was an octave higher than normal. He pursed his lips.
Did you have to make my voice this much higher? I sound like I'm going through puberty.
Jasper just cackled and darted toward the caravan. He promptly tripped over his feet and flopped face first into the ground. The gremlin let a muffled string of curses out into the grass. Ethan smirked and ambled over, pulling the gremlin back to his feet and wiping the dirt from his shoulders with the back of a calloused hand. The swordsman jerked his chin at the caravan guard, who was snoring loudly and using his spear as a prop to keep himself standing.
I can see...
I can see why they need our help, Ethan said, clearing his throat and forcing his voice to return to something close to normal. Jasper walked over to the sleeping guard, watching his feet to avoid falling a second time. He tapped the man on the shoulder several times, but the only response he received was a slightly louder snore.
Out like a rock. Do you reckon we could just rob?
Ethan cut the gremlin off with a sharp glare. Jasper's shoulders slumped and he sighed. The gremlin gave the guard's spear a light kick, dislodging the man's support and causing him to fall. The guard let out a shriek as his butt hit the ground. He scrambled away from them like a terrified crab, then realized he had forgotten his spear. The man lunged forward, missing the spear completely. Jasper nudged the spear back toward the guard, who managed to grab it after shuffling blindly through the grass for a moment.
State your name and reason for approaching the Trend caravan,
he barked as menacingly as he could from the ground. He pointed the wrong end of the spear toward Ethan and waved it around with a trembling hand. Ethan reached down and removed the spear from the man's hands effortlessly. He spun it around so it was properly oriented and handed it back to the guard. Calm yourself, friend. Your caravan master is expecting us. The guardsman lowered the spear slightly and gave it a suspicious look. He squinted at them through the darkness and scratched his chin pensively.
You're the Visions? You don't look like Visions, he said.
And what does a vision look like? Ethan asked. The guardsman opened his mouth but closed it without responding. He shot one more intense look at the two men that had interrupted his sleep before sighing and rising to his feet. He still looked quite displeased. We won't mention we found you sleeping, Ethan said with a smirk. The guard's frown vanished and he gave them a curt nod.
Fair enough. Lady Trend did say to expect 2 visions. I just didn't expect you to arrive at such an ungodly hour. Luckily, we've already got a wagon prepared for you.
The guardsman led Jasper and Ethan down the long line of connected wagons, stopping at the second one from the end. He pushed a tarp flap open with the butt of his spear and waved them to enter.
You can rest here till morning, sirs. The lady will want to talk to you once the sun rises.
Jasper gave a non-committal shrug of his shoulders and stepped into the wagon. Ethan flashed a large smile at the guard and followed Jasper in. The tarp fell shut behind them, and the guardsman walked back to his post, muttering under his breath about visions. It didn't take long for gentle golden rays to slip under the tarp and enter the wagons. Ethan rose from the thin straw bedroll that the caravan had provided and looked outside. Sunlight trickled into the wagon, and the fresh morning air was filled with curses as Jasper awoke. Men and women rushed up and down the caravan, carrying piles of goods and dragging crates behind them. Ethan and Jasper slipped out of the wagon, nearly getting knocked over by flustered workers in the process. Busy place, Ethan observed as they slipped through the crowd of workers.
Too busy. Nobody should be awake this early,
Jasper grumbled.
Ah, gentlemen, I'm awfully glad to see you. I hope you slept well last night, a woman's voice said.
Jasper and Ethan turned to see the stern woman from the mountain pass walking toward them. Her forehead was creased with lines of stress, but her mouth was twisted into a wry smile, and her eyes were as sharp as knives.
Your beds were terrible.
We found everything quite suitable, thank you, Ethan said, shooting Jasper a warning glance. The vision grunted and nodded grudgingly in agreement. The merchant's eyes twinkled slightly as she assessed the disguised gremlin, but she didn't pursue the topic.
In case you aren't already aware, my name is Melinda Tren. I'm the owner of this caravan, the merchant said.
It's a pleasure. I'm Jackson, and the grumpy man beside me goes by Julian, or Jill for short. I'm afraid he isn't much of a morning person, Ethan said apologetically. Jasper sent Ethan a furious glare, but the tall man deflected it with a wide grin and shrugged his shoulders apologetically to Melinda.
I can see,
Melinda said with a wry smile. Melinda extended a hand to Ethan, who shook it confidently. She then offered her hand to Jasper. The gremlin glared at her. A moment later, he gingerly reached out and shook her hand with 2 fingers, as if it were a disgusting limp fish rather than a hand.
We'll have 3 stops on our trip. We'll first drop by Aaron's Vale for a day, then we'll stay at Ringdon for half a week before arriving at Stormfront. Are both of you visions? Melinda asked.
Fun, and no, just me,
Jasper said. He peered closely at his nails and picked a fleck of dirt out from under them.
He's my bodyguard.
Melinda raised a thinning eyebrow.
What kind of vision needs a bodyguard?
One that doesn't want a knife making love to his back while he sleeps.
Well, I paid for 2 visions,
Melinda said, a furrow appearing in her brow.
Jackson pulls his weight, and I'm more than enough to handle any problems he can't.
Melinda said noncommittally. A wide grin abruptly crossed her face. She clapped the 2 men on the shoulders and, almost forcefully, led them up the train of wagons.
I'm sure we can come to an agreement, she said as they walked. You see, we've run into some problems on the road recently. It generally isn't anything we can't handle, but we ran into a pair of bandits just recently that shook us down for just about every gold piece in the caravan.
Oh? Ethan said with mock surprise. Just 2 bandits? How did that happen?
At least one of them was a vision. He humiliated my guards, and his partner traipsed through my caravan, taking damn near every piece of gold, as well as a young woman.
Jasper snorted, and Melinda pierced him with a sharp glare.
I do not find the kidnapping of my subordinates amusing, Vision. I don't care how people treat you normally, but you're working for me right now. You will treat my workers and I with the same respect that we show you.
The gremlin blinked. Melinda held eye contact with him for several seconds. A slight smile crossed Jasper's face, and he inclined his head.
Very well, I'm sorry.
Ethan's eyebrow twitched slightly, but he had his face back under control before anyone noticed. He cleared his throat to get Melinda's attention. Did you ever recover this kidnapped girl? He asked innocently.
Melinda nodded. We did, by some miracle. She reunited with us yesterday, a while before you gentlemen joined us. According to her, the bandits didn't harm a single hair on her head and even protected her from some sort of mythical beast," the merchant said with a snort.
Do you not believe her?
"Well, she was unharmed, so she's telling us at least some of the truth. But giant wolf creatures with scorpion tails,"
She trailed off with a frown. Vadran, Jasper said. Melinda's head jerked up, and her eyes latched onto him.
"That's what she called them. They're real?"
Aye, but rare, and very dangerous. Surviving an encounter with them is quite a feat for a normal human. She must have been protected by some very powerful and handsome people."
Melinda looked at Jasper out of the corners of her eyes, but it wasn't uncommon for visions to be eccentric. A frown made its way onto her face, and the merchant readjusted a lapel that hung from her breast pocket.
"Ah, about that. She's not a normal human."
"Oh, a vision then?" Ethan asked, once again pretending to be surprised.
"She's a vision," Melinda agreed, "but an untrained one. She awoke during her little excursion away from our caravan."
They stopped talking as they reached the front of the caravan. A guard near the foremost wagon was fiddling with a horse's harness. He gave a sharp salute to Melinda when he noticed her. The guard then gave Jasper and Ethan a small nod before returning to his duty.
An untrained vision is dangerous. She ought to be studying in Relin under another vision's tutelage, Jasper said.
Melinda massaged her forehead and sighed.
"I'm aware of standard procedure for vision training, but Lina is a special case. She's an islander."
Jasper shrugged.
Relin hasn't cared about that for years. She might run into some trouble from some racist fools, but I'm sure it can't be that hard to disguise her appearance. If she's got thinner eyes, they can be hidden with a large hat or face wrappings. Covering clothes can hide her skin tone.
Melinda gritted her teeth. She seemed to fight a battle within herself. After a short silence, the merchant let out another sigh and lifted her hands up helplessly.
"I paid for 2 visions, but I got 1. You can see where I'm going with this. Besides, nobody in Relin will take her in," Melinda said, leaning closer. "I trust you will keep this between us at the cost of your contract being terminated. Lina is an Ashar."
"Oh, wow. That is a real shocker. I cannot believe it,"
Jasper said in a monotone voice. Ethan slapped the gremlin on the shoulder and shook his head with a laugh. "I apologize for my partner. I'm sure he'll treat the situation with appropriate care, especially when your girl's safety is involved," Ethan said. His hand tightened on Jasper's shoulder.
"Right, sorry. I'll be nice and quiet," Jasper said.
"Ensure that you do. But as for Lina,"
Melinda started. Jasper made a beckoning motion with his hand. The ground beneath him writhed and bulged upwards, forming itself into a chair. The vision sat down casually, but his eyes were like shards of ice.
"There aren't many visions around today. They probably don't even make up 1% of the population. Despite that, visions run into each other quite often. Do you know why that is?" the gremlin asked seriously.
Melinda pressed her lips together and shook her head. Jasper extended his arm toward the merchant, his hand facing upwards. A tendril of dirt wound its way up from the ground and into his palm, where it formed itself into 2 small and featureless figures.
"We act as a grindstone for each other," Jasper said.
The dirt figures in his hand lunged at each other. Small clods of dirt went flying as the gremlin's creations fought. They struggled for several seconds before one of them got a firm grip on the other's head and ripped it off. The defeated combatant slumped to the ground, while the victor raised its damaged arms to the sky in victory. Dirt flowed from the fallen figure to the survivor, repairing its wounds and making it slightly larger.
"Conflict makes us grow stronger. Some visions will group together for strength, while others set out on their own. But only a few will teach another vision. Do you know why?"
Melinda shook her head again. The dirt man in Jasper's hand separated into 2 smaller figures, one slightly larger than the other. The larger figure held a book out to the smaller one.
The goal of a student is to eventually outperform their master. I think you can imagine why this would be an issue for a group of people as violent as Visions, Jasper said with a smirk. The smaller dirt figure took the book from its larger compatriot. In the same motion, a small blade formed in its hand. The student plunged its weapon into its master, killing it. Jasper closed his hand into a fist, and the dirt cascaded back to the ground. Do you understand? Jasper asked. Training of vision is almost akin to preparing someone that will try to kill me. Melinda's mouth hung silently open in shock. She snapped it closed and ran a hand through her hair. Barbaric. I've known Lena for several months now. She's nothing like that, the merchant protested. You used to know Lena, Jasper corrected. She's a vision now. Melinda harumphed. We'll see about that, but I assume this means you won't be teaching her? I'll do it, Jasper said with a careless shrug of his shoulders. What? Then why did you tell me all that? Melinda's nose wrinkled. Just so you were aware of how much of a favor I'm doing you, Jasper said. His earthen chair crumbled to the ground as Jasper stood up. He brushed the dirt off of his pants and pointed an accusatory finger at Melinda. But don't forget, you owe me for this. A lot. He bared his teeth to the merchant, a gesture which likely would have been a good bit more intimidating if he hadn't been disguised as a human. Melinda swallowed. Jasper let a smile cross his face, and he bobbed his head up and down eagerly. Well, glad that's out of the way. I'm going to go find my protege, he said, clapping his hands together like a gleeful toddler. He ambled off down the line of wagons, whistling a merry tune to himself. Melinda pursed her lips as she watched Jasper go. The vision entered the growing crowd of caravan workers and vanished without a trace. Melinda turned to Ethan and pursed her lips. I get the feeling I made a mistake, but I don't know what it is, she said. You're probably right, Ethan agreed. But don't worry too much. I'll make sure she survives Jill at the very least. Thank you, Jackson. Say, I never introduced you to Lena. How will Jill know what she looks like? Melinda asked. Unless you have a lot of young islander women working with your caravan, I suspect he will just look. The air shattered as a sonic blast tore through the early morning. People dropped to the ground and covered their ears. Bring me Lima, Jasper's voice boomed out from the center of the camp. Melinda winced and covered her ears with her hands. Shouts of confusion and anger rang out from among the caravan workers. Once all the guards got back to their feet, they drew their swords and warily made their way toward the source of the commotion. You can't be serious, Melinda muttered in a mixture of shock and fury. I should probably go find him before something unfortunate happens, Ethan suggested as he failed to suppress a smile. The merchant looked over to her fallen workers and all the cargo they had dropped. She drew in a deep breath and let it out slowly, muttering under her breath. That might be best, she said curtly. A large crowd had formed around Jasper by the time Ethan arrived. To his surprise, the gremlin had yet to assault any of them. The swordsman pushed his way through the sea of people until he reached the center. A very confused guard was standing beside Jasper. The vision was scratching his chin furiously, his tongue protruding slightly from his mouth. He suddenly raised a finger to the air victoriously. Linen! No, nobody here by that name either, the guard said. Jasper let out a string of curses and pursed his lips in concentration. The woman we are looking for is called Lena, Ethan said as he walked over to stand beside Jasper. No, I don't think that's it, the vision said as a frown crossed his face. We do have a young woman by the name of Lena in the fourth wagon from the back, the guard said after thinking for a short while. Wrong one, I reckon, Jasper said. We'll take our chances, Ethan said. He picked Jasper up by his collar
and gave the guard a nod before slicing through the crowd toward the back of the caravan.
"Put me down, you overgrown beanpole,"
Jasper snarled, kicking his feet helplessly. "I have no idea how you've managed to survive this long," Ethan said as he dropped Jasper to the ground. The gremlin landed on his feet and taught the swordsman a few new words in the gremlin language.
"I was just trying to figure out where Linda is," Jasper said.
"Lena," Ethan corrected. "Why are you pretending not to know her name?"
"So she doesn't figure out who we are. The Jasper she met knows her name,"
Jasper whispered with a conspiratorial wink. "You have to be kidding me," Ethan said as he desperately tried to keep his face straight. Jasper wiggled his eyebrows, and Ethan lost his composure, letting out a laugh before he covered his mouth and shook his head.
"Jokes aside, we do need to keep our identities hidden. The girl seemed nice enough, but she's an Ashar pirate. We don't know if she'll toss us under and get Bartholomew's contract broken. I don't want that fat monster coming after our key."
"Really? The gremlin labeling someone as untrustworthy? That's ironic," Ethan observed. Jasper winced, but he didn't change his stance.
"Fair point. We can disregard the Ashar part, but the issue still stands. We can't take any risks, not now. We're at the end of the line, Ethan. If Lena proves herself to be trustworthy, we tell her. Otherwise—"
Ethan sighed, but nodded in agreement. Jasper started to walk again, but then he paused and glanced over his shoulder at the tall man.
"Are you sure her name is Lena?" he asked.
"Yes," Ethan replied curtly. "Don't make me hit you."
Fine, let's get this over with," Jasper said.
They approached Lena's wagon together. Ethan rapped his knuckles on the wood several times and stepped back to wait for a response. There was a rustle from within the wagon. Several seconds later, Lena's head poked out from the tarp.
"Can I help you?"
she asked politely. Jasper had to admit that the girl would have difficulty blending in as a mainlander. He hadn't paid attention to it before, but her voice had enough of an accent to stick out to anyone looking for it. Her brown eyes had a distinct slant, and her skin was tanned darker than most of the mainlanders due to exposure to the sun from voyages. Jasper walked up to the edge of the wagon. Lena's head was a good bit higher up than he was, so the vision had to crane his neck up to look at her. "No," Jasper said. Lena blinked and drew back slightly in confusion. Ethan rolled his eyes and stepped forward, extending his hand in greeting to the baffled woman. "My name is Jackson, and this is Jill. We're here to—"
"Sorry, I'm not interested. Please tell your boss that I don't want to buy any rugs, and the endless solicitation is getting annoying,"
Lena said. She pulled back, disappearing within the wagon. Jasper stared at the tarp in disbelief, his mouth forming a small O shape. He jerked a thumb over at the cart and sent a sideways glance at Ethan.
"Did she just call me a rug salesman?"
"Oh, wonderful," Ethan muttered. The swordsman took several steps back and positioned himself behind a wagon as an impressive string of curses flowed non-stop out of Jasper's mouth. He carried on for an entire minute before finally running out of breath. Lena's head slowly emerged from between the tarp flaps. Jasper was hunched over, panting, but he straightened his back in a vain attempt to hide his exhaustion when he saw she was watching.
"I'm here at the request of Mifilla," Jasper said. "I'm not a damned rug salesman."
"I gathered that from your impressive vocabulary. I don't think a rug salesman would know half of those words. And do you mean Melinda?"
"Potato, tomato," Jasper said, waving his hand dismissively. "The lady wants me to teach you how to be a vision."
Lena froze. She peered closer at Jasper with a small frown. The vision's eye twitched slightly, but he didn't say anything. Lena rocked back on her heels and chewed her bottom lip.
"You don't look like a vision," she said.
Jasper's features tightened. He raised an eyebrow and gestured to himself aggressively.
"And what do you expect a vision to look like?"
"I don't know. Maybe more like him.
Lena pointed over to Ethan, who was making his way back over toward them. The swordsman paused as Jasper turned to look at him, then shrugged and walked the rest of the way over.
Well, he's not a vision. I am,
Jasper said through gritted teeth. Lena shrugged, but she didn't look too convinced.
I've seen a vision before, and he was a lot more intimidating than you are.
A small smirk played across Ethan's face. Jasper prodded the taller man in the side before returning his attention to Lena. He lifted a hand to the sky, and a pillar of earth formed under him, raising him up until he was looking down at the woman.
Does this convince you?
He asked.
I'm not sure,
Lena said, a smirk flickering across her face.
Can you do anything cooler?
I can blow your wagon up,
Jasper offered.
You know, I think I believe you,
Lena said. She climbed out of the wagon and offered Jasper her hand with a wry smile.
Let's start over. I'm Lena, no surname. I'm sorry for calling you a rug salesman. They're ridiculously persistent and have already dropped by twice today.
Apology accepted, Ethan said, stepping in before Jasper could say anything. Before we continue, could we move to a more private place? This might take some time.
Oh, of course,
Lena said, stepping aside and pulling the tarp open to reveal the inside of her wagon.
Please come inside.
The inside of Lena's wagon was plain. There was a straw bed with a green blanket at the far end of it. Wooden crates lined much of the wall space, and Lena's backpack rested near the entrance. Lena pushed some of the boxes out of the way and gestured for them to sit. Once they had all settled down, Jasper scratched his chin in thought for a few moments. Lena watched him silently, her dark eyes scanning him intrusively as she waited for the short vision to talk.
What do you know about being a vision?
Jasper finally asked when he realized that the woman was fully willing to sit there forever.
Not much, Lena admitted. It's got something to do with having faith in yourself.
Jasper and Ethan both flinched. Lena looked taken aback at their reaction.
Did I say something bad? I'm sorry.
Not faith in yourself. That's a whole new problem.
Visions draw their power from having faith in something. There is a certain rare type of vision that draws power from faith in themselves. They're incredibly dangerous, and we've had some unfortunate encounters with them, Ethan explained. Jasper stood up and started pacing around the small wagon, wringing his hands impatiently. He stopped behind Lena, forcing her to crane her neck so she could see him.
There are two main things you need to do in order to call yourself a vision,
Jasper said, holding up 2 fingers.
First, you need to figure out what your vision is. And second, you need to believe in it.
My vision?
What you have faith in, Ethan said helpfully.
How am I supposed to figure out what it is? Lena asked.
You don't know?
Jasper asked in shock.
It should be obvious. Something you're suddenly finding especially important. Ridiculously important.
There was a knock on the wood post at the back of the wagon they were in. Jasper frowned and looked back at the tarp as someone impatiently cleared their throat from behind it. The disguised gremlin made his way over to the tarp and peered out of it. A short man with sandy yellow hair stood at the foot of the wagon. A wicker basket nearly the size of his body was slung over his back and packed full of wrapped goods. He wrung his hands as he waited for Jasper to say something.
What do you want? We're busy, Jasper barked.
Oh, hello, sir. I was just dropping by to see if anyone was interested in purchasing a very high-quality rug for the travel. It would help alleviate the bumpiness of the wooden floor when the wagon is moving, or you could just use it to clean your shoes, the short man said enthusiastically.
Jasper pulled his hood back slightly and let the disguise concealing his features drop for a moment. He gave the man a wide smile, revealing his needle-sharp teeth.
I said we're busy. Get lost before I get hungry,
Jasper growled. The salesman yelped and darted away as fast as his legs would carry him. The gremlin chuckled as the illusion covered his features again. He walked back into the wagon and sat down nonchalantly.
Have you had any time to figure out what your vision is yet?
Jasper asked.
How did you get rid of the salesman so easily? The last time he came around, I threatened to cut his head off, and he just said that would cost extra,
Lena exclaimed.
Vision things. You'll figure them out soon enough. Now, your vision?
Lena considered his words for a few seconds. She closed her eyes and her nose twisted in concentration. Then she shrugged.
Well, I've got a strong craving for a nice steak, but I doubt that's it. Nothing's any different from before I became a vision.
You aren't thinking hard enough. Try harder.
Lena sat there for nearly an hour, with Jasper offering useless advice. But it was fruitless. As far as any of them could tell, she wasn't a vision at all. As Jasper paced the wagon, muttering his thoughts out loud, the floor suddenly jerked forward. Jasper stumbled over Ethan's legs and toppled to the ground, managing to get several swears off before he hit the ground. Lena burst into laughter, which she unsuccessfully tried to cover up behind her hand.
They should have warned me before they moved the stupid wooden box,
Jasper complained, massaging his nose gingerly. If you applied half the energy you spent cursing to staying upright, you wouldn't fall so often, Ethan said. Jasper turned his furious glare onto the swordsman, but Ethan was more than used to it by now. He just gave the vision a shrug and pulled his cloak tighter around himself. The gremlin muttered a few words of annoyance under his breath and leaned against a crate.
Well, I'm not sure what to do. I've never heard of a vision that doesn't have a vision, he said slowly. I suppose we'll have a little fun trying to figure it out when the caravan stops.
And what exactly does that entail? Lena asked. A slow grin crossed Jasper's face, and the temperature in the wagon seemed to drop a few degrees. Chapter 5. The caravan came to a stop just before sundown. Judging by her scowl, Lena wasn't a fan of what Jasper considered fun. Jasper tapped a short wooden stick against his thigh, clicking his tongue in annoyance while Lena nursed her bruised wrist. The light from the large campfire the caravan workers had erected in the middle of the camp was barely enough to see by, but that didn't seem to dissuade the gremlin.
You're terrible with a sword,
Jasper told her. Of course I am. I've never used one before, she snapped. Jasper gestured for her to pick her stick back off the ground, which she did reluctantly. The disguised gremlin didn't even try to conceal the distaste on his face.
Your stance is terrible, and you swing your sword like a wet noodle. Are you trying to chop me in half or caress me?
Lena huffed and pointed her makeshift sword accusingly at Jasper. You've been smacking me with a stick for the better part of an hour. If you needed to know how bad I am with a sword, you could have just asked. What's the point of all this?
Mostly it's just fun. There's no possible way you can be that bad with a sword. You're a head and a half taller than me, damn it. If you just keep it pointed in my general direction, I shouldn't be able to get close to you.
He's right, Ethan put in helpfully from the sidelines. Lena grunted in annoyance, a scowl evident on her face. She raised the stick in preparation for another match, but Jasper shook his head.
Not yet. It's not common, but being a vision may be working against your abilities. We need to talk before we do anything else.
Lena tossed the stick to the ground with a sigh of relief and sat down next to Ethan, who was inspecting his reflection in the blade of his sword. Jasper formed a chair out of the ground and sat down across from them.
I meant it when I said there's no possible way you can be that bad with a sword, Jasper said.
Are you just going to insult me? Lena asked as her face darkened. Jasper waved his hand dismissively.
Just listen. Your longer reach was a large advantage, but the real reason you shouldn't have been beaten that badly is that I've never used a sword in my entire life.
Lena blinked. She glanced at Jasper's hip, realizing for the first time that all it had was an empty sheath for a dagger. Jasper watched her expression change with a smug grin.
I think your vision abilities are working against you. It's incredibly rare, but it's all I can think of. Your faith in your swordsmanship abilities is so strongly negative that you're actually causing yourself to become weaker.
The new vision flicked her braid over her shoulder and rubbed the bridge of her nose as she pondered Jasper's words. I've never been able to use a sword well. I've seen more than my fair share of swordplay from some of my old friends. They tried to teach me, but it didn't work. Other weapons are just more suited to me.
Then that's your problem. You're so convinced that you can't swing a sword that you're stopping yourself from learning,
Jasper said, pounding a fist into his palm. We'll figure it out soon enough, Ethan said, giving her a reassuring smile. Jill will have you swinging a sword around in no time. I suppose. To be honest, it seems like Jill just enjoys hitting me with a stick.
I'm the teacher here. I know what I'm doing,
the gremlin said, discreetly dropping his stick and kicking it behind himself. That's not a very good teacher-student relationship.
I'm not a very good teacher, and it's not like you can find many other visions willing to train you in the Gellan Kingdom,
Jasper replied with a shrug. Fair enough, Lena said after a moment. But I'm not going to do everything you say thoughtlessly.
I'd expect nothing less from my devoted student,
Jasper said with a grin. He paused at the look in Lena's eyes and cleared his throat.
Maybe just a normal student,
he amended. Lena nodded in satisfaction. Jasper's stomach loudly made itself known. Lena smirked at him and raised an eyebrow. You sound hungry, oh mighty teacher, but I'm sure you wouldn't mind postponing dinner to ensure the quality of my education.
You need energy to train. Food is vital, especially when I'm the one eating it.
Lena rolled her eyes, and the three broke off to claim dinner from the center of camp before it was all eaten, with the promise to regroup at her wagon once they'd finished.
Now that we've eaten and are nice and relaxed, you've got to fix that attitude of yours before you cripple yourself,
Jasper told Lena firmly. How? It's not like I can just decide I'm a genius at swordsmanship and it'll happen.
That's exactly how it would happen for a vision, Jasper countered. Don't try to bring logic into this. There's no logic in faith. There are no checkpoints or halfway marks. You need to believe that you're the most powerful vision in existence, and then act like it.
Am I? Lena asked dubiously.
Of course not. I am.
Jasper grimaced. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but then closed it with an annoyed grunt. He scratched at the sides of his face in anger and turned to Ethan, his right eye twitching slightly. He's not delusional, Ethan explained when he saw the doubtful look in Lena's eyes. A vision's faith is their power. If Jill didn't think he was the most powerful being in existence, he would weaken himself. Is he really that strong? Lena asked, lowering her voice. Jasper turned away pointedly, making a point to ignore the conversation. Ethan smirked and shrugged at Lena with a half-smile. Hard to say. There's no way to numerically measure his strength, but he's a vision and he's still alive. That should talk for itself. So, what happens when he runs into somebody that's actually stronger than he is? Does he just kill himself fighting them? That's where I come in, the swordsman replied. I see. And I have to think like that too? Lena asked with a skeptical frown. Essentially, you need unwavering faith in your vision. If you can find another way to do that, go for it. But if you can't, you get to end up like Jill. That's insane. Being a vision is both a blessing and a curse, Ethan agreed. Lena glanced over at Jasper, who was still pointedly staring at a nearby wagon. He had plugged his ears with his fingers. I can see. Does that mean I'm doomed to go insane no matter what I do? Everyone's at least a little nuts. It helps to have frequent contact with other visions. Fighting can remind you that you aren't as strong as you think you are. That's one of the reasons they seek each other out so often.
I think we've covered enough tonight. You'll find that being a vision will come naturally once some time goes by,
Jasper said, finally rejoining the conversation.
You just have to make sure you don't lose yourself.
I see. I'll think on it overnight. Thanks for the help, Lena said, giving them an appreciative nod. The two men left, leaving Lena alone with her thoughts. Is it really possible she doesn't know what her vision is? Ethan asked once they arrived at their own wagon. Jasper grunted and shrugged one shoulder.
Never heard of it, but that doesn't mean much. We've never been particularly up to date with most other visions,
Jasper said, scratching his chin.
She's the only one who can really tell that.
It doesn't matter in the end, Ethan said after a moment of silence. She'll figure it out eventually. There's no rush. The gremlin nodded in agreement and laid down on his straw bed. The wagon wasn't particularly comfortable with the constant bumps over rough terrain, but the gremlin had slept in worse places. As he drifted off to sleep, he found himself wishing he'd stolen a rug from the salesman before he'd run the man off. Jasper awoke to Ethan's hand on his shoulder. The look in the swordsman's eyes told him everything he needed to know. Jasper quietly rose to his feet, the morning weariness sloughing off him like water. The vision tilted his head and raised an eyebrow. Ethan chewed the inside of his cheek and held up 10 fingers.
10?
Jasper mouthed. Ethan shook his head.
100?
The swordsman waggled his hand back and forth and gave a small nod. Jasper restrained a curse. There weren't any sounds coming from outside the wagon, but that just meant the guards hadn't spotted the threat yet. The gremlin reached to his side for his dagger. This time, he couldn't stop the curse from slipping out of his lips. Ethan looked at his partner questioningly, and Jasper angrily gestured to his empty sheath.
Forgot my damn dagger in the Vadran at the mountains. Been too busy wondering about Lena's vision to think about it.
I knew you cared, Ethan said, smirking. But what was the point of being quiet if you're just going to start talking?
Shut up and screw silence. Let's blow 'em to kingdom come,
Jasper yelled, launching himself through the tarp flaps. Ethan shook his head, but a large grin appeared on his face as he leapt after the vision, drawing his swords as he ran. The nearest guards on watch were about a wagon away from them, and they were both asleep and snoring quietly. Jasper kicked them in the shins as he ran by.
Wake up, you idiots! We're under attack!
They leapt into the air, waving their spears like flags as they tried to shake the drowsiness from their bodies. What? Where? One of them stammered. The grass, Ethan called as he ran after Jasper. The guards spun toward the knee-high grass, swaying gently under the morning sun. But nothing was there. They frowned and exchanged a glance with each other, lowering their weapons. Sounds like they had a little too much to drink last night, one of the guards said as a smile started to cross his face. A brilliant white flash lit the morning sky up. An earth-shaking boom followed it as a bolt of lightning danced through the sky. Cries rang out from the caravan as everyone was torn from their sleep. At the same time, the grass erupted with motion. Flashes of pointed green ears and sharp teeth danced through the grass as they carved away toward the caravan. Gremlins, Ethan called out in warning. Not a moment later, a small green blur launched itself toward the dark-skinned man. One of his swords flashed, and he stepped to the side. 2 halves of the creature thudded to the ground where he had been standing. However, the rest of the caravan wasn't as lucky. Many of the guards were caught unaware, and several men went down under a flurry of sharp claws and teeth. Bolts of lightning erupted from Jasper's hands as he cackled maniacally, sending gremlins screaming and running in fear. Ethan waltzed through the rapidly appearing horde, each stroke of his sword ending the life of a small green creature. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed several gremlins approaching Lena's wagon. The swordsman changed paths, running for the wagon to intercept the gremlins. They reached it before he did. One of them eagerly pulled the tarp aside and started to climb in. The bottom of Lena's shoe connected with its face violently, and the gremlin fell back, screaming in pain. Lena leapt out of her wagon and plunged a sword into the gremlin, ending its cries before turning to face the others. Ethan's blades dismissed the rest of them before she had to do anything. Didn't know you had a sword, Ethan said casually, pulling his sword free and cleaning it on the gremlin's shoddy clothing.
I haven't had a reason to use it yet. It was something of a joke gift from someone at my hometown, Lena said, her words coming out quickly. She paused to catch her breath and frowned at the dead creatures in the ground beside them. Aren't these gremlins? She asked. They are, Ethan agreed, cutting a gremlin out of the air as it leapt for his head. Battle cries rose up from the caravan guards as they pushed back against the small horde of gremlins. The guards managed to form a sparse circle around the wagon and were fighting hard to keep the monsters from gaining any more ground. Without the element of surprise, the gremlins had no chance against the trained humans. They fight like animals. I met a gremlin a little while ago, but he was nothing like these, Lena said, nudging the body of a dead gremlin with the tip of her foot. Ethan didn't respond. He watched the remaining gremlins flee, screaming pitifully back into the grass as the guards put down the stragglers with savage looks in their eyes. Most gremlins are no smarter than animals, Ethan finally said, but upon occasion, they can become more powerful than their compatriots. What occasion? If they become a vision. It happens, very rarely.
What are you damn slackers doing?
Jasper called, striding through the grass toward them. I was just asking Jackson about what these things are, Lena said with a gesture at the gremlins at her feet.
They're just gremlins. Stupid little horde creatures with rocks for brains, Jasper said distastefully.
Jackson said as much. And were you throwing bolts of lightning around?
Yeah, what of it?
Jasper asked, yawning loudly and stretching his arms out. You made a chair out of the earth yesterday. You said that visions had a specific thing that they had faith in. What kind of vision are you?
Sorry, I'm not answering that one, Jasper said.
What? Why? Lena asked, her brow furrowing. Ethan stepped in between them and raised a finger before Lena could continue. For once, this isn't just Jill being weird. Many visions won't say what they believe in order to keep any small advantage they can get. Their friends can figure it out since they spend a lot of time together with them. There are certain things unique to each vision that they'll die fighting over. But this one is generally pretty universal. You've got to figure out what his vision is on your own. It's a sign of respect, or something.
Or something,
Jasper agreed. Lena gave an annoyed grunt, but she allowed the topic to drop. Jasper gave Ethan an appreciative nod, which the swordsman accepted with a wink. We should probably find Melinda and find out how bad the damage was. It would be inconvenient if we got delayed, Ethan suggested. Jasper and Lena voiced their agreement. The three found Melinda surrounded by a ring of tired-looking guards near the center of the camp. There were several dead gremlins piled up a short distance from the train of wagons, and the merchant's mouth was curled in annoyance. Melinda spotted the trio shortly before they reached her, and waved the guards away. She walked over to them, smiling grimly when she saw the blood covering Ethan's twin swords. I believe you two were responsible for alerting the caravan of an attack, Melinda said. Jasper and Ethan nodded. Then we owe you our gratitude. I've never heard of gremlins on these roads. They could have done a lot more damage if they'd surprised us. How did you manage to notice them so early? I smelled them, Ethan said seriously. A smile started to cross Melinda's face, but it died in its tracks when she realized the swordsman wasn't joking. I see, Melinda said, drawing the last word out. Nonetheless, I appreciate your efforts. We didn't lose a single guard, and only 4 men were injured. We'll reach Erin's Vale this week without any issue because of your help.
Do we get a bonus?
Jasper asked eagerly. Do visions even need bonuses? You two must be filthy rich, Lena said with a disapproving glare.
Money makes the world go round, and being a vision doesn't buy me triple grade A steak from King Typhon's personal herd of cattle.
No amount of money would buy you that, Melinda said. Typhon won't even let outsiders see his cattle, let alone eat one. Being a vision won't help you there.
That's exactly why I need money,
Jasper said gleefully, pounding a fist into his open palm. I suppose we can arrange for something, Melinda said reluctantly.
Great. Say, how far away from Stormfront are we?
Jasper asked, his smug grin fading. About 2 weeks, Melinda replied after a moment of thought.
Thanks. I'm going to go train my student now. Have fun dumping these gremlins on the side of the road.
Jasper spun and strode toward the back of the caravan. Ethan sent Melinda an apologetic look and followed after his friend. Melinda watched them leave with a bemused look on her face. Once she was certain they were out of range, she turned to one of the nearby guards.
Next time we hire visions, remind me to do it myself instead of letting a third party do it for me.
Jasper was beside Lena's wagon, tapping his foot impatiently by the time she arrived. The vision held a hand out to stop her from passing him. He pointed at the sword strapped to her side, with a raised eyebrow.
You've got a sword?
Yeah, but I haven't had a reason to use it before today,
Lena said with a careless shrug.
Sure you did. We could have sparred with real weapons instead of twigs yesterday.
Lena put a hand on the hilt of her sword and took a step back. She sent a desperate glance toward Ethan, but the man just gave her an encouraging grin.
You want to train me with real weapons? You would have chopped me to shreds yesterday.
Bah, semantics,
Jasper said, and waved his hand dismissively.
Getting cut builds character.
And removes limbs,
Lena muttered. Jasper threw his hands up in the air and huffed angrily.
How do you want to train, then? By meditating? Or maybe you'd rather chew on some mushrooms and hope for enlightenment.
Would that help?
Lena asked thoughtfully.
What? No,
Jasper barked. He saw the smirk on Lena's face and crossed his arms in front of his chest with a huff.
You're making fun of me,
Jasper grumbled.
What? I would never do something like that,
Lena replied with wide eyes. When Jasper glanced away, she winked in Ethan's direction. The tall man suppressed a snort and turned his attention to wiping the dried blood off his swords.
Jokes aside, do you have any idea how we can figure out what my vision is?
Lena asked seriously. Jasper twisted his nose in distaste, but shook his head.
Nada. I just figured I'd hit you with a stick until something happened,
Jasper said, wistfully looking at Lena's sword. She put the weapon out of the insane gremlin's line of sight and sent him a warning glare.
That's not happening. Isn't there some kind of training you do to keep your vision powers in shape or something?
There is.
Perfect. I'll just do that,
Lena said with a sigh of relief.
I haven't done it recently, but I used to seek out other visions to fight them. Perhaps I've just been taking things too slow with you. A new vision needs stimulation, not coddling.
Lena paled, and she shook her head quickly, holding her hands up to ward off some unseen attack.
That's definitely not what I meant.
You'll be fine, Jasper said dismissively. But we'll need to find someone closer to your level for you to fight. There's no point in trying to use your vision powers against me.
Thanks,
Lena said grudgingly.
I think.
You'll have to get some serious training so you don't get slaughtered,
Jasper continued, completely ignoring Lena. He trailed off and gave Ethan a contemplating look. The swordsman blinked at the sudden attention, chewing his lip for a moment. Then he gave Jasper a small nod. The vision clapped in excitement, causing Lena to jump slightly.
What is it?
Lena asked.
Jackson will train you in swordsmanship. He's far better than I am, so it should do you well. Meanwhile, I'll try to see if I can scrounge up some backwater vision for you to smack around.
Jasper nodded to himself and wandered away from them, muttering under his breath all the way until he disappeared within his wagon. Lena gave the tall swordsman a skeptical look.
Did you agree to this?
She asked. Ethan gave her a small nod. And I'm a much better teacher than Jill is. Let me see your sword.
I appreciate it, but that isn't a particularly high bar you've set for yourself,
Lena said, looking regretfully at her wrist as she handed the sword over to Ethan. The man gave the blade a few quick swings. Once he was satisfied, he handed it back to Lena and gave her a small shrug. It's a good sword. Now, let's actually begin. Jill was trying to teach you how to be a vision, but I will be teaching you how to use a sword. You've clearly had some training before, but it hasn't just been with a sword. What is your weapon?
Mostly my fists. I sparred with my friends back at home. How could you tell?
You're standing in a fighting stance, and you didn't panic when the caravan got attacked. Now, I suspect you're familiar with the Islander style of combat. His sword flicked out from its sheath, and he demonstrated several sword forms. The blade hummed threateningly as it cut through the air. Ethan's calm demeanor seemed to be devoured by an oppressive force that emitted out from him in invisible waves. Each strike seemed to hold the power to cut through several men at once.
That was what Stonvout looked like when he fought, Lina said, taking a step back in shock. How do you know his fighting style? Have you met him?
The oppressive aura vanished, and Ethan slid his sword back into its sheath. Never heard of him, I'm afraid. However, this is a sword technique unique to a certain group of people in the islands, Ethan said, giving Lina a knowing look. Lina paled slightly, but Ethan shook his head with a laugh. Don't look so worried. I don't care about where you came from or even what you plan to do in the future. I'm just here to teach you how to fight. The style I just demonstrated is not suited to you. It's meant to crush opponents with sheer force and to intimidate people with brutality.
So what are you going to teach me? Lina asked.
How to win, Ethan said, a slow smile spreading across his face. Chapter 6. The caravan reached Erin's Vale at dawn several days later. They came to a stop along the side of a short hay barricade that encircled the town. The caravan workers wasted no time in grabbing their goods and forming a line to get inside the small town.
Remind me why we're wasting our time in this dump?
Jasper asked as he joined Ethan and Lina at the back of the line.
It's better than wasting time sitting in a wagon, Lina replied, absent-mindedly rubbing one of many dark bruises that had started to form on her arms. Besides, I need to buy some things for the road. The next town we stop at is a week away.
Wait, you have money?
Jasper asked, his eyes darting over to the small pouch that Lina had donned around her waist. The new vision put a hand protectively over the pouch and gave Jasper a warning glare.
Hands off, it's mine.
Sheesh, calm down. I didn't plan to take it. I was just surprised.
Sorry, I overreacted there. I think you just reminded me a little of someone I knew, Lina said apologetically. She paused for a moment. But you still can't have any.
Bah, I was just going to borrow it for a little while.
Jasper kicked the ground and pouted, a strange expression on what appeared to be a fully grown, albeit short, human. The line moved forward at a steady pace. It didn't take the three long to get to the lone guard standing watch at the edge of a small gap in the barricade. His helmet was worn and rusted, and the man looked bored out of his mind. He gave them a cursory glance, his eyebrow twitching slightly at the second sword buckled to Ethan's waist. "Why do you need 2 swords?" he asked Ethan. "In case I lose one inside someone else," Ethan said seriously. "I see," the guard said, taken aback. "You best not let that happen in Erin's Vale." He eyed Lina and Jasper, but they both gave him innocent smiles. The guard sighed and waved them onwards, and pointedly looked in the other direction as they passed. Jasper glanced over at Ethan with a smirk.
"Real balls of steel on this one,"
he commented, jerking a thumb back at the guard. "Friendly folk in this town," Ethan said, "but they really don't seem very prepared to defend themselves. I hope they don't get any trouble from monsters or bandits."
"Aye, would be real tragic,"
Jasper said, smoothing his hair down and licking his lips.
"It's not like they've got anything to rob. The only things in Erin's Vale are a blacksmith, some farmers, and a tailor,"
Lina said, frowning at Jasper. Jasper's face fell. Then he perked up again as his hand brushed the empty sheath at his waist. He tugged at Lina's sleeve to get her attention.
"A blacksmith? Guess this visit might not be a waste after all. Where's he hiding?"
"I've got no clue, but I'd assume he's near the middle of town," Lina said, scratching the side of her head. "He shouldn't be too hard to find. Erin's Vale is small."
The vision thanked her and darted off, leaving Ethan and Lina behind. Lina quickly checked to make sure her pouch hadn't left its position at her side, and then looked awkwardly over at Ethan.
"Sorry, my money just feels unsafe around him. I can't really put my finger on why."
"Listen to your instincts," Ethan said, grinning. "Your money is never safe near Jill." Speaking of which, I'm afraid I have no money at the moment. I'll just wait here until you're done shopping. Make sure you get back soon enough for us to continue training." Lena covered a grimace and forced herself to keep from glancing down at her hands. "That's fine. I won't be too long," she said, heading deeper into the town. It didn't take Jasper too long to find the blacksmith. The stone building had a plume of thick smoke rising from its chimney like a signal flare. The gremlin started toward the store with a grin, but his smile faded with every step he took. Jasper stopped several feet from the blacksmith, cold sweat practically pouring down his back. He gritted his teeth and glanced furtively around. The area was almost entirely deserted. The thought that it was strange for a smithy to be so quiet struck Jasper too late. Light footsteps echoed out from a darkened alleyway just beside the forge. Jasper turned toward it slowly, his knuckles turning white as he clenched his hands. A tall, striking woman with long, raven black hair emerged from within the darkness. Her skin was a flawless porcelain white that had no place existing in a world that had a sun. Two stunning purple eyes burned into Jasper's soul, and she gave him a warm smile. Jasper took one look at her near-perfect appearance, and his ears drooped. "No."
"Yes,"
the woman replied in a sing-song voice. She laughed at the despondent look on Jasper's face.
"No,"
he tried again, almost hopefully.
"Still yes," the woman said, letting out a small laugh.
"Averill, what do you want from me?"
"I'm honored you remember me so well," the tall woman responded without a hint of irony. "It's a pleasure to be so loved."
I could wipe a chimney chute with your conscience and somehow make the chimney dirtier. Now answer the question."
Averill laughed again and raised her hand as if to pat Jasper on the head. She stopped just before her hand touched him and gave him a meaningful look.
"This disguise is weak. A light breeze would blow it away."
"No sidetracking, Averill,"
Jasper said, showing her his teeth.
"The question."
"You just take the fun out of everything," Averill said with an exaggerated sigh. "I've decided to tag along with you. Things were getting awful boring at my place, so I was hoping you could spice them up."
Jasper's mouth opened to respond, but he slowly let it shut. The gremlin let out a defeated sigh and turned around with his shoulders slumped.
"I don't have a choice, do I?"
he asked despondently.
"Not in the slightest," Averill said, smirking. "But I did bring you a present."
Jasper glanced back at her. The tall woman pulled a dagger from her belt and presented it to the gremlin. He took it reluctantly, sliding it into his own sheath. The weapon fit perfectly, and Jasper grunted.
"I don't suppose this is your own dagger?"
Averill looked affronted.
"Of course not."
"Had to check. You better not be lying. I don't want that thing anywhere near me."
"I leave the lying to you, Jasper,"
Averill said with a dangerous smile. Jasper glared at the woman, and she shrugged in response.
"I'm going by Julian right now,"
Jasper said with a sigh.
"Jill for short, isn't it? I know. I just figured I'd address my old friend with his real name after so many years apart. Now, why don't you introduce me to your new friend? I'm eager to meet her."
After a short walk back through the city, the two returned to the caravan. The gremlin hopped up onto the edge of Lena's wagon and pulled out his new weapon, examining the blade carefully.
"There's nothing wrong with the knife,"
Averill told Jasper as she looked toward the city.
"And our friends are about to return."
Jasper reluctantly returned the knife to its sheath and followed Averill's gaze. Ethan and Lena were making their way back to the caravan. There was a large cloth-wrapped package in Lena's hands and a smile on her face.
"Ethan seems to be getting along with Lena well,"
Averill said. Jasper gave the tall woman a sideways glance. She looked back at him innocently, causing the gremlin to grit his teeth in annoyance.
"At least ask her what her name is before you start using it,"
he said, sighing. Averill ignored him, waving in Ethan and Lena's direction. Ethan's eyebrows raised, but he inclined his head in greeting. Lena kept the confusion from her face as she returned Averill's greeting. "Averill, what brings you here?" Ethan asked when he got closer to the wagon. The tall woman shrugged, gesturing in Jasper's general direction.
"Oh, I was just wandering around the town and saw my old friend. He invited me along, and I just couldn't resist."
It was clear that Jasper looked anything but pleased to have Averill along, but Lena didn't voice her observations. "I see. I'm Lena," she said, slowly offering Averill her hand. The taller woman accepted it daintily.
"A pleasure. I'm Averill. Are you up to anything interesting?"
"I was just about to spar with Jackson," Lena said, glancing down at the package in her hands.
"I just need to get changed first." "Don't let me stop you then,"
Averill said, stepping to the side and waving Lena on theatrically. Jasper hopped down to get out of the way, and Lena climbed up into her wagon. Averill and Ethan watched each other silently once Lena was out of sight. Then Averill shook her head and put a hand on the swordsman's shoulders.
"I'd never thought I'd see the day you picked a student," Averill said.
"Somehow I doubt anything is much of a surprise to you, much less this," Ethan said, giving Averill a knowing look.
"Stop taking the fun out of it,"
Averill said, shaking her head with a small smile. The swordsman drew one of his swords and walked around in a circle, tracing a line through the dirt with the tip of the weapon. When he was done, he wiped the dirt off his weapon and returned it to its sheath. Lena emerged from the wagon a short time later. Her hair was braided to keep it out of her eyes, and she'd replaced her shirt with a light red shirt trimmed with dull gold. She had vambraces on each arm and padded leather pants that offered slight protection from impact injuries. "You needed to go to the blacksmith for those?" Ethan asked, gesturing to the armor on her arms.
"You'll see,"
Lena said with a smirk. She drew her sword and walked into the ring Ethan had drawn. He shrugged and drew his own sword, bending his knees and shifting onto the balls of his feet. Lena mimicked his stance. Ethan gave her a quick, approving nod and beckoned her forward, signaling the start of the fight. Lena made the first move. Her sword flicked through the air toward his right shoulder. Ethan blocked the strike and forced her back with a wide swing. "Your face told me what your hands were thinking," Ethan informed her as he slipped under Lena's next attack. Jasper yawned as he watched Lena clash with Ethan. She had improved drastically in recent days, but it was impossible to match up to Ethan. Averill jabbed him sharply in the side, bringing him back to full attention with a yelp. "What's your problem?"
"This will be interesting. You should watch,"
Averill murmured. Jasper muttered a few curses under his breath, but he returned to watching the two fight. Ethan effortlessly deflected yet another one of Lena's attacks. The young woman hopped backwards, keeping her sword leveled at Ethan in case he tried to advance. However, the swordsman appeared to be content where he was. Lena rolled her shoulders and took a deep breath to get some air back. She lunged forward as if she was about to try for another overhead strike, but suddenly pulled back at the last moment. In the same motion, a blur shot out of her hands. Shock flashed across Ethan's face as something slammed into his arm, rapidly wrapping around it and pulling him off balance. Lena didn't waste a second in sending her sword whistling through the air toward the swordsman. Ethan's eyes narrowed moments before the sword hit him. There was a silver blur, followed by the screech of metal on metal. Lena's sword spun out of her hands and flew straight toward Jasper. The gremlin yelped and threw himself to the ground. There was a loud clang as the sword crashed against something and fell to the ground a short distance in front of Jasper. The gremlin glanced up just as the glowing gold wall in front of him started to fade away. Lena lowered her hand as the shining yellow energy behind her eyes and around her body started to dim.
"Holy shit! You damn near killed me!"
Jasper snapped as he rose back to his feet.
"I'm sorry, but I'm pretty sure I just saved you, too."
"I meant Ethan,"
Jasper said, still shaken.
He knew exactly where that sword was going.
Jackson, Ethan said quickly.
Shit,
Jasper said. Lena burst into laughter and shook her head. The last of the gold energy around her disappeared. Just drop it. I was wondering how long you two would keep this up, but come on. How many tiny, vulgar visions with short tempers are there? I've known who you were for most of the trip. Jasper's ears drooped and he sighed.
In that case, thanks for not giving us away,
he said grudgingly. Avril smirked at them, but was clearly content with watching everything unfold and didn't say anything herself. Could we go somewhere more private? Ethan asked, unwrapping Lena's weapon from his arm and glancing at it curiously. It was a bola, a strip of cloth connecting two metal spheres. He nodded approvingly and picked Lena's sword off the ground as well. He handed both weapons to her with a grin.
As long as you give me an explanation for what you're doing here, Lena said, taking them from Ethan.
Lena led the group back to her wagon, where all four of them piled into it. Lena pulled the tarp closed behind them and gingerly put her sword down beside her bed before flopping onto the floor. We were hired to protect your wagon, Ethan said when nobody else started talking.
From whom? Yourselves? And who hires bandits to protect a caravan?
Hey, we can't rob the caravan if we're protecting it. And, funnily enough, the same guy that hires bandits to rob them,
Jasper said with a shrug.
The same guy? Who?
Jasper glanced up at Ethan, but the swordsman didn't offer any help. He just shrugged and pulled out an oilcloth to polish his sword.
A vision who goes by the name of Bartholomew. He's a scummy bastard,
Jasper said, his brow furrowed.
Then why are you working for him? I'm sure there's another way you could make money.
Ethan glanced up from his sword and met Jasper's eyes. The swordsman shrugged slightly and gave his companion a small nod.
Because it wasn't money we were after. Bartholomew was in possession of something we needed,
Jasper said, so quietly that Lena had to strain just to hear his words. She sat down on the wagon beside Jasper.
What could be so important that a vision needs it so desperately? Lena asked.
You're going to have to swear to secrecy if you want to hear any more,
Jasper said. Lena raised an eyebrow, but the other vision didn't respond.
Sure, I won't tell anybody.
It's not me you need to say that to. Tell her,
he said, gesturing toward Avril.
Avril is tagging along, so she might as well make herself useful.
The beautiful vision smirked, but she walked over to Lena.
If you make that promise to me, you'll find it enforced whether you like it or not. You don't have to do this if you don't want to. I've met these two twice already, and I owe Ethan a life debt. I might as well see if I can do anything to help, Lena said, after thinking for a minute. I promise not to tell anyone.
A wisp of gray smoke escaped Avril's mouth and fluttered through the air. It plunged into Lena's chest. The woman glanced down, but the smoke had vanished as if it had never been there.
What did you do? She asked. It'll ensure you don't tell anybody about your agreement. Nothing else. It'll fade in a month, so don't worry about it too much, Avril said. Fair enough. So, now that I can't tell anybody, what's this important thing you were talking about?
A key, Ethan said, looking up from his sword.
A key to what? Lena asked.
Not so loud, Jasper hissed. And yes, a key. It opens a treasure vault within the Ashen Lands.
I know all about going to great distances for treasure, but this seems a bit excessive. The Ashen Lands are a death trap. I know entire crews of pirates that sailed to that damned desert following legends. None of them have come back.
When you put it that way, it makes it sound bad. But it's not just any treasure. It's the Everflame,
Jasper said, whispering the last word.
Surely there are other treasures a vision could get with much less effort. What's so special about this?
Lena trailed off as Jasper violently hushed her.
Don't mention it if you don't have to. You never know who's listening. And of course there are, but this one is special.
Never heard of it,
Lena said. Jasper huffed in annoyance.
Of course you haven't. Nobody's heard of the thing in years. And to most normal humans, the thing is worthless. It's just a candle.
And for visions? Lena asked, catching on to what the gremlin was implying.
A source of energy, and a damn powerful one at that. It would make even a weak-willed vision near insurmountable,
Jasper said, his eyes staring blankly through Lena as if he were watching something behind her. So, you're just trying to get more powerful? Is that all you ever think about? Lena asked crossly.
No, the candle isn't for me,
Jasper said, sighing. It's for me, Ethan said seriously. Jasper is attempting to save my life. He pulled his heavy cloak back and lifted his shirt, revealing his toned chest. A dark outline formed a large square around where his heart would have been. With a hiss, the outlined area of his chest swung outwards. Lena drew in a sharp breath of surprise and couldn't stop herself from flinching backwards. Ethan didn't have a heart. Metallic tubes and wires hung suspended in his chest. At their center, where his heart should have been, a ball of flickering purple energy floated in the air, humming quietly. When we talked on the mountain, I mentioned I was injured in a fight some time ago. The damage was severe, but Jasper managed to give me a temporary extension on life. Unfortunately, he can only do so much. The Everflame is a power source that can replace the one currently dying out within me. It's my best shot to live, Ethan said. He slid the plate back where it disappeared seamlessly into his body. Ethan let his shirt fall and pulled his cloak around himself again. I assume you've already gotten the key, then? Lena asked quietly. Jasper and Ethan exchanged a worried glance. Then, Jasper gave Lena an almost imperceptible nod. So why are you still here? Don't you have what you need?
The caravan is going in the right direction, and Bartholomew would be a problem if we didn't do what we agreed to,
Jasper said. Not to mention, we have both taken you on as a student. I will not be leaving until you are worthy of using my sword style, Ethan said, smiling at Lena. I appreciate that. The last time we worked together proved to be quite profitable. Would you be interested in another partnership?
What are you getting at?
Jasper asked. You two keep teaching me how to be a vision. As I said, I still owe Ethan a life debt from the mountain, and it'll sit on my shoulders forever if he dies before getting the candle thing. I'll help you get it.
You have no idea what you're signing up for, Jasper warned.
She's a grown woman. She can make her own decisions, Averill interrupted.
We can discuss this later, when it comes time to leave the caravan,
Jasper said, after a long look at Averill.
For now, we'll just focus on Lena's training.
Fantastic. Now that we're all happy, care to explain your new weapon? Ethan asked. Lena's gaze shifted down to the bundle of cloth in one of her hands. She grinned and unwrapped the bola so everyone could get a better look. I thought it would work a lot better than it did. Most people don't have extra arms to defend themselves with, Ethan said, gesturing down at the extra pair of arms hidden behind his cloak. This was highly creative. Well done. Lena grinned at the compliment. She wrapped the new cloth weapon up into a little bundle and tossed it through the tarp at the back of her wagon. I think we're done for today, Lena said. I've got a lot to think about, and you two have a guest to entertain.
Guest is too generous a word. More like stowaway, Jasper grumbled.
Despite that, he climbed out of the wagon along with Ethan and Averill. Lena waved at them and pulled the tarp flap closed.
You want her to come with us, don't you?
Jasper asked Averill as they headed back toward their own wagon. Averill just gave Jasper a knowing smile. The gremlin sighed and shook his head.
I'll get you back for not warning me that I was about to get stabbed by a flying sword.
I did warn you, technically, Averill replied. Ethan let out a small chuckle as they reached their wagon. He glanced at Averill and tilted his head slightly. You're not going to leave, are you? He asked. Not yet, Averill replied. In that case, you can take Jasper's bed. You sure aren't getting mine, Ethan said, darting into the wagon with a laugh. Chapter 7 The wagon's floor rumbled as it rode over the coarse gravel road. Jasper's brow was creased and his hands clenched tight. Ethan lay asleep on the floor beside him, and Avril leaned against a wall, her dark eyes troubled.
"You can't be serious,"
Jasper said. The illusion around him flickered slightly, revealing the gremlin for a split second before it snapped back to his human appearance.
"We both know I don't joke about things like this,"
Avril said. She drummed her fingers against her knee impatiently. The wagon hit a bump and jumped, snapping Ethan out of his sleep as his head bounced loudly off the wooden floor. He groaned and groggily pushed himself into a sitting position, looking from Avril to Jasper as the clouds left his eyes. "What are you talking about?" he asked.
"Jan,"
Jasper said, grimacing.
"You'd think he'd run out of Vadran at some point."
Ethan's eyes narrowed as the last of the sleep left him. His hand dropped to the hilt of his sword and he cocked his head to the side, listening intently for something. "Are they here now?" he asked.
"We wouldn't be sitting around if they were,"
Avril said with a grim smile.
"But they aren't far behind."
"They never are. I wish we could just stop running," Ethan said with a heavy sigh.
"Not yet,"
Jasper growled.
"We can't afford to fight any Vadran. You're running out of energy. How many fights can you even survive at this point? 2? 3?
"I will do what is needed," Ethan said, the faintest tinge of anger burning in his voice. A small spider crawled out from the floorboards and started to skitter across the floor. Jasper ground it into the wood with his heel before it could escape, his eyes uncharacteristically cold.
"Jan is definitely a problem,"
Avril agreed, glancing down at the small black stain Jasper had created on the wagon floor.
"But you have more pressing matters that are about to arise."
"Of course we do,"
Jasper muttered. He rose to his feet, shooting a weary look at Avril.
"I really wish you could just make things simple for once. It would be so easy for you."
Avril's eyes darkened and she frowned at the gremlin. She waved impatiently at the back of the wagon and clicked her tongue.
"You know that's not how this works,"
Avril said. The wagon suddenly ground to a halt. The three exchanged a glance and Avril raised an eyebrow.
"You better get going. Bring me back some presents."
Ethan hopped to the ground and Jasper followed after him, pausing for a moment to present his middle finger to Avril. Ethan drew his sword as they ran toward the front of the caravan.
"How many times can one damn caravan get attacked?"
Jasper whined. "You don't know it's an attack yet," Ethan said, his eyes scanning the area for any sight of foes. There was a cry from somewhere ahead of them. Jasper raised an eyebrow at Ethan, who grunted in response and picked up the pace. The guards had gathered at the lead wagon, in front of a large force of badly armored men that had blocked their path. They had evidently been lying in wait for the caravan within the small forest to the side of the road. "Okay, it's probably an attack," Ethan said, eyeing the people blocking their way with a frown. "I request that you remove yourselves from our path," the guard captain said from the front of the wagon line. There was a smattering of laughter from the other force, but none of them took their eyes off the caravan. The wall of men parted down the middle, allowing an average-sized man with a short gray beard and scarred face to make his way to the front.
"That can be arranged,"
he said with a small bow.
"Simply hand over a small protection fee and you can pass."
"A safety fee?" the guard captain asked. "And what exactly do we need protection from?"
"Us,"
the man said with a nasally laugh. He looked back at his men, who immediately broke into forced laughter. The guards bristled, and several drew their weapons. Jasper strode forward to stand in between the two parties and held his hands up.
"Wait, calm down, gentlemen." "And who might you be?"
the scarred man asked, giving Jasper a once-over. The gremlin didn't respond to him. His eyes scanned through the crowd until he spotted who he was looking for.
"Lena, get over here,"
Jasper called. She emerged from the crowd of guards, a frown on her face. Jasper noted the cloth weapon wrapped around a small hook on her belt and gave her a pleased smile.
"See those guys?"
he said, gesturing toward the men blocking the road. Lena nodded hesitantly.
Training time,
Jasper said with a wicked grin. He snapped his fingers. Dozens of spikes erupted from the ground behind the bandits in a semicircle. "He's a vision!" one yelled. With a rough chorus of battle cries, the bandits charged. The caravan guards placed their backs to the wagons and prepared to defend themselves. Jasper gave Lena a firm push toward the bandits, his eyes locked on the scarred man.
"Go squish some bugs. None of them should be any issue for you,"
Jasper told her. He made a beeline toward the scarred man as Lena drew her weapon and met the bandit charge together with the other caravan guards.
"Hello, Vision,"
the man said, looking at Jasper with a lazy smile on his face.
"Not the only one here, I reckon,"
Jasper said. He hurled himself to the side as flames engulfed the spot where he had been standing with a loud roar.
"How'd you know?"
the scarred man asked.
"The shit-eating grin. We've all got it,"
Jasper replied as several spikes of earth erupted from the ground and pierced toward the scarred vision. A coil of fire appeared in the air before the man, melting the stone before it reached him.
"I see,"
the scarred man said in the same bored voice. Jasper threw himself into a roll as the other vision hurled a ball of molten flame at him. An earthen hand punched out of the ground behind the scarred man and wrapped its fingers around him. A pillar of fire roared into the sky, forcing everyone in the area to step back and cover their eyes. When it disappeared, the hand was gone as well.
"You're rather weak,"
the scarred vision said with a laugh.
"You'd think an Earth vision would be more creative than this."
A bolt of lightning screamed out of Jasper's hands and slammed into the other vision's chest. The scarred man cried out and stumbled backwards a step, smoke rising up from his chest.
"Lightning? But how?"
he asked. Jasper grinned at him as the air temperature suddenly dropped several degrees. The scarred man only had a moment to look surprised before there was a sudden crackle from the area around his feet. Strands of water erupted from the ground below him like grasping tentacles. They wrapped around him, completely surrounding his body with water. Then, they froze. The battlefield lapsed into a stunned silence. The ice abruptly vanished, revealing the unharmed vision. The scarred man burst into laughter.
"Illusions! The earth, the fire, all of it!
That's pitiful.
Just convincing little tricks."
Jasper didn't respond. Dark chains erupted from the ground and latched around the other vision's arms and legs. He tugged against them for a moment, but they held fast.
"Are party tricks really all you can do?"
the scarred vision snarled.
"Pitiful. I will—"
2 swords punched through his chest. The chains vanished, and the vision's body crumpled to the ground, shock still evident on his face. Ethan stepped over the man, stabbing him again to make sure he was dead, before cleaning his swords off on the dead vision's clothes. "He sure did talk a lot," Ethan said, sheathing his swords. "You're getting lax. You should have killed him before he figured anything out."
"Shut up, I had it handled,"
the gremlin replied, but he gave the swordsman a small nod of gratitude. A golden flash lit up the sky behind them. A dozen bandits hurtled through the air and disappeared into the forest. Lena stood before a group of guards, her hands stretched out protectively. Lena scanned the area for her next enemy, but the bandits had already broken. The caravan guards didn't give chase. As the last of their attackers limped into the forest, the light around Lena faded away.
"Looks like you're getting a hold of your abilities. Any idea what triggered them this time?"
Jasper said.
"Not really. I was just trying to stop the bandits," she said with an apologetic shrug.
"Fantastic. I don't suppose you've managed to figure your vision out either."
Lena just grinned at him. The gremlin groaned and rolled his eyes.
"How did I land the only vision in the history of time that can't figure out what they believe in?"
"Perhaps you're atoning for the transgressions of a past life, or this one. But we should get back into our wagons to not delay the good lady any further,"
Avril called as she approached them. The majority of the guards had already started shifting the bodies off the road, and Melinda was impatiently tapping her foot on the ground, as she watched from her perch at the front wagon. Her gaze narrowed when she saw Averill, but the caravan master chose to say nothing in lieu of checking the casualties from the fight. The group walked back to Lena's wagon and piled into it, lining themselves against the walls.
"You did very well today,"
Averill told Lena. She glanced at Jasper out of the corner of her eye.
"I can't say the same for you, Jasper. That was pitiful."
"Thanks, I think," Lena said.
"Go bite an anthill,"
Jasper grumbled, pulling his hood over his head and covering his eyes. Ethan let out a large yawn and laid down using his arm as a pillow.
"I have to ask, why are you here? You're a vision, aren't you?"
Lena asked Averill.
"I am,"
Averill said.
"One of Jasper and Ethan's old traveling companions."
"One? You mean there was a whole group?" Lena asked. Jasper coughed loudly and rolled over, kicking at Averill from his position on the floor.
"If you couldn't tell, he doesn't like talking about us very much. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to make an executive decision."
"Wait, what?"
Jasper yelled, jumping to his feet. Averill drew her dagger slightly out of its sheath at her side, and the gremlin slammed to a halt as a wave of gray energy pulsed out from Averill's body. It rippled across the floor like a slow wave. Jasper and Ethan vanished the moment it touched them, but it passed through Lena harmlessly. Her eyes flashed golden, and she reached for her sword. Averill turned to look back at Lena. The tall woman's eyes had turned completely gray, like an endless expanse of dead space. Lena's light winked out as if it had never been there.
"Calm down," Averill said. "We just needed to talk alone. They will be fine."
"What did you do to them?" Lena asked.
"I temporarily removed them from this plane of existence, if you must know. Nothing major."
"That doesn't sound like a minor problem to me," Lena said doubtfully, but she let her hand fall away from the hilt of her sword.
"You made friends with them quite easily,"
Averill said, changing the subject.
"I owe Ethan a life debt, and he's teaching me how to fight for free. Jasper is teaching me how to be a vision. There's no reason why I shouldn't be friends with them,"
Lena said. Averill raised a hand, shaking her head.
"I wasn't trying to say that. But you really don't know that much about these two, and frankly, if Jasper had his way, you'd never learn more."
"Everyone has their secrets," Lena said.
"I've got my fair share of them as well."
Averill let out a small laugh. She saw Lena's disgruntled expression and gathered herself back together.
"I'm sorry. I hope I haven't offended you. Your secrets are not on the level of Jasper's. They are personal, but his are not. Furthermore, this information is very pertinent to you."
"Why does it seem like you're implying that you know my secrets?" Lena asked suspiciously.
"Because I do,"
Averill said with a dismissive wave of her hand.
"But that isn't important. You're in danger. Every minute you spend with Jasper and Ethan is a possibility of being attacked. You should know that already. You saw the Vadran back during your first job with them."
"How did you know about that?" Lena asked in surprise.
"I'm in the business of knowing things. But that doesn't change my point. They're being hunted. As long as you remain in their company, you need to be aware that you are also in danger."
"The Vadran, right? Those monsters didn't look like they were working for anyone with good intentions. I'd be doing the world a favor if I helped Jasper and Ethan kill more of them."
"I won't answer that. I didn't bring you here to control your actions. I have just ensured you are aware that you will know no rest if you continue to travel with us. Jasper and Ethan have racked up very many enemies."
"I appreciate the thought," Lena said after considering Averill's words. "However, I'm not a stranger to being hunted. I will be cautious, but I have a debt to pay. Besides, I need a teacher for my vision powers, and I'm not going to easily find one anywhere else."
"You have been informed. Your loyalty to your beliefs is commendable. I hope you can keep it,"
Averill said. Another gray pulse rippled out from Averill. Jasper and Ethan popped back into existence, and Averill leaned back against the wagon. Jasper pulled his hood back and glared furiously at Averill.
"What did you tell her, you meddlesome witch?"
Not as much as you fear, Gremlin, Averill said. Just enough for her to be aware of the situation. Jasper gave Lena a suspicious look. She shrugged in response. She just said that you were being hunted and I wasn't safe being next to you. The gremlin frowned and glanced back at Averill. She gave him a slight nod. Jasper sighed and sat back down, rubbing the bridge of his pointed nose wearily.
I guess you probably needed to know that,
he said, pausing for a few moments before grimacing slightly and continuing.
Thank you, Averill.
Averill's eyebrows both rose slightly, and she tilted her head to the side. Confusion clouded her eyes at the gremlin's thanks.
And now stay the hell out of my business,
Jasper added. The other vision's face relaxed, and she smirked at the peeved gremlin as he returned his attention to Lena.
As much as I dislike that old hag, she's right. There are Vadran chasing after us. A lot of them. We need to get to Stormfront and get a boat to the Ashen Lands as soon as possible.
Why? Lena asked. Do the Vadran also want the Everflame? Jasper grimaced, glancing around as if someone would suddenly pop up inside the wagon.
Not them. Vadran don't think. But Jan, the person that controls them, he might want the flame.
Then why is this person sending Vadran after you? Wouldn't it be smarter to just directly go for the Lena paused at Jasper's strained expression. The flame? Jasper waggled a hand from side to side and frowned in unease.
No, there's only one key left, and we've got it. But I'm not sure he's even after the flame.
Lena screwed her face up in confusion. That doesn't make sense, she said. Why would he be having the Vadran chase you if he doesn't want the artifact? Jasper didn't respond immediately. He broke eye contact with Lena and looked at the tarp at the back of the wagon as if he were wishing for something to happen.
Because Ethan and I killed his friend, and he probably wasn't a huge fan of that,
Jasper said after an exceptionally long pause. Then he pulled his hood over his head and rolled over, ignoring any further attempts of communication. At the other end of the wagon, Averill watched Jasper with an unreadable expression that just might have been worry. In the not-so-far distance, a haunting howl ripped through the midday sky like a jagged blade. A chorus of raspy cries rose up in response. Then there was just silence. The Vadran didn't make noise when they were on the move. Chapter 8. The gravel road had long since turned into a paved gray stone, and the plains had given way to gentle sloping hills. Not too long after, the imposing gray walls of a large city slowly came into view.
Remind me which city that is,
Jasper asked. He was perched precariously on top of the wagon, his illusion still making him appear human. Lena clung to the doorway and peered down the side of the long caravan as it rumbled across the path. It's Ringdon, Lena called up to him. I'm sure Melinda told you the path the caravan was going to take.
She probably did. I wasn't listening, Jasper said. Most of the inland cities are the same anyways. The only damn thing I care about is getting to Stormfront on time.
Nobody had a response to that, so a blanket of silence descended over the group. A few hours later, the caravan reached the walls of Ringdon. Several guards walked up and down the line, giving each wagon a quick check before moving on to the next. One of them glanced up at Jasper as he approached the wagon. Jasper dropped the illusion for a moment, flashing the guard a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth before returning to his human form. The guard jumped and looked around wildly to see if anybody else had noticed. Unfortunately, his partner was preoccupied talking to Melinda. The guard gave Jasper a suspicious look, and the gremlin grinned down at him.
You look tired, Jasper called. Maybe get some sleep, or lay off the booze.
Keep your mouth shut unless you want to end up in jail, the guard snapped back. His partner finished talking with Melinda and strode up to him. Come on, they're good to go, he said. The guard that Jasper had taunted gave him a final suspicious glare before returning to the city gate with his partner. Do you really have to mess with them like that? Avril asked. She paused at the evil grin on the gremlin's face. On second thought, don't answer that. I already know what you're going to say. Jasper harumphed and swung down from the roof and through the tarp. The wagon started moving again. A few minutes later, they passed through the walls of Ringdon. Behind them, a large iron gate thundered shut over the entrance to the city. After just a few more minutes of travel, the caravan ground to a halt. Everyone grouped up in a large circle near the front of the train, where Melinda was waiting to address the crowd. We'll be staying in Ringdon for 4 days, not including today, Melinda said. The market opens at sunrise. You've got the rest of the night off, she said briskly. The crowd cheered and dispersed like a herd of startled cats. A few of the merchants returned to their wagons, while the majority of them headed into the city, likely toward the nearest tavern. So what now? I'm not sure we can train with either swords or vision powers inside the city, Lena said. Jasper noticed Avril shift uncomfortably out of the corner of his eye. He followed her gaze to Lena's wagon, and a thoughtful look worked its way across his face.
When's the last time you organized your stuff? Jasper asked.
What do you mean? My wagon is fine, Lena said defensively. It's just a little messy.
That isn't what I meant. Let's say a group of bandits popped up in the middle of the night, and you had 5 seconds to grab something and run. What are you going to take, and how can you reach it?
Why would I run? There are 3 visions here. I don't think...
Forget that. Let's say you had no choice.
Then I guess I don't know. I suppose I could go make a grab bag or something, she said, screwing up her face. That's always a good idea. Make sure you pack something to keep your sword polished. Food is a decent idea, too, Ethan said. I think your priorities are wrong, Lena muttered as she headed back toward her wagon. Once she was out of range, Jasper raised an eyebrow at Avril.
You're not going to tell me why you look worried, are you? He asked.
I've helped more than I should already, Avril said. She smiled sadly and shrugged her shoulders, drawing a sigh out of the gremlin.
Is it wise for us to leave Lena alone? She's been getting better with the sword, but her vision powers are still undeveloped.
She'll be okay, Avril said after a long pause. Droplets of sweat started to bead up on her forehead, and she repressed a grimace behind a half-hearted smile. That's the end of my help for now. Don't ask again, please.
Thank you,
Jasper said seriously. He picked at his teeth with a sharp fingernail and scanned the area around the caravan. Does anyone have something to eat? I'm hungry, Ethan said, ignoring the somber mood that had settled over them. We have no money. Maybe we should go get our payment from Melinda early, Ethan suggested. I'll join you two in that case, Avril said. It'll be fun to visit a local tavern.
Only because you win all the gambling games, you short-nosed cheat, Jasper said as they walked over to Melinda.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with my nose. You're just jealous that you've got a carrot glued to your face. Jasper touched his nose subconsciously and frowned. He settled for flipping Avril off just before they reached Melinda. Her face was buried in a large logbook. Her pen rapidly shot back and forth across a sheet of paper. She glanced up from her work, a grimace crossing her face before she could stop it at the sight of Jasper. What can I do for you? She asked, putting the pen down and leaning back.
Money,
Jasper said, sticking his open palm out toward her. What he meant to say, Avril said, pulling Jasper away from the merchant and patting him on the head like a small child, was that he'd like partial payment so we can afford to eat today. And who would you be? I've seen you hanging around the caravan. We don't take freeloaders kindly, Melinda said. I keep Jill under control, Avril said promptly, waving a hand in Jasper's direction. That's almost enough reason to pay you as well. Are you also a vision? Melinda asked, counting out several silver coins and dropping them into Jasper's outstretched hand.
She's more like my stock.
Jasper was abruptly cut off as Avril smacked him on the back of his head. I'm just his babysitter, Avril said. Melinda let out an amused huff of air. She picked her pen back up and waved it aggressively at them. I'll be taking that out of your pay.
Now, unless there's something important, stop bothering me, she barked.
They left the caravan and wandered down the main street of Rangden. The houses that lined the streets were similar to the average neighborhoods in Relin, endless rows of stone brick houses with old roofs and little space between them.
How are we supposed to find the tavern when each damn house looks the same?
Jasper complained. It will probably be the one with a tavern sign hanging on the front door, Ethan said helpfully. He gestured at a building that was just a short walk down the road. It was mid-sized, with 2 floors and a well-kept exterior. There was a steady stream of people flowing in and out of it. A waxed wooden sign hanging from 2 chains above the door revealed the tavern's name to be the Guzzling Gopher. The interior of the building was warmly lit, and several dozen people were scattered inside. A burly man at the counter finished pouring a woman a glass of frothing beer. He glanced up at the new visitors and gave them a sharp nod. He waved toward one of the few open tables near the center of the room. "Are you planning to cover dinner?" Ethan asked Averill as the 3 sat down at the table to wait for the barmaid.
Just this once,
Averill said, rolling her eyes as she fidgeted with a small purse tied to her belt. Jasper noticed the motion, and a frown crept across his face.
"What can I get you lot?"
A young woman with a round face and pleasant smile asked them as she sashayed up to their table.
"You got anything light?"
Jasper asked.
"Lightest thing we've got right now is stew. The alternative is lamb chops."
She paused for a moment.
"And ale, if you aren't hungry."
"I'll take the stew,"
Jasper said, absent-mindedly tracing a finger along one of the grooves in the wooden table. "As will I," Ethan said. "I can smell the broth from here. I think I might be in love." The swordsman sent a longing glance toward the kitchen. The barmaid hid a smile and turned toward Averill. The tall woman chewed her lip for a moment before she came to a decision.
"The beef pie for me,"
Averill said.
Those aren't quite ready. They should be out of the oven pretty soon, though, if you're willing to wait."
Averill just gave the girl a small smile and waved her away. They waited for the food silently. The air felt heavy despite the positive mood within the bar. The waitress returned a few minutes later. She set 2 bowls of stew, as well as a meat pie, down on the table. Steam rose up from the pie, which was hot enough that Jasper could feel the heat from across the small table.
"They finished just as I went to get your order.
You're real lucky," the waitress said with a laugh.
"That'll be 3 silver."
Averill reached out and dropped 4 silvers into the barmaid's hand. Then she grabbed her pie off the table.
"Wait, that's really hot,"
the barmaid started. The dark-haired woman took a huge bite out of the pie, swallowing it in moments and giving the girl a small nod.
"I'm from the desert. Our food is always hot," she explained.
The barmaid didn't seem convinced, but the extra silver Averill had given her was more than enough to account for the strange table. Jasper shoveled several spoonfuls of stew into his mouth before he said anything.
"The desert? Really? That's ridiculous."
Averill took another enormous bite from the pie and gave him a small shrug.
"It worked, and I couldn't be bothered to wait for it to cool down."
There was a loud burp from the other side of the table. Ethan set the bowl back down on the table and rocked back in his chair, his face the very picture of contentment. He smacked his lips several times in appreciation. "That was some good stuff," Ethan said. "You should take us out more often."
"She most definitely should not," Jasper said. "We're spending too much time together already."
Averill smirked at him as she polished off the last of her pie. Jasper shook his head in disappointment as he took another spoonful of stew.
"You two have no appreciation for food. It's meant to be savored, not demolished."
A deep knell hammered through the tavern walls. Conversation dried up as people stopped what they were doing, looking around for the source of the noise. The tone repeated itself, this time louder. Chairs toppled to the floor as people flew to their feet, fear appearing on their faces. Jasper let out a string of curses when he saw the resigned look in Averill's face. The tone echoed out a 3rd time. A cacophony of haunting howls rose up through the night. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet as goosebumps waltzed their way up people's arms and backs. Pandemonium broke out. Men and women charged out the tavern doors and into the streets. "We'd best figure out what's going on," Ethan said, pushing himself away from the table and standing up.
"My stew better be waiting for me when I get back,"
Jasper yelled at the bartender as they followed the crowd out the door. While several people darted off toward the outside of the city, the majority of the crowd stampeded toward the center square. Averill gave the two men a sympathetic glance, answering the question before they could even ask it.
"Jan is here," she said.
"You mean the Vadran, right?"
Jasper asked. The look on Averill's face told him everything he needed to know.
"Typhon scruffy beard,"
Jasper cursed. The dark clouds that had gathered over the city boomed in response.
"I thought he had his Vadran do the dirty work. What is he doing here?"
Averill just shook her head.
"He's not completely here, more of a projection than anything. But that should be cause enough to worry. You two had best run to the walls before there isn't anything left to save."
They ran. The top of the walls were already teeming with guards by the time Jasper and Ethan got there. The smell of alcohol and sweat clogged the air like rancid glue. The gremlin grimaced as they pushed their way through the crowd. In the distance, a swarm of darkness was pouring over the hills toward the city. Jasper sucked in a sharp breath and swore. One of the guards beside him, an older man with a graying beard and a wrinkled face, nodded in agreement, his eyes riveted on the approaching tide of Vadran. "Couldn't have said it better myself. It's got to be those damn visions," the guard said. "Always bringing their trouble to us normal folks and waltzing away unharmed after they raze the whole place to the ground." Jasper nodded mindlessly as he desperately tried to comprehend the size of the Vadran swarm rapidly approaching the city walls. He could see the end of the dark wave, but that didn't give him much reassurance. There must have been several thousand of the wretched creatures. "This does not look good," Ethan said, biting his lip. "Ringden's walls will not hold against Jan." "Who's Jan?" the talkative guard asked. Jasper didn't answer him. He wrung his hands together as he desperately tried to think, but it was clear that an ideal solution wasn't presenting itself. As the horde grew closer, Jasper finally turned back to Ethan with a defeated expression on his face.
"How much time do you have left?"
"A little less than 2 months. However, I'm afraid I'll be quite mindless during the last few days. Maybe earlier."
"Right. Go get Lena. She's new, but Averill isn't going to help here. She's already done this much. You remember what to do, right?"
"Who do you think you're talking to? Good luck. Try not to get us both killed," Ethan said. His usual cheer had vanished, and his eyes were cold. The swordsman pulled his heavy cloak tighter around himself and disappeared back into the crowd. Jasper swallowed and looked back over the castle edge. The Vadran were minutes away at the most. The guard nudged Jasper's shoulder to get his attention. "Don't try anything crazy," he recommended. "You seem like a nice enough young man. Just stand fast and hold the wall. Leave the hero business to men who don't value their lives."
"I'm not a hero,"
Jasper said, stepping toward the edge of the wall.
"I'm a vision."
The illusion vanished, leaving the gremlins standing in a mass of worried guards. Before any of them could react, Jasper threw himself over the precipice. The dark clouds roared their disapproval as a brilliant blast of orange and red lit up the dark sky. The gremlin rose into the sky above Ringden, tendrils of hungry flames spiraling around him like snakes. The heat coming off the vision was strong enough that the grass below him was scorched. Jasper's eyes had been replaced by 2 pools of storming purple lightning. It crackled and hissed as if it were trying to escape from within his body. The Vadran were less impressed with Jasper's display. They didn't even break stride at the gremlin's sudden appearance. However, the rake of lightning that tore through their front lines like a vengeful god brought different results. Dozens of Vadran were instantly transformed into smoldering corpses. The next few lines of the vile creatures were caught up in their companions' bodies and subsequently vaporized by a blast of flame. But the horde showed no signs of stopping.
I am your opponent.
Jasper's voice was cold and cruel as it sliced through the air.
You will show me proper respect, Mondro curs.
He lifted a hand into the air. The earth shuddered in response as enormous rock spikes erupted up, creating a jagged wall in the ground before Ringden's walls. This time, the Vadran stopped their charge. They staggered to a mute halt, their baleful eyes staring up at the gremlin. An enormous bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky, killing several Vadran and creating a small crater in the ground. A second strike followed after it, but it suddenly popped out of existence a moment before it hit the creatures. A ripple passed through the army, and they moved apart, creating a thin path. A tall islander man glided across the ground. His long braided hair swung behind him like the hand of a grandfather clock, and his narrow eyes were as cold as ice. His skin tone resembled Lena's, but it was lighter, as if he hadn't seen sunlight in several years.
You've gone and lost your mind again, traitor. I'm surprised you do something like that now. But you've never cared about others, have you? Looks like you're getting into the habit of killing friends,
the islander man spat, putting emphasis on the last word. A spike of stone erupted from the ground behind the man. It punched through his chest and lifted him a foot off the ground. The man grabbed the rock, and it turned to sludge in his hands. He dropped back to the ground, the enormous hole in his chest sealing as each second passed.
I wonder how much that one cost. A day? A week?
He asked Jasper mockingly.
Be silent,
Jasper roared. A bolt of lightning crashed down on Jan's body so violently that he instantly turned to ash. Not more than a few moments later, Jan was once again standing where he had been, apparently no worse for the wear.
You're weak, Spider, Jan growled. Toggle pitied you. He showed you mercy.
A bolt of violet light launched out of Jasper's hand and drilled into Jan's chest. There was a silent pop, followed by a loud sucking noise. A large whirling ball of darkness erupted into being where he had been standing, enveloping several Vadran as well. It vanished a moment later, leaving a smooth crater and the bloody back half of a Vadran. The air around the attack shimmered for a moment. Then, starting with his feet, Jan formed back together.
Attack all you want, traitor. Death has lost its grasp on me. The sands of time have forgotten my existence, but I will remind them of yours. I will put you down, dog, Jasper snarled, and then I'll bury you with your crazed master. You shall try, Jan said. We'll meet at midnight, assuming you show even an ounce of care for the man you're in the process of killing.
Jan's features sagged downwards, starting to melt like wet sand. His body crumpled as the wind blew it apart. Within seconds, there was nothing left of him but the foul smell of death and burning flesh. As one, the Vadran let out a grating howl and surged back into motion toward Ringden. Jasper poured attack after attack into them, but the horde swarmed past him and rushed the city's walls despite his best efforts. The stone shuddered as thousands of Vadran hurled themselves against it, clawing their way up toward the guardsmen. Arrows and hot oil rained down on the creatures, but they barely seemed to notice. Their bodies piled up against the base of the wall like a ramp as the horde pressed forward relentlessly. Like a wave of molasses, the Vadran forced their way up Ringden's walls. Somehow, through the clamor and noise of the battle, a single click resonated throughout the city. The gaze of nearly every guard swung toward a single point on the wall just to the side of the gates. A black claw dug into the top of the wall. Then it was over before the nearest terrified guard could react. The Vaudran heaved itself up and with a casual flick ripped the man in two. The guards surged forward and pressed the beast back, but it was too late. One by one, the Vaudran appeared at the top of the walls and tore into the guards. At the same time, Jasper felt a faint tug at the back of his mind. He paused briefly, the lightning crackling across his knuckles, fading for a moment as an errant thought clawed at the back of his mind. Then it was gone. The power surged back into existence, and the air around him crackled with the smell of ozone as he sent another bolt of lightning hammering into the Vaudran horde. Somewhere deep within his own mind, Jasper screamed. Chapter 9. Ethan's cheeks were pale, and his hair was matted on his head with sweat. He found Lena near her wagon, a backpack thrown over her shoulder and her sword drawn. "Jasper needs you," he said in a strained tone. "Where? And what did he do?" Lena asked, letting the pack drop to the ground as she moved to stand beside Ethan. "You need to knock him out," Ethan said. A tremor passed through his body violently, and the swordsman gritted his teeth. When it passed, he impatiently grabbed Lena by the hand. "You need to do it before the Vaudran horde gets finished off," he said as he took off running, dragging Lena along with him. "Horde? How many of them are there?" Lena asked between breaths. The city crowd had already thinned out, so the walls were quickly coming into sight. "More than enough," Ethan grunted. Cold sweat was pouring off his brow, and his pace had slowed down slightly. They reached the base of the wall just as a guard crashed to the ground beside them. Lena winced and looked away. A loud crack split the sky, and the bodies of several Vaudran were launched so high that they could see them from behind the wall. "I thought Jasper couldn't fight the Vaudran," Lena said. Ethan bounded up the stairs with Lena hot behind him. He slid his sword out of its sheath as they ran. "It's not good for my health, or anyone else's. The moment he polishes off the Vaudran, he'll turn on the city. An arrow might do the trick, but that'll kill him. Only a vision can get close enough to stop him without doing serious harm." They reached the top of the wall just in time to see several young guards throw themselves into a Vaudran, taking it over the edge along with them. Ethan gritted his teeth as a new Vaudran pulled itself up in the previous one's place. "Go! You need to stop, Jasper. You can consider this paying my life debt," Ethan yelled. He drove a sword into the new Vaudran's eye and kicked it back over the ledge before it could get a firm footing. "How? He's an experienced vision. I'm essentially untrained," Lena said, her voice rising in pitch. "Your power comes from belief, not experience. He's distracted. Figure something out," the swordsman insisted. His voice quavered slightly as he wiped his head with the back of his hand. Lena swallowed nervously as a cylinder of fire scorched a line through the Vaudran horde, filling the air with the scent of burnt meat. "Are you okay?" Lena asked Ethan. The swordsman looked frailer than she had ever seen him. "Just stop Jasper, please," Ethan begged. "Right then," Lena said to herself. "Belief. Just hit him over the head before he blows us all to Kingdom Come. Nothing too difficult." She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Gold light washed into existence around her body with a crackle. "Are you sure we can't reason with him?" Lena asked. "Go!" Ethan screamed. Lena erupted from the wall like a golden meteor. Ethan watched her fly off, but the growl of a nearby Vaudran drew his attention. A violent tremor racked his body. He drew in a sharp breath of air and grabbed the edge of the wall to steady himself. White lights flashed in front of his eyes like a warning signal. A nearby Vaudran leapt at Ethan, but Ethan ducked under it. His sword flashed out and the monster silently crumpled to the ground, its neck sliced clean through. Ethan heaved it off the parapet. As soon as it crashed to the ground far below him, the swordsman's legs gave out under him, and he collapsed to the slick ground. Rough hands grabbed Ethan by the back of his clothes and dragged him to the edge of the wall farthest from the fight. "You did well, son. That was some fine swordsmanship," a man said. The older guard that Jasper had been talking to earlier stepped in front of Ethan and gave him a firm nod. His sword was soaked reddish-brown, and he sported a prominent limp in his right leg. A scream cut short as a nearby Vadran slaughtered a guard and turned its gaze toward them. Ethan tried to stand, but his legs wouldn't work. His fingers scrabbled feebly at the hilt of his blade, to no avail. The area on the wall next to them was slick with blood and corpses of men and Vadran alike. Every single guard fought desperately to survive their own fights. None of them were able to help. The older guard set a hand on Ethan's shoulder and shook his head while keeping eye contact with the approaching Vadran. "Sit this one out, son. I'm no master with the sword, but I can hold this beastie off until we can get some help." Ethan had no choice but to follow the grizzled man's request. The Vadran bore down on them, its grotesque maw dripping saliva onto the already slick battlements. It watched them for an instant. When neither man moved, the Vadran lunged toward the older man. The man stepped to the side, just barely getting out of range, and hacked at the Vadran's side. The strike left a thin furrow in the creature's body, nothing more than a scratch for the Vadran. It retaliated with a vicious swipe of its claws. The man lifted his sword just in time to protect himself, but the force of the blow sent him sliding backwards across the slick ground. Through a rapidly encroaching haze, Ethan dimly noted that the man's swordsmanship was quite good. He had probably been very impressive when he was younger. Unfortunately, the Vadran wasn't particularly concerned with how talented the man used to be. The old guard was losing ground. The force of the creature's attacks wore down the guard's muscles, causing his arms to tremble more with each attack he blocked. The guard lost his footing on a growing puddle of blood, and a huge claw tore through his chest armor, ending the stalemate abruptly. The guard fell backwards, bleeding heavily from a large wound in his chest. The Vadran's cold gaze turned to Ethan's slumped form, and it loped toward him. As it passed over the fallen guard, he suddenly sprung into motion. He drove his sword upwards into the dark stomach of the Vadran. It roared in pain and reared back. The guard let out a raspy laugh and threw himself into the sword, twisting it as hard as he could. The Vadran, along with the sword, stumbled backwards and fell over the edge of the wall. The man looked back to Ethan with a victorious grin on his face. A mixture of his and the Vadran's blood covered his face and clothes. He dragged himself beside Ethan and flopped to the ground, holding his chest with his hands. "I told you," he said with a weak laugh. "What's your name, son? I'd like to know who I fought with." His strained voice grew quieter with each word that came out of his mouth. "Ethan." "Ah, good name, that." "And your name?" Ethan forced himself to ask with the last remnants of his energy. He never heard the answer. A wave of nausea swept over him, and his consciousness faded away. High in the sky in front of the city, Lena and Jasper watched each other warily. Sweat matted the woman's hair down over her head, and her breath came in short gasps. Golden light whirled angrily around her. Several discs of light swirled around her like a swarm of large bees. "Toggle?" Jasper asked. The flames swirling around him weakened in intensity, and his face softened for a moment. The momentary calm vanished as he snarled, and the fire roared back to life. "No, Toggle didn't fight like this. You were foolish to come here, imposter." A bolt of lightning howled toward Lena, shattering one of her shields and sending her flying backwards. She managed to stabilize herself and dart to the side in time to dodge a massive ball of flame. It crashed into the Vadran horde below them with a loud explosion. Just figure it out, Lena griped, another disc shattering as Jasper sent a blast of dark energy into it. This time, the Islander vision managed to remain hovering in place. Jasper, it's me, your student. What's wrong with you? Lena yelled. She wove out of the way of a fireball. It slammed into the city walls below them, and she winced at the sound of rubble crashing to the ground. I am a god! Bow before me, sniveling wretch! The air around Lena crackled, but she couldn't tell where the attack was coming from. She drew her energy toward herself, forming gold armor around her entire body. Not a second later, the air around the glowing vision dropped violently in temperature. Cracks crawled over the armor like ivy. Lena felt the breath freeze in her chest as her limbs stiffened. She launched herself away from Jasper as fast as she could before the gremlin froze her solid. Lena sighed in relief as the freezing sensation subsided. Lena pointed a finger at Jasper and concentrated on blasting him with a beam of golden energy. Her brow furrowed and she braced herself, but nothing happened. A bolt of lightning slammed into her, shattering the armor but fading before it reached Lena. She gritted her teeth, glancing back desperately at the city walls. Jasper had destroyed most of the Vadran horde. The monsters that escaped him got stopped by the guards at the wall, who managed to hold their ground and were pushing back against the twisted creatures. Despite the imminent victory, the battle was still raging, and nobody looked like they were able to offer any aid. You're an awful teacher, Lena yelled, tearing her gaze away from the scorched earth below her. And you're a terrible fighter, Jasper replied. Can you do anything other than hide behind shiny plates? I haven't figured it out yet. Maybe if you did your job better, I could. Jasper's eyes narrowed, and a large ball of lightning started to form in his hands. He pulled them outward, the crackling white orb expanding with the motion. Haverhill has a message for you, Lena yelled desperately, banking on the gremlin's strange distaste for the tall vision. Jasper's hands lowered slightly as confusion flickered across his face. Haverhill? Jasper frowned in thought, his eyebrows tightening and his head jerked from side to side as he scanned the horizon. Don't tell me Typhon is here too, Jasper said. He looked worried. The other vision took advantage of his momentary confusion and launched herself toward the gremlin. They collided in midair and Jasper let out a squawk of surprise. Lena spun and hurled him to the ground with as much force as she could muster. Jasper shot off like a bullet. He crashed into the crater-filled earth with a loud bang. Lena sucked in a breath. I hope that didn't kill him, she muttered as she darted toward where the gremlin had hit the ground. Her worries were unfounded. Jasper rose to the sky, wreathed in a cloak of flame, his eyes smoldering with hatred. A stream of fire hurled past Lena's head, scorching her eyebrows through the shield. Stop, Jasper! Ethan looked sick! You need to help him! Lena yelled. Jasper didn't respond. He lifted a hand into the air and formed it into an open claw. Bands of invisible force wrapped around Lena before she could react. Her armor sprung back into existence, but cracks started to worm through it as Jasper tightened his grip. That's quite enough, Averil's voice whispered. A vertical, nearly unnoticeable gray line appeared in the sky beside Jasper. Averil stepped out from within it, her brows low over her eyes. You are quite the problem child, she told Jasper quietly. A ball of energy formed between Jasper's hands. The gremlin prepared to throw it at Averil, but he never got the chance. Lena crashed into the ground beside him, hitting him in the back of the head as hard as she could. The gremlin slumped to the ground, unconscious. Well done, Averil said. I was already bending the rules by showing up here, so I'm glad you took care of that for me. No problem, I think, Lena said. What in Typhon's beard just happened? Language, please. You've been spending too much time around Jasper, Averill said. Oh, sorry, Lena replied automatically. I'm just messing with you. Plans have changed. We will no longer be traveling with Melinda's caravan. Unless you want to deal with that lot. Averill jerked a thumb over her shoulder in the direction of the stunned guardsmen on Ringdon's walls. Meet us at the eastern road heading out of the city, just past the second hill. Averill reached down and slung Jasper over her shoulder like a sack of potatoes. What happened to Jasper? Will he be okay? Lena asked, looking worriedly at the unconscious gremlin in Averill's hands. He'll be fine, Averill said. I need to go collect Ethan. We'll talk more when we meet at the hill. She stepped back into the gray line and vanished from existence. Lena looked down at the ruined landscape. Dead Vaudren littered the earth between the smoldering craters that Jasper had created. A ragged cheer rose up from the walls as the guards pushed the last Vaudren over the edge. It hit the ground with a crunch and didn't move again. The walls had been damaged, but they hadn't fallen. Not a single creature had forced its way into the actual city. Confident that Ringdon was no longer in immediate danger, Lena turned into a golden blur and launched toward the eastern road leading away from the city. Averill appeared beside Ethan's unconscious body at the top of the wall. There was an older guard laying several feet away from him, his stomach laid wide open. As she watched, his chest rose slightly. Her eyebrow lifted in surprise. You're alive? She asked. For a little longer, Vision, the man whispered. Damn thing must have missed my vitals. Averill cocked an eyebrow at the pool of blood around him, but didn't refute his statement. Do me a favor, Vision, he said, each word forced through gritted teeth. A favor? Aye. To Averill's disbelief, the man onerously rose to his knees. With the amount of blood he was missing, it should have been impossible for him to move. With a groan, he staggered to his feet. The guard's sword dangled loosely in his hand, and his eyes were half shut. Give me a worthy death. I'll not die to the claws of such a wretched creature. He swayed back and forth slightly, his knees trembling with the incredible effort it took to remain standing. Averill walked up to him and took him gently by the chin so that he looked into her eyes. No. A spiral of gray smoke wound out of Averill's mouth and flew into the guard. He stiffened and grabbed at his neck. His body started to writhe unnaturally. Blood curled up his legs like writhing snakes, pouring into his open wounds. Broken skin and muscles reached out for each other, forming back together. Within moments, not a single cut remained on him. The man's eyes snapped wide open, and he desperately sucked in a breath of air. His hands shakily felt over his body, tracing over the newly formed smooth skin. You saved me. His voice was strong, like it had been 30 years ago. A temporary extension, Averill said. Fate had not closed its doors on you yet, but for how long this lasts? She trailed off and shrugged. Treasure every second. Give people a reason to remember you other than your death. He was silent for a few moments. His eyes traced over Averill's face as if he were trying to burn it into his memory. Thank you, Vision. Forgive me for asking, but I feel strange, like something is off. That would be the Vaudren blood. It was mixed with your own so thoroughly that I couldn't separate all of it. Your life has been closely tied to the creator of the Vaudren. As long as he lives, it is likely that you will too. The man spat on the filth-covered ground. These creatures are called Vaudren? They are, Averill said. I see. If you don't mind, could you tell me why you saved my life? The man asked.
Fate did not yet call for your death. You will be useful some time later, but I do not suspect it will be soon. Enjoy your lease on life.
What should I do? Are you just going to leave us like this?
Yes. I'm afraid we cannot talk any further. I have a very tight schedule to keep. I trust you will not squander this opportunity, Benison.
Averill shifted Jasper to her other shoulder and grabbed Ethan by the back of his cloak. I will not. Wait, how did you know my name? Benison received no answer. Averill was already gone. A short way off to the east, a thin gray line appeared in the air just beside Lena. It widened and Averill stepped out, Jasper and Ethan slung over her shoulders. The dark-haired vision dumped the two men onto the ground unceremoniously. Averill's lips had lost some of their luster, and her face was gaunt. She gave Lena an approving nod and laid back on the dirt with a long sigh.
That went slightly better than expected, she said.
Did it really? Lena asked. Her face was covered in sweat and grime, making her skin almost an entire shade darker than normal.
Ringden's walls are still standing, and the guards got away with surprisingly low fatalities.
How many?
30 guards, against a force of creatures they'd never seen before. That's incomprehensible,
Averill said. Lena wiped her face with the back of her shirt sleeve, but it didn't do much more than smudge the dirt around.
It looks like you let one too many of Jasper's attacks get too close to you,
Averill said.
In addition to several flying Vadran body parts,
Lena agreed with a sigh.
Speaking of Jasper, what's his problem? He went completely insane. Is he going to do that again? He better not,
Averill said, her brow lowering in anger.
Jasper is a unique vision. His powers are strange even by our standards. His power is something of an infinite feedback loop.
Explain, Lena said curtly.
There's only so much that I can say. To summarize, most visions believe in something and that makes them powerful. Jasper can manipulate his vision to believe back in himself, which in turn makes him believe more strongly in his vision. It's an endless spiral.
That's ridiculous. Is that why he was acting that way?
It was. And I know your next question. Please don't ask it. I cannot tell you what his vision is. The amount of help I can give is very limited, and I've done much more than I should have,
Averill said with a pained grimace.
I'll just have to ask him myself then,
Lena said, chewing on her lower lip.
He would have killed me if I hadn't figured out how to make these.
A golden disk formed in the air in front of Lena.
He would have,
Averill agreed.
Danger has a wonderful way of forcing people to evolve. I suppose it does,
Lena agreed.
But I've still got one big question. What's up with the I'm helpless act? You're a vision. What could possibly stop you from helping? The same thing that gives me my power. My vision,
Averill replied with a sad smile.
Power does not come without a cost.
The tall woman looked like she wanted to say more, but her lips pursed, and she ran a hand through her hair.
That's all I'll be saying. If you're still curious, figure out what my vision is. It will answer a lot of your questions.
Wonderful, more mysteries, Lena grumbled. Averill just gave her a small smile and gestured toward Jasper and Ethan.
But not urgent ones. You'll have to figure out what your plans are now. You're welcome to leave and pretend that you never knew us. This does not have to be your fight.
Neither woman spoke for a few minutes. Lena looked back at Ringden, where the city would doubtlessly be beginning to clear the Vadran and save as many guards as they could. The aftermath of the battle would probably be spoken of for years.
I think I'll be sticking around. Jasper and Ethan still have to teach me, and I'm pretty sure Jasper now owes me a life debt. It'll be hard for him to pay it back if he gets killed by this Jan character,
Lena said, breaking the silence. A smile spread across Avril's face, and she gave Lena an approving nod. The tall vision sat up and made her way over to Ethan. She pulled his eyelids up and peered down at him.
This is the other reason why Jasper avoids doing what he did today. I know you're new to being a vision, but there are certain things that are beyond even our abilities. Mortals can only have so much faith, and Jasper never had any way to truly heal somebody, much less rebuild their entire body and return their spark of life. Not that I mind, but I thought you said you couldn't say anything more about this.
Lena paused for a moment.
I still want to know, though. Some things are less important than others. I'm just telling you something that Jasper or Ethan would, were they awake. I see. So how did Jasper do it? Lena asked. He betrayed his vision. Ethan said that visions were completely devoted to their belief to the point of insanity. How could Jasper betray it? Lena asked.
Avril rubbed her forehead and scowled thoughtfully.
We're treading into unknown territory here. I don't know the answer for sure, but I've got a reasonable theory. Visions are people whose faith in something is so strong that they can affect its existence in reality, correct?
Lena nodded.
I think the mistake that we've made is assuming that visions can only believe in their one, vision. In my opinion, we're simply conduits for power because we can believe in something far more than should be humanly possible. I don't know why we fixate on a single thing, but I believe that it would be possible to transfer that belief into something else if we tried hard enough.
Lena screwed her nose up. Avril laughed at the younger woman's expression and raised her hands helplessly.
It's just a guess, Lena. The mere thought of trying something like that myself, it fills me with disgust. I can't do it. Oh, so how did Jasper do it?
Avril shrugged helplessly.
Little bastard probably did it just because someone said he couldn't. But how doesn't matter. In fact, the matter is that he did. Unfortunately, even he has limits. He couldn't just heal Ethan for nothing. He tied his powers to Ethan's life, but not perfectly.
Lena looked down at Ethan's still form and swallowed as goosebumps rose up her back.
Then every time he uses his powers, not that bad, Avril assured her. When he uses the infinite loop to become stronger, Ethan gets drained. Today's battle probably cost Ethan a week or so. I can't say that I'm unhappy that Jasper can't do that often. He was like a completely different person. Gremlin.
Jasper mumbled something incomprehensible under his breath. Lena was reasonably sure that it was a curse of some sort.
So, how does one go about figuring out your vision? Do I just guess?
Lena asked after a few moments of uncomfortable silence.
I'd prefer if you put a little thought into it, but feel free to, Avril said.
The future, Lena said the moment the other vision finished talking. She blushed slightly when Avril raised an eyebrow at the speed of her answer.
I see you've been thinking about that for a while. You're on the right track, but not quite there. But if you want to think on something, I'd prefer you ponder my vision theory instead. Who knows? You might become the first vision who has faith in more than one thing. Because I have no idea what my vision is? Lena asked dubiously. Exactly. You're completely clueless. But there you are, slinging around shields of light and flying through the air like nothing. You are walking evidence that could prove me right.
Lena considered the older vision's words for a few moments.
Or wrong, she said.
Avril shrugged and stood up. She pulled Lena to her feet and gestured at Jasper.
Do me a favor and lug that little bastard around behind you. With the time we just lost, traveling at the speed of the caravan would bury Ethan. I think Jasper mentioned something about needing to stay with the caravan or someone would come after them, Lena said worriedly. Oh, don't worry about that, Avril said with a laugh.
The raven-haired vision reached into her clothes and pulled out a slip of paper. She unfolded it, revealing a contract. I'm the one who had Bartholomew recruit Jasper and Ethan in the first place. Chapter 10. Jasper was surprised when he woke up. The sun was in the sky above them. He couldn't see it, but the gremlin could feel its warmth bearing down on him. He covered his face with his hands.
I'm still alive,
he groaned, rubbing his eyes with the back of his hand.
Wait, what idiot left me in the sun? I've got sensitive skin.
I see you're awake again, Averill said from behind him. At least you weren't out as long as last time.
As long as last time?
Jasper asked. Something clicked in the back of his mind, and his long ears drooped several degrees.
Shit. How bad?
Pretty good, actually. You must be losing your touch. Minor damage to Ringden's walls and one lightly toasted guard. No fatalities due to you. Jasper let out a relieved sigh. He removed his hand from his face and stood up to inspect his surroundings. They were in a small, grassy clearing, a short distance from a traveled gravel road.
What about Ethan? And Lena?
I'm fine, Lena said, stepping out from the shrubbery on the other side of the clearing and tossing several rabbits onto the grass next to Jasper. Ethan survived, Averill added, but he's still unconscious. Now that you've woken up, I suspect he'll be coming around soon.
Good, that's good,
Jasper said awkwardly, fiddling with his thumbs. Averill picked one of the rabbits up and pulled a thin black knife from a sheath at her side to start skinning it. Jasper automatically did the same with another rabbit.
I see you got a handle on some of your abilities, Jasper said.
Yep, mortal danger does wonders for making people get stronger, Lena said, as she sat down next to them. Jasper gave Averill a suspicious glance out of the corner of his eyes.
That sounds an awful lot like a certain vision, he said.
At least said vision hasn't attempted to kill me.
Yet, Jasper sulked.
Lena raised an eyebrow. The gremlin coughed awkwardly and finished skinning the rabbit. He set it down on top of its skin and dried his hands off in the grass.
Well...
Averill snorted at the short vision's obvious discomfort. He took a second to glare in her direction. Lena didn't say anything as she watched Jasper with an unrevealing expression.
I'm sorry,
Jasper finally forced out.
That's how you apologize for nearly murdering your student?
Lena asked. Jasper's ears drooped further. Lena's features remained stony for a few moments, before the facade broke and she burst out laughing.
Enough with the puppy dog eyes, Jasper. You were trying to save people. You didn't have time to warn me, so I won't hold you keeping me in the dark against you. But I'm pretty sure I saved your life.
You did. Looks like it's coming a full circle,
Jasper said with a relieved laugh.
I owe you a life debt.
I'm sure you'll have a chance to repay it. For now, we'll focus on saving Ethan.
The gremlin's ears lifted back up to their normal position. Averill, who had been watching their conversation silently, pulled flint and steel out of her bag and lit a pile of dry sticks behind them. She skewered each of the rabbits and lifted them over the fire, where they remained floating in the air after she let go. A groan emerged from a pile of foliage beside several large rocks that Jasper hadn't paid much attention to. The foliage fell to the ground as Ethan sat up. His dark cloak looked rattier than the gremlin had ever seen it, and his hair was full of sticks and leaves. "We were successful then," Ethan observed, his eyes fixed on the rabbits roasting over the fire.
"Quite so," Averill said. "Knowing the future does little to assuage my fears in facing it."
Wait, where's the caravan? We had a contract with Bartholomew.
Jasper started. Averill held a piece of paper up in the air, stealing the words out of Jasper's mouth. The gremlin blinked in disbelief.
You got the contract? How?
Why do you think he was working with you annoying idiots in the first place? I was the one who hired him,
Averill said with a smirk.
I hate you,
Jasper said. Ethan rubbed his nose in exasperation, but the swordsman couldn't stop a small grin. "Thanks for your help, both of you," Ethan said, looking at Lena a second longer than Averill. Your life debt is cleared, obviously. Jasper just grabbed one of the rabbits from the air. Half of the rabbit disappeared in a flash under the onslaught of his long teeth. He tossed the other half to Ethan, who tore a leg off and ate in a more civilized manner.
How much time do you have left?
Jasper asked after swallowing. Ethan tilted his head to the side as he thought. 2 or 3 weeks if I'm generous and don't exert myself at all, and only 2.5 of functional power. I'm afraid it's getting close. Jasper grimaced and wiped his greasy mouth with the sleeve of his cloak.
And where are we right now?
A little under halfway to Stormfront, Averill said. Jasper gave a contemplative nod. His brow was furrowed in worry. Lena and Averill split their rabbit and ate in silence. Once they had finished, Averill kicked the fire out and scattered the wood after it had cooled.
Then we've still got time, right?
Jasper finally asked nervously. We're cutting it close, but we should be fine, Averill said. We'll need to keep a fast pace, though. Jasper nodded and rose to his feet. Ethan followed him up.
Will you be returning to your caravan then?
Jasper asked Lena. Not a chance, Lena replied with a scoff. You still need to teach me how to be a vision, and Ethan hasn't finished teaching me how to fight. It'll be incredibly dangerous. There's a good chance you'll die, Ethan warned. You don't have to help us. I'm a vision. Everything is going to be dangerous. I'm coming. Besides, Jasper has to pay off his life debt. Jasper watched Lena silently. Then he swallowed and gave her a brisk nod. Thank you, Jasper said with uncharacteristic emotion in his words.
We should get moving immediately. We don't have any time to waste.
They collected the few possessions they had and set off down the road. As they walked, Lena moved over beside Jasper. Now that we're moving, I've got some questions for you, and you can't use time as an excuse to not answer. Jasper's ears twitched, but he didn't respond. Your ears are really expressive. It was harder to read you when you had your human illusion on, Lena observed.
Let's get back to the questions,
Jasper grumbled, pulling his cloak over his head. Right. When we first saw Vaudrin, you said you couldn't fight them, but a few days ago you took care of them with no problem. Were you lying the first time?
Your question sucks. Ask another one.
What? Lena exclaimed. She looked over to Averill for support, but the dark-haired woman graced her with a shrug and a smile. Jasper's a tough nut to crack. You're going to need more than almost dying to get a completely straight answer about that particular question. Well, you could at least say if you were lying or not, Lena said stubbornly.
Wasn't lying. Circumstances were different,
Jasper said after a moment. So something about that infinite loop Averill mentioned made you able to fight them? Lena said. She chewed on the inside of her cheek. Jasper glared furiously at Averill.
In this case, Lena deserved to know about how I fought the Vaudrin, but there are some things that should never be spoken of. If you speak one word of them aloud, I'll bite your kneecaps off.
He bared his rows of pointy teeth at Averill. Despite herself, Averill glanced down at her knees. The gremlin was just about at the right height to go for them.
And you've gotten plenty of hints already, Jasper told Lena. I suspect you've already got a good idea, so no trying to trick hints out of me. Figure it out yourself.
But don't forget to try to think on your own vision, Ethan recommended. As interesting as Jasper is, your own power is more important. If you're going to travel with us, there's a lot you'll need to learn before we meet Jan. Jasper and I will explain more when we stop for the night. After your training, that is. The rest of the day ground on at an unbearably slow pace. The group trudged down the loose path as the sun dragged itself across the cloudless sky, bearing down on their backs without remorse. Sweat trickled off their foreheads and darkened their clothes. A breeze sprung up at their backs as the sun started its descent. However, it was only refreshing for a moment. The temperature dropped several degrees, and the sun hid itself behind a blanket of clouds when it neared the edge of the horizon. We should stop for the night, Ethan said. The wind picked up into a howling gale that took them from sweating to freezing in an instant.
I don't suppose any of you have a tent?
Jasper asked. Do you think we would have been sleeping on the ground if we had a tent? Lena asked Jasper with a raised eyebrow.
It's Avril, Jasper grumbled. You never know. She might have been trying to get more in touch with the plants.
Lena gave an amused look to Avril, but the taller woman just shrugged.
I was going through a druid phase. Happens to everyone.
No, Jasper said, glaring at her as he started to forage in the nearby foliage for kindling.
It doesn't. Just you.
A few minutes later, they had formed a small clearing with a campfire crackling in the middle of it. Lena's face suddenly lit up.
Jasper, what if—
No.
I didn't even finish what I was saying, Lena complained.
Fine, finish it,
Jasper said.
What if we sparred, and if I win, you have to give me a hint about what your vision is?
No.
Come on, Jasper. That's a reasonable request, Avril said from beside the fire. It's good training for her. Ethan can't do it anymore since he needs to conserve energy, and Lena needs practice.
She's right, Ethan added. Besides, Lena needs training. This is a great way to do it, and I don't even have to stand up. Jasper rolled his eyes, but everyone glared at him. Avril raised an eyebrow slightly and gave the gremlin a pointed look.
Fine,
Jasper said, standing up and sighing.
I reckon you're right. But how are we going to do anything with so little room? We can't burn the damn trees down.
Lena can practice restricting her powers. It's a good way to figure out what she can and can't do, Avril suggested.
Sure,
Jasper said with a shrug.
But if she burns the forest down, it isn't my fault.
What if you burn the forest down? Lena asked.
Jasper smirked and shook his head.
That isn't going to happen,
Jasper said with a dismissive wave of his hand. A ball of lightning formed with a crackle in Jasper's hand as golden light enveloped Lena.
Can you do anything other than make those discs? Jasper asked.
His annoyed tone had been replaced by curiosity. Lena scrunched her nose up and closed her eyes. A ball of light formed in front of her. It flickered innocently in the air between them. Her eyes opened back up and she shrugged.
Just this ball.
That doesn't make any sense. Nobody's vision is that specific. It's like being the vision of yellow squashes.
Well, it's all I can do,
Lena said defensively. The lightning in his hands faded away, and Jasper's ears twitched in thought.
What exactly did you try to do? He asked.
I was trying to make a sword.
But you couldn't make one. Considering how solid those little shields are, you should have been able to get something that looked like a sword at the minimum.
He trailed off in thought. What's the purpose of the discs? Ethan suddenly asked.
Purpose? What do you mean by that?
When you make the disc, what are you thinking about? There should be some driving desire behind what you're doing, no?
I think I'm just trying to protect myself, Lena said after thinking for a moment.
Jasper snapped his fingers to get their attention.
They're shields, right?
Lena nodded.
Can you make a larger one?
Lena's brows furrowed. The gold disc in front of her bulged outwards and grew by about a quarter in size.
I guess so,
Lena said.
Brilliant observation, Jasper said. Can you move it around, or is it stuck floating next to you?
The disc flew over to hover in front of Jasper. It was large enough to completely cover his body. He waved it out of his face and ran his tongue along the inside of his mouth.
So, you can make cool floaty circles, but nothing else. What about a different shape? Try a square.
The circle turned into a square almost instantly. Jasper nodded in approval and stepped away from it. The square followed him. He frowned and waved his hand like he was trying to swat a fly.
Get this thing off me.
It flew back to Lena.
Can you make any other shapes with it?
The square morphed into a more realistic-looking shield with a pointed bottom and a mural of the sun depicted on the front.
But no swords.
Lena shook her head.
Nothing. The other shapes came fine, but I can't get a sword. Try a thin rectangle, Avril suggested.
The shield transformed into the requested shape. Now make it a cross shape, Ethan added.
I'm pretty sure I see where you're going with this,
Lena muttered. She closed her eyes so she couldn't see the light.
Good idea. Now make the long end of the cross pointy, Avril said.
Lena nodded. For a moment, nothing happened. She closed her eyes in concentration, and a moment later, the long end of the cross sharpened.
Huh, looks like a sword to me, Jasper said.
Lena opened her eyes, and the glowing sword blinked out of existence.
The moment you said it was a sword, it disappeared,
Lena complained. That's interesting, Avril said, shivering as a cold breeze blew past them. She scooted closer to the fire and held her hands up to it.
You made armor too, didn't you? Jasper suddenly asked.
Oh, I did. I was so caught up in that fight that I forgot making it,
Lena said sheepishly. A suit of glowing armor melted out of the light, encasing Lena completely. The armor resembled plate mail, but it was bulkier and looked incredibly heavy. Despite that, Lena moved as if it wasn't there at all. Jasper walked in a circle around Lena, prodding the armor haphazardly with the tip of his dagger as he went. He grunted in satisfaction and returned the weapon to its sheath.
Seems solid enough. So you can make shields and armor, but no swords.
Wonderful,
Lena said with a huff of annoyance.
Maybe I'm the vision of keeping myself alive.
Jasper's ears perked up. He tapped a finger on his chin and nodded in what he probably believed to be a thoughtful manner.
That's not a terrible guess, even if you're god-awful at naming things. Can you give someone else that armor? Just not...
Jasper was abruptly encased in an armored suit of glowing golden light.
Me,
he finished, a sparse eyebrow twitching in annoyance.
So I can make shields and armor. That's it?
Lena asked. Disappointment was apparent in her voice.
Probably not, Avril said. You're new to this. Really new. Most visions have been trying to figure out their powers longer than you've been alive. More will come with time.
If you live that long,
Jasper added with a crooked smirk. The armor around him vanished, and a shield appeared in Lena's hand. She drew her sword from its place at her side and pointed it toward Jasper.
"Watch where you wave that thing,"
Jasper yelped, jumping back to avoid getting nicked by the blade's tip.
We were supposed to spar, remember? I planned to get that hint.
"Who's going to judge?"
Jasper asked, straightening his tunic with a huff. He repositioned himself away from Avril and Ethan as a ball of lightning started to form in his right hand.
"I'll do it,"
Avril said.
"Wonderful,"
Jasper grumbled. He didn't voice any further complaints. Lena took that as a sign that the fight had started. Light flared as she shot forward, her hand outstretched. She made contact with the gremlin and grinned in triumph. Jasper suddenly faded out of existence, leaving Lena's hands empty. He flickered into view several feet away from her, grinning at her stunned expression.
"You aren't getting a hint for free," Jasper said.
A bolt of lightning arced from his hands into Lena, but her armor absorbed it. The attack didn't even seem to have an effect on her defenses. He sent another lightning bolt at her to similar effect. The gremlin growled and vanished as the glowing woman grew close to him again. The next few minutes followed the same pattern. Jasper gave up on lightning and had switched to fire, but it was similarly ineffective. On the other hand, Lena was completely unable to get close to the gremlin before he appeared to her side.
"This has to be cheating,"
Lena complained as Jasper disappeared yet again. A large rock slammed into her shield, cracking it slightly.
"Aha!" Jasper crowed. "I found your weakness!"
Lena narrowed her eyes, and the shield repaired itself in time to block Jasper's next attack. She lowered it and lunged toward him, but the slippery gremlin had already distanced himself.
"Stop running!"
Jasper stuck his tongue out like a child.
"Stop missing,"
he replied, ducking away from one of Lena's attacks before vanishing and reappearing a short distance away from her.
"Avril, how's he doing this?"
It was Ethan who answered her. "You need to adapt. You're fighting like a human, but Jasper is fighting like a vision."
"What's that supposed to mean?"
Lena asked. She deflected another barrage of rocks with a golden shield. "You're clever. Figure it out," Ethan said with a grin. "But Jasper isn't respecting your abilities. You're a vision, not a child. You're clever enough to figure out how to trick a victory out of Jasper, even if you can't beat him straight out yet."
"Thanks, I think,"
the Islander woman said, returning her attention to the gremlin. Lena walked toward Jasper slowly, her eyes fixed on his small body. A rock crashed into her armor, but she didn't flinch. The gremlin flipped her off and disappeared again. Lena spotted a dark blur beside the campfire moments before a rock slammed into her again. Jasper reappeared near the road and waved at her. Lena squinted at the gremlin. She glanced back at the campfire and chewed on the inside of her lip. An area near the campfire suddenly lit up in gold light as a small, empty suit of armor appeared in the air. Lena tackled it before anyone could react and hit the ground with her captive as he spewed out a string of curses.
"You're getting lazy, Jasper,"
Avril said with a laugh. Jasper's pouting face appeared inside the armor, and he looked angrily at Lena.
"Why are you still holding me? Let me go."
"Not until you say I won the match," Lena said, tightening her grip on him. "You'll probably try to weasel your way out of my hint otherwise."
Jasper squirmed for a moment, but Lena was much stronger than the gremlin. He eventually sighed and slumped over.
"Fine, you'll get your hint."
"Well done," Ethan said from the sidelines. "That's exactly what I was talking about." Lena grinned and released the gremlin, allowing her armor to fade away from both of them. Jasper made a show of brushing the dirt off himself as Lena watched patiently. He crossed his arms and looked her in the eyes.
"You want your hint?"
Lena didn't like the wicked grin he was sporting, but it was too late. Jasper's body bulged outwards in every direction, like an explosion had gone off within him. Lena sucked in a breath of surprise and jumped away from the strange scene. Within seconds, the gremlin had grown to the height of a large building. Heavy black chains erupted from the ground and wrapped around his legs. At the same time, dark clouds formed above him in the night sky. Jasper leaned down until his huge face was right in front of Lena. His mouth split into an enormous grin, and he waggled his tongue at the stunned vision before him.
"Here's your hint,"
he said, his rank breath slamming across her face like a furious gale. Lena's ears popped as the pressure suddenly changed. She blinked in surprise, and when she opened her eyes, Jasper was standing in front of her, back at his normal height. The scenery had completely returned to normal.
"What in Typhon's beard was that?"
Lena yelled. She took a deep breath to calm her thundering heart, and took a step back from the smug gremlin.
"Judging by your expression, it looks like Jasper gave you his favorite hint,"
Avril said. She patted the ground beside her next to the fire. "I don't think he's done that one in a while," Ethan agreed.
"You didn't see him get huge?"
Lena asked, shocked. She sat down at the fire next to Avril. The dark-haired woman shook her head.
"Nope. Say, is anyone hungry?"
Avril asked. Lena's stomach grumbled its assent. She looked at Jasper and opened her mouth to ask a question. Jasper held a finger up and glanced at her.
"You asked for a hint. You got one. No more questions unless you think you've figured my vision out."
Lena's mouth closed and she rolled her eyes. Avril yawned and glanced up at the rising moon.
"I don't really want to hunt right now. I don't suppose any of you will care if I cheat."
She didn't wait for them to respond. A wisp of gray smoke launched from her hand and darted into the thick greenery behind them. After a short wait, the leaves rustled as a large pheasant hopped out. It slumped to the ground, and a tiny gray tendril emerged from its body. It flew back to Avril and disappeared into her clothes as she picked the chicken off the ground and started to defeather it. Dinner came about an hour later, long after the moon had reached its pinnacle in the sky. Ethan polished his food off quickly and cleared his throat. "If you're going to travel with us, we should tell you a little more about Jan," Ethan said.
"But only the relevant things,"
Jasper quickly said. "Jan used to be on a team together with all three of us," Ethan said, gesturing to Avril and Jasper. "I can't say much on what we did, but we worked together."
"So why does your teammate hate you so much?"
Lena asked. "I'm getting there," Ethan grumbled. "To make a long story short, Jan was incredibly close to our leader, Toggle. Unfortunately, on one of our missions, things went incredibly wrong. We thought Toggle was mind-controlled. Jasper and I were forced to kill Toggle, but Jan believed Toggle could have been saved. He thinks we're traitors and wants revenge for his friend's death.
It seems like he wants more than just revenge. He would have destroyed Ringden if we didn't stop the Vodran horde, Lena protested.
Nobody ever said Jan was sane, Jasper muttered. He's a vision, after all.
I suppose that's fair. Was Toggle actually mind-controlled?
Jasper laid down and started loudly fake snoring. Lena glanced at Ethan, but the tall swordsman just shrugged. We don't know, he said with a heavy sigh. At this point, the grudge has been going for so long that the source might not even matter anymore. But he'll definitely go after us rather than you if we fight, so you can use that to your advantage.
I see, Lena said slowly. There's a lot to process there. I'll have more questions, but is there anything else I should know now?
Ethan glanced at Avril. The tall vision shook her head.
You've covered most of it. We can fill in the rest before we reach Jan.
Lena and Ethan nodded. Seconds later, the two of them fell asleep. Jasper sat up and looked at Avril. His brow creased and he rubbed his nose.
You're sure we'll make it on time, right? Jasper asked.
The pace we're moving at is more than enough, Avril assured him. As long as we don't sit around and waste time, we'll get to the Ashen Lands with time to spare.
Chapter 11. I'll say it again. Until the fugitive is caught, nobody's permitted to pass, the lieutenant told them firmly. The heavily armored guard, along with a several hundred-man-strong army, had been blocking their path since dawn. The group had set up camp in front of a large bridge that allowed passage over a churning river. Now, the sun had already reached its zenith, and he showed no signs of letting them pass. Jasper's eye twitched slightly. Lena put a comforting hand on his shoulder and pulled him back slightly so that she could attempt to rescue the conversation before it ended in a violent explosion.
Our friend is sick. We've already been sitting here for a few hours, but you don't look like you're making any progress. Why can't you just let us by? Lena asked. Watch your tone when you're speaking to one of Typhon's knights, the greatest warriors in the Gelen kingdom, the man said.
I'd bet on a rabid rodent over you in a fight. Get out of our damn way, Jasper said.
Your veiled threats will change nothing, the lieutenant said. We cannot permit anyone to pass until the rogue vision is caught. I cannot give any lenience in this matter.
Jasper looked like he was about to strangle the man with his bare hands. Vision powers be damned. Avril cleared her throat to get everyone's attention before the situation became irreparable.
And you're sure you can't just teleport us past the forest? Lena asked Avril.
The other woman shook her head firmly.
No, I have interfered too many times recently. This is something we'll have to solve the old-fashioned way. Do you think you could fly over the forest and carry us? I've never tried, but I think it's possible, the Islander woman said.
That's a last resort, Jasper said. If the vision in the forest has any way to attack us in the air, we'll be in trouble. If Lena drops us, we all go splat.
Lena sighed, and the four of them contemplated silently for several minutes. It was Avril who broke the silence.
What if we help you catch this fugitive? She offered. 3 of us are visions. I'm sure Typhon would only give you 1 or 2 to work with, so you're taking things more carefully than you need to. We should be able to get your little rat for you.
The lieutenant swayed back and forth while chewing his bottom lip. He sent a concerned glance over his shoulder at the large group of men standing at attention behind him. He then scratched his chin in thought as he surveyed the 4 travelers in front of him.
Typhon might have understaffed us slightly, he admitted slowly, but we're quite capable of handling everything ourselves. Of course, if you're going to insist.
Lena nodded as her grip tightened on Jasper's shoulder to stop the gremlin from setting them back to square one.
We'd be pleased to offer assistance to anyone working in support of the Gelen kingdom and King Typhon, Lena said.
The lieutenant gave her an appreciative look as confidence returned to his face.
As any good citizen should, he said, nodding to himself.
What can you tell us about your criminal? Avril asked as the group followed the soldier back toward his army.
His vision relates to the forest,
The moment we got near it, the trees around us started attacking, and we had no choice but to retreat.
Oh, this is an easy fix. Let's burn the forest down, Jasper offered.
No, Lena and Averill said simultaneously. Ethan stopped halfway through his nod and quickly shook his head. That's a terrible idea. It would take far too long, Ethan said.
Oh, good point,
Jasper said in disappointment. The group of soldiers parted for them when they grew close. They started across the bridge toward the dense forest at its other side. How do you know the vision isn't long gone? Lena asked once they reached the other side. My men have the whole forest surrounded, the lieutenant said. Nobody can get in or out.
That's effective. You'll probably hear a bunch of people dying and know which way he ran when he escapes, Jasper mused.
He saw everyone's glares and exaggerated hitting himself in the forehead with his palm.
When he tries to escape, Jasper corrected. But then we kill him and stop wasting time here.
The lieutenant glanced at Jasper out of the corner of his eye and stroked his mustache with a gauntleted fist. Unfortunately, his hair caught on one of the gaps in his armor. He gave it a sharp tug to free it, ripping a large portion of his mustache straight off his face. The lieutenant's lips pursed and his brow wrinkled as he tried to avoid showing any pain. We're here. The vision is somewhere within this forest, he said with a gesture toward the woods, his eyes watering.
What happened to the right half of your mustache?
Averill put a hand over Jasper's mouth and gave the soldier an easygoing grin. Sorry, he doesn't understand human facial hair very well. Even visions can only change so much from their original mental state, Averill said. The lieutenant nodded sagely, as if he had any idea of what the raven-haired woman was talking about. We'll handle it from here, Ethan said. Where are your visions? It would be faster if we could work with them to find the criminal. The lieutenant hemmed and hawed for a moment. He straightened his back out and shook his head negatively. They are otherwise predisposed. I'll have to ask you to take care of this on your own. Sounds like someone changed their tune, Lena muttered under her breath. The lieutenant pretended not to hear her. I'll meet you at the other side of the forest. If you manage to capture the rogue vision, we'll drop the barricade. He gave them a sharp nod and did a 180 as he marched back toward his troops on the wrong side of the forest. Averill took her hand off Jasper's mouth. The gremlin glared at her and spat on the ground.
Your hand tastes disgusting, he informed her. You need to bathe more often.
Says the gremlin that probably hasn't been within 5 feet of a bath in weeks, Averill huffed.
I don't go around sticking my hands on other people's mouths, Jasper said as they started into the thick forest.
Isn't the captain on the wrong side of the forest? How will the soldiers on the other end know they're supposed to let us through? Lena asked.
We make them,
Jasper said as they walked into the line of trees. After only a few seconds of walking, the canopy had almost completely blocked out the sunlight. Jasper snapped his fingers and a ball of pale light appeared beside his head. It was enough for them to see each other, but the forest was so dense that it was impossible to see any farther than their immediate surroundings.
And you're still against burning the forest down? Jasper asked.
Vehemently, Lena said, especially now that we're actually inside it.
Some pirate you are, the gremlin muttered.
The Ashar pirates don't burn things down, Lena protested. We're rebels, not arsonists. Jasper's eyebrow raised slightly, and Ethan coughed. Okay, we haven't burned anything down recently, Lena admitted. It's been at least a year since the last time.
I'd love to meet some of your friends once this is all over, Jasper said. They sound like my type of people.
I agree, Ethan said enthusiastically. Everyone wants to stick a sword in old Typhon every once in a while, myself included. That stunt a few years ago when the Ashar replaced his personal tea shipment with 10-year-old fish and then set his house on fire? Now that was hilarious. I wish I could have been there. Lena blushed. Ethan raised an eyebrow and peered closely at Lena. She pasted an innocent look on her face, but it was too late. Wait, you were involved in that? He asked, awe in his words. Lena paused, but she eventually gave a slight nod. Typhon's beard. How did you pull it off? The security in the castle is insane. I suspect this conversation would be best postponed until later, Averill interrupted. Ethan groaned in disappointment, but he let the matter drop. As they walked, the swordsman pushed a particularly intrusive branch out of his way. It whipped back into position after he let it go, slapping Lena square across the face. The young woman let out a string of curses and snapped the branch in half. She tossed it on the ground and kicked it spitefully. Ethan's mouth twitched, but he managed to keep the grin off his face. Jasper wasn't as considerate, as he burst into laughter.
I haven't heard a few of those. Pirate speak?
I'm a bit out of practice. Haven't been on a crew in a few years.
She cleared her throat and peered intently into the endless wall of leaves around them. It was completely impossible to tell one direction from another.
So, how are we going to find and capture this vision? The pirate asked.
Capture? Averill asked. The others paused and turned to Lena with confused expressions on their faces.
You don't capture a vision, Jasper said. You kill one.
Jasper, you've been lax in your teachings again,
Averill said, clicking her tongue and shaking her head in a disapproving fashion.
You've given a child a sword, but forgot to tell them proper rules of fighting with it. Sorry for the analogy, Lena.
Lena shrugged. The gremlin's ears twitched in annoyance, and he sighed, leaning back against a tree and gesturing for the rest of them to do the same.
It's not like the target's going anywhere, and this won't take long. Lena, you don't leave an enemy vision alive after a fight. Ever.
Why? Surely there have to be times where you aren't fighting about something that important. It seems pointlessly violent to go around killing everyone that looked at you the wrong way.
Jasper massaged his temple and frowned.
I'm not sure how to explain this properly. You have to see it for yourself, but if a vision is alive after a fight, you've already lost. Our kind hold grudges more than a cat who watched someone else drink its bowl of milk, Jasper said.
Lena cocked an eyebrow as Averill covered a laugh behind her.
That's an interesting analogy, Lena said, but I'm not sure I buy it. All of my powers are about protecting things anyways. I'm not going to kill every vision I get in a fight with. It's just wrong.
Jasper and Ethan exchanged a glance. The dark-skinned swordsman shrugged and rubbed the beard that had started to take root on his face. To be fair, we've never tried Lena's strategy. We wouldn't know if it would work, he offered.
What do you think, Averill? Feeling merciful today? Jasper asked.
I'm always down to try new things, Averill said thoughtfully.
Of course you are, Jasper muttered. We'll try your idea, Lena, but if he escapes and comes after us, it'll be your problem.
Fair enough. Thanks, Jasper. So, how are we actually going to find him?
Jasper tugged on one of his ears. He glanced at Ethan out of the corner of his eyes.
You up for it?
Ethan pushed himself off the tree and tilted his shoulder slightly. It's more effort than just burning the forest down, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Jasper glanced at Averill, but the tall vision shook her head.
You already know my answer, Jasper,
Averill said. The gremlin rolled his eyes and turned to Lena.
You're the one that wants to keep the runaway alive, so you're going to be helping us.
How?
When we find him, you knock him over the head. Hard. Maybe twice if the first time doesn't work. I recall you're quite good at that. Oh, make sure to have that shiny armor of yours on.
Okay, that sounds fair enough, Lena said. How do we find him?
Jasper's grin widened.
You'll see. Just make sure you keep up with us.
He closed his eyes and drew in a deep breath. One of his ears twitched, and he turned slightly to their left. Ethan drew his swords and darted in the direction Jasper was looking. As he passed the gremlin, Jasper grabbed the swordsman's cloak and swung onto his back. Lena only paused for a moment before running after them as best as she could. Ethan moved surprisingly quick through the dense trees. The only way Lena was able to keep up with them was by following the traces of light left behind by Jasper's glowing orb. Lena was just starting to get out of breath by the time they finally came to a stop. She ran past the final line of trees and nearly bowled into the two men as she emerged into a large clearing. A tall islander man with a long gray beard was sitting on a log at the far side. His tan skin was covered with wrinkles from overexposure to the sun, and his eyes were shut as if he were asleep. More of Typhon's dogs. His voice was rough, like it hadn't been used in many years.
Temporarily guilty, Jasper said. If you surrender now, we won't kill you immediately.
I don't think that's how it's supposed to go, Avril said as she stepped out of the trees behind them. They sent a lot of you this time, the vision said, standing up from the log and rolling his neck. Oh, don't worry about me, Avril said. I'm just tagging along. He shrugged and turned to Lena. And what about an islander like yourself? Are you siding against one of your own people? Sorry, Lena said. We're on a tight schedule.
Lena, armor! Jasper yelled.
Lena's defense sprung up just as something heavy crashed against her back, sending her stumbling forward several steps. A huge bear that had emerged from the forest behind her let out a loud roar and swiped at her with a paw. The attack bounced harmlessly off Lena's armor. That's unfortunate. I was hoping this wouldn't take too long. What happened to fellow islander? Lena furiously asked him as several golden shields formed in the air around her. Ethan dashed toward the huge animal. His swords flashed and the bear collapsed to the ground, dead. Bah, you shouldn't have come here, girl. You're soft. I'll do you a favor before I put you underground. The trees around the vision shuddered and reached out to him. Their branches wrapped around him and snapped off, creating a suit of jagged wooden armor. I will tell you the name of your killer. I am Raiki, he said. Jasper cursed and leapt off Ethan's shoulders. A ball of fire was already forming in his hands before he hit the ground.
He's got control of the whole forest, Jasper yelled as he hurled the fireball toward Raiki. Get away from the trees!
A large wooden shield formed from the trunk of a tree beside him. Raiki lifted it just in time to block the gremlin's attack. The fireball splashed harmlessly off the shield, somehow failing to set it on fire. The branches formed a spiky wooden sword behind Raiki. The bearded vision grabbed its hilt and darted toward them. Ethan strode up and intercepted the man in the center of the clearing. Their swords connected with a loud clang.
What kind of wood sounds like that?
Jasper complained as he sent a bolt of lightning streaking toward Raiki. The bearded islander let the lightning crash against his shield. He lowered it and bared his teeth. It would be problematic to fight all of you at once, he said. I hope you'll excuse me for rectifying the situation. The clearing rumbled. The trees around them roared in response. Branches surged into the clearing as trees erupted out of the ground, instantly turning the area into a dense forest. Jasper swore and tumbled out of the way as a tree crashed into the ground where he had been seconds before.
I can't sense him anymore, he called. Lena, Ethan, where are you?
I'm fine, Avril called from somewhere off to Jasper's right.
I didn't ask you,
Jasper snapped back. I'm fine as well, Ethan yelled, but I don't see Lena. They waited for a few moments, but there was no response. The forest was silent.
Well, shit, Jasper said.
The golden light surrounding Lena flared, burning away the darkness surrounding her. A circle of trees had completely enclosed a large area around her. They were so densely packed that they might as well have been a wall. The trees on the far side of the circle parted as Raiki stepped through before sealing up behind him. The rugged vision inclined his head in a slight nod of greeting. Your friends will not be coming. They cannot break through my ironwood trees. Then I'll have to take care of you myself, Lena growled. She sent 2 discs of light howling through the air in Raiki's direction. The man hefted his shield, and the light shattered against it harmlessly. The man let out a raspy laugh. Is that the extent of your abilities? It's been a while since I've fought with other visions, but that was disappointing. A tree hammered down on Lena's back. Her armor protected her, but the force of the blow drove the woman to one knee. She let out a grunt and pushed the tree off her back, stepping closer to the middle of the circle. I'm a bit new to this. You'll have to bear with me, Lena snarled. A golden plate appeared parallel to the ground before her and shot forward, sweeping Raiki's legs out from under him. She leapt into the air, aided by the golden energy, and hurtled toward the fallen vision. Raiki rolled over just in time to raise his shield before him. She crashed into the shield, feet first. Splinters of wood showered everywhere as the shield snapped in half. The force of the strike picked Raiki off the ground and sent him hurtling into the wall of trees. The vision hit the wall with a pained grunt. Golden armor instantly flickered to life around him. His muscles tensed as he tried to stand, but the armor completely restrained his movement. "You cannot restrain me," Raiki growled. Wood erupted out from beneath his skin. The glowing armor around him bulged outwards and shattered as the man grew several times larger. Spikes rose across his back and arms. Every part of his body had transformed to wood. "Let's see you knock me over again," Raiki growled. He walked slowly toward Lina. Discs of light crashed against him, but they were completely unable to damage the man. Raiki let out a grating laugh as Lina backed away from him. "You can't damage my armor. You aren't strong enough." He burst into motion, swinging a massive tree branch at her side. It crunched into Lina's armor, spider-webbing cracks across her side and tossing her through the air. She redirected herself in the air to avoid hitting the wall of trees. The armor reformed itself around her. "We'll see about that," Lina said. The clearing flared with golden light. Raiki cried out as his eyesight vanished. He swung blindly in Lina's direction, but he no longer had any idea where she was. Something slammed against the back of his head, but it was absorbed by the wood surrounding him. "You're still too weak," Raiki cackled.
"She wasn't trying to hit you,"
Jasper's voice said from behind Raiki. Before the Islander vision could react, black chains erupted from the ground. They wrapped around his arms and legs, locking them tight. At the same time, the gold light faded away to reveal Lina hurtling toward Raiki like a golden meteor. She drove her elbow into his head as she flew by. Wood shattered and flew everywhere. He crumpled to the ground silently. Lina slammed to a stop against the wall of trees a second later. Her breath exploded out of her chest in a whoosh, but she was otherwise unharmed. She let her armor fade away and walked back over to Jasper, who was standing above Raiki's prone body. "I'm glad you found me," she said.
"It was spotty for a bit," Jasper admitted, "but it was impossible to miss the giant pillar of golden light that you made. We couldn't break through the trees, so Ethan just tossed me over them."
"Very impressive." She knelt beside Raiki's body. The wood surrounding him had vanished, returning the man to his human form. She placed her hand on his neck and paused for a moment. "He's still alive," Lina announced.
"Spectacular," Jasper grumbled. "I am so pleased. I'm sure this won't come back to bite us later."
"Nonsense. This worked out perfectly. Nobody got killed."
"But you probably gave him brain damage. Might be a mercy at this point," Jasper said.
"Oh, shut up," Lina said. The gremlin stuck his tongue out. There was a loud rustle, followed by a thud as Ethan and Avril dropped from the treetops and landed beside Raiki's body. "Well done," Avril said. "I didn't expect him to split us up like that. You handled the situation well," Ethan agreed.
"Yeah, yada yada. You did great. Now, can we get out of here? I miss the sunlight," Jasper grumbled.
They all looked expectantly at Lina. She glanced from the group up to the canopy above them. "I've never tried to fly with other people before," Lina warned. "Then this is a great learning opportunity," Avril said, slinging Raiki over her shoulder. Chapter 12. The glowing ball of bodies hit the ground with a loud thud. A group of soldiers, just a stone's toss away, leapt into the air as Lina interrupted their lunch. Lina groaned as the glow faded from around her. "We are never doing that again."
"It was a lot faster than walking," Jasper said. "Maybe you should fly us around everywhere."
Suggest that again, and I'll see just how far you can fly, Lena warned the gremlin while she pushed her sweat-soaked hair out of her eyes and wiped her forehead.
Fair enough,
Jasper said amicably. One of the soldiers, who was sporting a particularly ugly rectangular mustache, managed to swallow his food. He stood up quickly, accidentally driving his head into the nose of the man behind him who had been leaning too far forward. The mustached soldier pretended not to notice and cleared his throat theatrically.
"And who would you be?" he asked, puffing his chest out.
You aren't very intimidating with soup on your face, Averill informed him.
And the skid mark on your upper lip doesn't help,
Jasper said, flicking his fingers at the man. The soldier's mouth snapped shut as a spark of purple light flicked out from Jasper's hand. His eyes widened and he moaned in distress, but his mouth wouldn't open. We've acquired your rogue vision, Lena said, taking care to avoid looking directly at the silenced soldier. The lieutenant on the other side of the forest said we could pass through if we took care of him. She nudged Raiki's body with her foot, and he groaned slightly. One of the other soldiers looked at the group suspiciously.
How do we know that? You could be working with him.
Electricity started to jump between Jasper's hands, and he raised an eyebrow at the men in their way.
Change of plans. We give you Princess over here, then you get out of our way. If you don't, I zap the lot of you.
Sounds fair to me, the soldier said, watching the crazed gremlin nervously. He jerked his chin toward Raiki's prone body and pushed one of the other men toward it. Go collect the vision and properly restrain him. I'll handle the paper pushing. Say, is my soldier going to... He trailed off and eyed the shocked man who was still trying to force words out of his unresponsive mouth. Jasper shrugged nonchalantly.
He'll be fine, assuming you get out of our way.
Some of the soldiers pulled several lengths of heavy rope out and started to tie Raiki up. The others moved to the side, giving the group a clear path through their barricade. Are the ropes really going to hold a vision? Lena asked after they'd put some distance between Typhon's soldiers and themselves. Absolutely not, Averill replied. Lena glanced back over her shoulder at the large group of men standing behind them. Shouldn't we have said something? They'll be fine. They're working for Typhon, Averill said with a dismissive wave of her hand. How will that help? Lena asked. It's not like he'll kill them any nicer because of who they work for. Jasper and Averill both laughed at the same time, while Ethan let out an amused huff. The gremlin immediately glared at Averill as if her laughter had somehow offended him. He slowly turned to Lena, but one of his eyes remained pointed at Averill.
Working for the king will do exactly that, Jasper said. He's a vision, and an incredibly dangerous one at that. Most other visions will never act directly against him. Our friend will sit in prison for a few weeks and then break out miraculously. In exchange for not slaughtering his minions, Typhon will look the other way when he escapes.
Seriously? You could barely tell me to believe that I was strong, but people are so scared of Typhon that his word is law? Lena asked in disbelief. Averill put a hand gently on Lena's shoulder. Your Ashar background is coming through, Lena. There's nothing wrong with the Ashar's desire to overthrow Typhon, but you need to watch your words. We aren't in a city now, but you never know who's working for him. Typhon's influence is nothing to take lightly.
And it's different with Typhon, Jasper said. If most visions are a light breeze, Typhon is a monsoon. He's not human, and he's barely a vision at this point. The man's more like a force of nature. If you ever have the misfortune to meet him or see how he works, you'll understand what I'm saying.
We've had the misfortune of running into him a few times, Ethan added. He's every bit as powerful as people think. Keep your desires to overthrow him hidden until you have the strength to back it up. Lena grunted her assent, but she didn't sound very convinced. After a few more hours of walking silently, the green plains gave way without warning to a huge expanse of flat gray sand. Once they reached the near straight line that split the two biomes, Lena knelt beside the sand and rubbed some of the particles between her fingers. What is this? It doesn't look like any sand I've seen before, she said. It's sand, Ethan said. Lena tilted her head and raised an eyebrow at the tall swordsman. He just shrugged in response. There's not much else to say. Have you not been to the southern parts of Gelen before? It's all like this, Averill said. But I only got to Gelen recently. I was only on the mainland for a week before I worked with Jasper and Ethan to liberate some goods from Melinda's caravan. Whatever happened to the money you earned? Ethan asked. I gave it to the Ashar working in Relin, Lina said. There was no way for me to lug it all around easily. They'll repay me when I head back through the city. They soon resumed their trek onwards through the gray sand. As the day dragged on, the temperature plummeted and the wind picked up without warning. When the sun finally threatened to dip below the muted hues of the horizon, everyone other than Ethan was shivering. It was with no little chagrin that they realized that none of them had brought anything to burn for a campfire. The vast, flat expanse of gray stretched on as far as the eye could see. There was nothing usable as shelter within miles.
Anyone not particularly attached to their clothes?
Jasper asked through chattering teeth. 3 glares pierced the gremlin immediately. Jasper raised his hands into the air and let out a childish huff. He immediately regretted the decision as the cold nipped at his fingers. He stuffed his hands under his armpits and scowled.
Do you have a better idea?
There's a small village half a day's travel from here, Averill said. She wiped at her nose with the back of her hand. How do you know? Lina asked.
It's Averill. Worthless in fights, but makes a great compass,
Jasper muttered. Let's annoy each other later, Ethan said. Of all of them, he was the least affected by the cold, due to the ever-present winter cloak that shrouded his body. It will only get colder as the night goes on, and I'm not giving anyone my cloak. I don't want it to smell like rancid gremlin. Even Jasper was too unhappy to argue with that, so they pressed forth into the dark. By the time the 4 had reached the village, the sun had taken the moon's place in the sky. The houses within the village were made of rough brown stone with poorly thatched roofs. There was a small wall surrounding the houses that had long since crumbled and become useless. The party could have passed quite easily for creatures of the night due to the array of scowls plastered to their faces. Ethan's winter coat was the only article of clothing among them that hadn't turned stiff in the cold night air. There was no guard at the gate, so they walked in without any delay. Their disheveled appearance drew more than a few unhappy stares from the men starting the day's work. They made a beeline toward the largest building in the town, a square 2-story inn that looked like it was one rowdy sneeze away from falling in on itself. Ethan shoved the door open, nearly tearing it from its hinges, and the group stormed in. A thin man stood by himself beside a stairwell at the back. His face was weathered, and his large nose was bent at just enough of an angle for it to stand out. He glanced over at them as they entered, but quickly returned to the cup of beer in his hands.
Room, food, now,
Jasper ordered, massaging his ears in an attempt to push some warmth back into them. The man looked down his nose at Jasper. His mouth twitched into a small frown as he looked over the annoyed group of people and the gremlin that had just entered his building.
I'm afraid we don't serve food until lunch, he said in a nasal tone.
Jasper's eyes narrowed and he studied the man for a few moments.
I'm going to have to go find the smelly little stable boy that your daughter's in love with. Then I'm going to give him 50 gold and find a priest of whatever religion you follow. Next.
Okay, that's enough,
the man said, his tanned face paling. He revealed a small metal key from somewhere within his pockets and tossed it onto the table.
10 silver,
he said. Averill mutely dropped the coins on his counter and grabbed the key. The innkeeper swept the money into his pockets and jerked a thumb toward the staircase.
Only 4 rooms up there. Try it till it clicks.
He looked back down at Jasper and shuddered involuntarily.
I'll have food sent up in an hour.
They filed past the innkeeper and up the stairway, and emerged into a small hallway at the top with 2 pairs of wooden doors on either side of them. The doors were rotted, and the air smelled like mildew, but everyone was too tired to care. The key worked on the 3rd door. It swung back with a creak of protest, and they poured through the entrance. Ethan pushed the door shut behind them, purely out of habit, as the door wouldn't stop anything more than a light breeze. The room was small and clearly only meant for one person. A bed was shoved in the far corner under a dim window, its sheets dusty and unkempt. The windowsill had a large cobweb hanging in the corner, but even its spider had abandoned the rundown room.
I call the bed,
Averill said, flopping onto the sheets and sending a puff of dust into the air. Lena didn't even say anything as she claimed the other side of the bed. Jasper and Ethan laid down on the floor, pushing their cloaks back to form makeshift pillows. Soon the room was silent, save for breathing and the occasional curse that slipped out of the gremlin's mouth as he slept. A sharp knock on the door rudely pierced through the room and tore them from their sleep. Ethan sat bolt upright while Jasper groaned, turning over and pulling his hood closer to his face.
I shouldn't have asked for the food,
Jasper said, pulling his cloak tighter around his head. Ethan rose to his feet and opened the door. The innkeeper, balancing several large plates on his arms, stepped into the room. Each plate had a bowl of soup and several slices of light pink meat with a dark crust around the outside. The buttery smell emitting from the plates was enough to summon Jasper's nose from within the depths of his hood. The innkeeper cleared his throat and took a small step away from Jasper, who had started to slowly scoot across the floor toward him like a worm. Just set it on the ground, Ethan said. The man gave him a grateful nod and practically dropped the plates before rushing out the door and slamming it shut behind him. Ethan delivered 2 of the plates to Averill and Lena before claiming one for himself. Jasper's crawl finally brought him to his goal. A small hand emerged to snag a plate, and, a few minutes later, he ejected the empty plate from his cloak. Everyone else finished eating a few minutes later, and sleep took over the room once more. Warm morning sun rays trickled into the room through the window above the bed. Averill let out a slow yawn and wiped the sleep away from her eyes. She climbed out of the bed, grimacing at the fine layer of dust that had made her body its new home. She walked in front of the window and peered out of it. "It's still morning?" Lena groggily asked while rubbing the sleep out of her eyes. "It's the next morning," Averill corrected her. "The sun was higher than this yesterday. We slept all day." Jasper sat bolt upright and practically jumped up to his feet.
Are we still on schedule?
He asked, his eyes wide.
"We'll be fine," Averill reassured him. "We should arrive at the Ashen Lands with almost a week left."
Lena sniffed at her arm and grimaced. "Can we bathe before we start moving again? I'm going to start killing flies." Jasper looked like he was ready to argue, but Ethan nodded before the gremlin could voice his dissent. "I agree. We all look and smell like beggars. No reputable shop in Stormfront will take us the way we are now. We might as well bathe and avoid suffering the rest of the trip."
Fine,
Jasper huffed.
Should we wait for a tailor to size all of us up while we're at it?
"An hour or so won't cause any issues,"
Averill said, ignoring the gremlin's complaints. She walked out of the room and the others trailed behind her. The innkeeper watched them out of the corner of his eyes as he cleaned a plate with a musty brown cloth in the corner of the lower room.
"You'll have to pay more to stay longer," he said.
"We have no plans to stay any longer, but we would like to have a bath drawn up before we leave."
He extended the fingers on one of his hands and went down the row with his other hand, muttering under his breath.
8 silver,
he said, furrowing his brow in intense concentration. Averill placed the coins on the counter with a grimace at the ridiculous price. The innkeeper grabbed one of them and brought it up to his face. He gave the group a suspicious look and took a deep sniff of the metal. The man nodded in satisfaction and pushed the coins into his pocket.
"The tub is in the back. I'll fill it. It'll be ready soon," he said as he walked out the door.
"Can you actually smell if a coin is real or not?"
Lena asked.
"Nope. Sand does strange things to people's heads. Makes them all loony,"
Jasper said, earning a glare from Averill.
"He's got a grudge against anyone who lives in a desert because I was born in the Ashen Lands,"
Averill said. Lena nodded sagely. The time to wonder about Jasper's mannerisms had long passed, and some things were better left unasked. They headed out to the back of the inn. There was a small shed-like building sitting in the inn's shadow. It was barely standing, but the small pillar of steam rising up from a hole in its roof told them everything they needed to know. The innkeeper emerged from within the dimly lit entrance of the shed and gave them a nod.
"Bath is ready," he said gruffly.
"We'd also like some food that will last us until Stormfront. 2 tents as well,"
Averill said. A gold coin flashed between her fingers, and the man's eyes lit up as the argument died on his lips. He practically tore her hand off grabbing the coin. With a distracted nod to the tall vision, he wandered away into the town.
"I paid, so I'm first,"
Averill said, before rushing into the room before anyone could beat her there. She emerged a few minutes later, her dark hair matted down over her face.
"Cheap bastard didn't even give us soap,"
she complained.
"Soap is disgusting,"
Jasper piped up as Lena claimed the next chance to bathe.
"Small creatures that don't bathe are disgusting. Soap is wonderful,"
Averill said. Jasper flipped her off. They waited silently until Lena emerged from within the shed, with her dark hair looking similar to Averill's. She squeezed as much water out of it as she could and tied it up behind her head. "I'm next," Ethan said. "Jasper will turn the water brown, and I'll just end up getting dirtier." Jasper sighed and shook his head as the swordsman walked into the bathhouse.
"Me against the world. When you all find out how bad water is for your skin, I'll be laughing behind you."
"The way you are now, someone will smell us from the next city over and put an arrow in you before the physical manifestation of the plague enters the city,"
Averill said.
"That someone might be me,"
Lena added. Jasper harumphed and crossed his hands over his chest. Once Ethan had finished bathing, he mutely walked into the dark entrance. There were several loud splashes from within it, followed by a bang and a string of curses. The gremlin emerged, clothes sopping wet. He scowled at them and crossed his arms in front of his chest dramatically.
"There, I did it," he said.
"Did you take your clothes off before you got into the bathtub?"
Lena asked the fuming gremlin.
"Of course not. Why would I do that?"
Jasper shuddered. Averill put a hand on Lena's shoulder and shook her head.
"This is the best we're going to get. At least his clothes got washed too."
The innkeeper arrived once more, halting any further conversation about Jasper's level of cleanliness, and shoved a ratty canvas sack into Averill's hands.
"Dry meat, hard tack, water. 1 week's worth. Tents, too."
Averill took the sack from him and promptly handed it over to Ethan. "What am I, a pack animal?" Ethan complained, but he slung it over his shoulder regardless.
"Well, there's nothing else holding us back. We still have 2 days of travel until we reach Stormfront, so we might as well set off,"
Averill said. That was the first thing all day that Jasper was willing to agree with, so they left the nameless town behind without any further delay. The gray sands, now hazy from the morning heat, greeted them with open arms. The following 2 days went far smoother than their first night in the desert. The food, while hard and tasteless, was edible. The rough canvas tents offered just enough protection against the desert's winds to keep the temperature around ridiculously cold rather than freezing to death. Near the middle of the 3rd day of travel, Stormfront finally showed itself at the edge of their vision. At first, the city was nothing more than a yellowish-white blob on the horizon. But as they grew closer, the city revealed itself in its full splendor. Rectangular buildings of all heights peppered the city. Most of them stood tall enough to rival the spires of Relin. It was apparent that calling Stormfront a mere city would have been an understatement. Stormfront was enormous. By some stroke of hubris, the builders had decided that not only did they want towers to scrape the clouds, but they also wanted it to sprawl across the landscape like a sleeping giant. A sturdy limestone wall marked the line between the end of the gray desert and Stormfront. It was about the height of a 2-story house and was peppered with slots for archers to shoot from. There were several large open arches along the length of the wall. By the time the group grew close enough to one of the arches to make out any detail, the outer edges of the city had faded out of visibility. No fewer than 50 guards stood alert on the city side of the arch. They were all lightly armored and held intimidating halberds with elegant designs carved into the shafts.
You clearly aren't merchants, sightseeing, travel, or Typhon's men,
a guard with a dirty blonde goatee called, eyeing Jasper warily.
What kind of gremlin goes sightseeing? Another guard asked and scoffed. 2 silver says they're here for passage on a ship.
You ever see a gremlin go sailing? Deal,
the first man confidently shot back. He turned toward them and pointed the butt of his spear in their direction.
We're here for a boat, Lena answered.
The goateed guard cursed, while the other beamed at Lena, but his grin turned into a distrustful scowl as she grew closer. He collected his winnings and waved for them to enter the city.
You might want to cover up,
the second man suddenly said as they started to walk by him.
Who, me?
Jasper asked, his lips pulling back to reveal his teeth in a menacing grin.
No, the islander,
the guard said distastefully.
It ain't a good time for islander folk to be around here. Damn vision working with the Ashar just attacked Ringdon. Haven't you heard?
Lena's eyes widened indignantly as she started to protest. Averill put a firm hand on the younger Vision's shoulder and squeezed.
She was adopted and raised in a small village on the mainland, so she finds it hard to believe her countrymen would do something like that. And we've been traveling for the past week without stopping at any large cities,
Averill interrupted. The guard gave a knowing nod.
That's understandable, but out here on the frontier, she'll learn soon enough. Ignorance is no excuse for murder, and there won't be any of that in Stormfront. However, walking around with an islander, Ashar or not, will bring you nothing but trouble. Consider lending her a cloak for the duration of your stay.
Averill's grip tightened on Lena's shoulder as her brow lowered in anger. However, Jasper reacted before she could.
You want me to give up my cloak? Perhaps my pants, too,
the gremlin asked as he angrily started to undress in front of the guard.
What? No,
Jasper's shirt hit him in the face. The other guards erupted in laughter as he peeled the dirty article of clothing away from himself with 2 fingers and dropped it to the ground in disgust.
Maybe you're curious. Never seen a gremlin naked before, have you?
A sandal bounced off the guard's head.
Stop that, he barked.
Oh, you don't want to see my little green?
Jasper rolled out of the way as the guard's boots suddenly occupied the space where his butt had been moments ago.
Put your clothes back on, you little puke,
the guard said as he grabbed a piece of paper and a small rubber stamp from his pockets. He stamped the paper and tossed it in the air. Jasper grabbed it and stuffed it into his pants before scampering to put his clothes back on. Once he finished, he started into the city as if nothing had happened.
Raphael, I think you just got scammed,
the goateed guard said between bouts of laughter.
Shut up,
the other guard growled. He turned to the remainder of the group and waved them away.
Get out of here, and if I find out you caused trouble in my city, I'll tie you to a stone and toss you into the ocean myself.
Chapter 13. They caught up to Jasper just as he reached the edge of a cobbled path that led deeper into the city. The gremlin looked from the piece of paper the guard had given him up to the yellowed buildings that lined the streets and paused to let everyone catch up.
What was all that about?
Lena asked, sending an angry glance over her shoulder.
The unfair generalizations against islanders? Or the stripping?
Averill said.
Maybe we start with the Ashar allegedly attacking Ringdon. We all know that isn't true. That was Jan and a horde of Vadran,
Lena said. A group of men caught up in avid conversation strode down the road toward them. Averill casually stepped in front of Lena and put a hand on the islander Vision's shoulder.
Of course we do. But some noble's clearly using the attack as a way to get himself more power. It's disgusting, but not that uncommon. We aren't going to change anyone's mind about that, but I'm afraid that guard was correct about you needing to cover yourself. If people are worried about an Ashar attack, we'll draw attention that we can't afford,
Averill said once the men had passed by.
It sucks. Idiots will always make up stories about things that didn't happen to them. Don't let it get on your nerves. We'll come back and torch this city later if you want,
Jasper said with surprising empathy. He abruptly stopped walking in front of a small alley that led between two buildings. It was short enough that the far end of it was just barely visible from where they were standing. The gremlin beckoned for them to follow him and stepped into the darkness.
"What are we doing here?"
Lena asked when Jasper stopped in the middle of the alley. She frowned distastefully at the surroundings and nudged a rotting scrap of food with her foot.
"Saving money,"
Jasper said, sending a small spark of purple energy through the air toward her. A dull plate of golden light popped into existence just long enough to deflect the spark before it vanished again. Jasper's ear twitched.
"Don't do that, I'm trying to disguise you,"
he grumbled. A second spark he sent met a similar fate to the first. Lena raised her hands in a show of helplessness, but she couldn't keep the small grin from appearing on her face.
"I'm not trying to do it, it just happens."
Jasper's ears did their best imitation of a hummingbird's wings, and he took a deep breath. The gremlin stretched his hands out toward Lena, his eyes narrowing in concentration as he sent a beam of purple energy toward her. A golden shield sprang back into existence in the beam's path. Jasper gritted his teeth, and the beam widened in size. But the shield showed no signs of relenting. The light it was emanating started to grow in intensity, and the shadowed alleyway quickly became brighter than the actual road across from it. Averill put a hand on Jasper's shoulder. The gremlin cursed, but the purple light faded away as he dropped his hands.
"Sorry," Lena said sheepishly. "I honestly can't control it. Maybe you could try something else?"
Jasper just slumped over in resignation and shook his head.
"We'll just go talk to Valena,"
Jasper muttered, his ears wilted in defeat.
"Who's that? Have you been to Stormfront before?" Lena asked.
"We have. Valena is one of our old contacts," Ethan said.
"We probably should have found him from the start," Averill observed as they walked out of the alley.
"Well, screw me for trying to save us money. It's not like we're swimming in it," Jasper snapped.
They walked for a few minutes before Jasper suddenly came to a stop before an aged wooden entrance to a small building that looked nearly identical to every other structure on the street. Its only unique aspect was a crudely carved image of a turban on the sandstone above the door. Jasper glanced up at the door handle, which was situated just above his head. He grimaced and cleared his throat pointedly.
"Hate the doors here. They were designed for giants,"
Jasper said as Ethan pushed it open for him. The door let out a loud creak, and a gush of cool air rushed past their faces.
"This is just a normal door," Lena said.
"I hate the doors everywhere."
"There isn't much he doesn't hate," Ethan added with a smirk, ignoring the glare Jasper directed at him.
"Get inside and stop letting the heat in," a honey-laden voice ordered from within the building.
They obediently piled through the door, and Averill pulled it shut from behind them. Large holes cut in the ceiling warmed and lighted the room in a golden hue. Rows upon rows of clothing and carved wooden mannequins covered the floor like a silent, fashionable army. Lena let out a slow whistle as a glittering dress near the entrance caught her eye.
"Is this made out of gemstones?"
she asked in wonder.
"Of course not, honey,"
the voice replied from within the mannequins. A slim figure sashayed through the packed room effortlessly, arriving before them like a silk-laden specter. A purple silk veil covered with intricate designs and images obscured their face.
"I would never leave something that precious in my front room. Imagine how many idiots would try to steal it and end up getting their blood all over my beautiful clothes," the well-dressed figure said.
"We need a veil for her,"
Jasper interrupted, pointing a finger at Lena. The veiled figure scoffed and daintily pushed Jasper's finger away from Lena with a gloved hand.
"As blunt as always, Jasper. I haven't even introduced myself to your new friend yet."
Jasper's eye twitched. To Lena's surprise, the gremlin remained quiet.
"My name is Valena,"
the silk-draped person said as they offered Lena a gloved hand.
"Lena,"
the Islander vision replied, shaking it carefully.
"You were not wise to come here, Lena,"
Valena said.
"Stormfront does not like your kind right now." "I didn't have a choice. I'm traveling with them,"
She nodded toward the others. As far as I know, Stormfront is the only place that can get us to where we need to go.
The Ashen Lands again?
Valena asked with a sigh.
I wonder how many of you will survive this time. You lot lost 2 of my best pieces of art the last time you passed through here.
Lena couldn't see Valena's face, but the anger in the cloaked figure's voice was enough to cause her skin to prickle. Valena turned back toward Lena and hummed for a moment.
I assume you've gotten some form of payment already.
Jasper wordlessly handed the slip of paper over to Valena. It disappeared into a fold of silken clothing.
This will do,
Valena said, practically purring.
You should stop moving around so much. How do you expect to get repeat customers? Jasper asked.
I don't. My artwork is perfect and personal. Most of my customers don't go around losing it. There should be no need for a second appointment,
the covered figure said, giving Jasper a pointed look. Valena looked Lena over critically. A silken glove delicately took Lena by the chin and turned her face to the side. Valena hemmed and hawed for a few moments before finally nodding and letting go of Lena.
I have something that will work with just a few modifications. I trust you won't lose it,
Valena said. Lena swallowed and nodded. Valena seemed satisfied enough with that answer and disappeared back into the rows of mannequins.
Who's she?
Lena whispered to Avril.
He,
Avril corrected.
And he is an exceptionally talented mask maker that's quite popular in Stormfront, but he's known to be very picky about his clientele, so it's not easy to get something done by him.
Valena abruptly appeared in front of them with a long sheet of beige silken material in his hands. He held it up next to Lena's face and clicked his tongue. He disappeared back into the mannequins for a few minutes.
This fits you,
Valena said, emerging once again. He turned to Avril.
And I'm not picky. I have standards.
Valena gently deposited the smooth material in Lena's hands. The vision looked at it with a frown and glanced back up at Valena.
How do I wear this?
She asked. Valena produced a small mirror from within the folds of his clothing. He took the cloth from Lena's hands and wrapped it around her head in several quick movements, pausing after each one to make sure Lena was following along. Once he had finished, Lena's face was almost impossible to make out through the veil.
It's more comfortable than I thought it would be,
Lena admitted as she ran a hand along the front of the veil.
Of course it is. I made it,
Valena said.
We need to do something about your hands as well.
He revealed 2 gloves made out of the same material as the veil and presented them to Lena. She pulled them on and flexed her hands to check how they fit.
Will I still be able to wield a sword with these on? She asked. If the time comes where you need to draw your sword, hiding your identity is going to be the least of your worries,
Valena replied.
That's fair,
Lena said.
Do I really not owe you anything for this?
Valena let out a delicate laugh from behind his veil. He shook his head and waved toward Jasper.
The favor our little friend provided me with is more than enough payment. If you spend enough time in Stormfront, you'll come to realize that these little slips of paper are worth much more than coin. Having a favor from a guard is quite useful in my line of work, so you're more than covered.
Lena raised an eyebrow at Jasper.
So that guard literally paid you to screw off?
I've got a special talent,
he said with a shrug.
For getting yourself into trouble, perhaps,
Valena said.
You should watch yourselves. Stormfront isn't the same place it was all those years ago.
With that, Valena spun and disappeared back into the rows of mannequins like a tiny tornado of silk. His departure was a clear dismissal that brooked no room for further talk. Unsurprisingly, the sun was still bearing down on the cobbled streets when they got outside. Lena adjusted her veil slightly and attempted to scratch her nose without dislodging it too much.
So, what now?
She asked.
We go to the harbor and find a boat going to the Ashen Desert,
Avril said.
But we have to find a Jatir willing to take us on our own. They usually wait for larger groups to set sail. And how do we convince them to do that? It sounds like it would be expensive,
Lena observed as they walked. Avril directed them down a side street before answering the younger vision.
Some Jatirs are down on their luck, and we can be very persuasive,
Avril said.
Jatir's a fancy word for captain,
Jasper informed Lena.
I'm Ashar, I know, Lena said.
Oh, right. Sorry. Carry on, Avril.
Thank you, Avril said dryly. We're going to have to look for someone willing to take us to the Ashen Lands. Payment won't be as much of an issue as getting someone actually willing to sail there.
They broke free of the endless rows of square yellow buildings and arrived at the seaside not too long after. Several groups of armed men passed by them as they walked. Lena drew a few glances, but the veil did its job and nobody bothered the party. They reached the harbor without any difficulty. Dozens of ships floated gently in the water beside the docks. Men and women milled about them like an enormous colony of ants carrying goods back and forth. The ships ranged in size from small dinghies to enormous galleons draped with the banners of nobles. The party followed Jasper down toward the dock, but the gremlin passed right by the ships. He made a beeline toward a row of salt-scarred buildings near the shoreline.
We'll need to search for a Jatir broke or desperate enough to take us. There's no way we'll find them on their ship,
Jasper said with a smirk when he saw Lena's confused gaze. They came to a stop before the first building in the line. A metal plate hung above the door, revealing the building's name to be the Storming Kraken. Lena cocked her head to the side and looked at Avril.
A tavern? She asked. Right, but not this one, Avril said, peering through the doorway.
Too expensive,
Jasper agreed as they walked toward the next building. Lena glanced at Ethan, but he just gave her a small grin and followed after the other two. Interestingly enough, it looked like the entire row of buildings were taverns. Lena voiced the observation aloud.
They put all the taverns in the same spot so drunkards wouldn't be a nuisance to the rest of the city, Avril said.
That wouldn't stop the cruise I've been in, Lena said. I'm not sure that's something to be proud of, Ethan said with a chuckle. The door to one of the buildings next to them swung open and a man flew out from within it. The man slurred out a curse before lurching to his feet and stumbling down to the next tavern. The group exchanged glances, but Jasper shook his head.
We're still too high class. They're kicking out the drunkards here, so that means they have money to spare. If someone's going to take us to the Ashen Lands, they're going to have to be desperate.
That's because it's a danger zone. Ships disappear without reason. There isn't even anything worth raiding. It's a death trap with no benefits. My crew would never have gotten close to the place, Lena said.
No benefits for most people, Ethan corrected. And it isn't the Ashen Lands themselves that are dangerous. It's the high concentration of visions that live there. That's probably why ships go missing a lot. The buildings grew noticeably worse in quality as they walked farther along the path. Wooden nameplates in various stages of disrepair replaced the metal and stone ones. At the same time, the noise coming from within the buildings grew steadily with each step.
We're getting close. We should start searching for a Jatir now,
Jasper said as he dodged a bottle that sailed out of a broken window.
Is anyone that visits this sort of place going to be alert enough to get us anywhere?
Lena asked with a grimace. Jasper wiggled his hand from side to side.
It's a toss-up on if he gets us there or we all get killed in the process. Oh, look, this looks promising.
Jasper scurried over to a dilapidated tavern without a nameplate. The sandstone was aged, but still in decent condition. He stepped through the doorway, and the others followed after him. Drunken sailors sat around the room at benches, nursing what remained of their drinks. A few of them glanced up when the group entered, but their interest didn't last, and they quickly returned to their previous tasks. Lena cast a doubtful look at the haggard men.
I don't think I see a single backbone in this whole building, Lena said. A Jatir needs confidence. We'll end up sinking halfway there if these useless louts take us.
Do you have a better idea? Jasper asked.
Lena let out a huff of air and marched down the row of taverns. It didn't seem possible, but the buildings continued to get worse. They glanced inside each tavern as they passed, but the sailors were all either unconscious or not up to Lena's standards. Eventually, they reached the last standing building in the row. After it, there was only rubble and broken wood. The tavern in question looked like it had died several years ago and was only still standing because it hadn't realized it yet. The windows had all been boarded up, and the door hung precariously on a single hinge. Averill pulled the door open gingerly, and Lena grimaced as the caustic smell of strong spirits assaulted her nose. To their shock, the tavern was packed to the brim. Despite the sun's presence outside, men and a fair share of women were downing drinks like it was their last day alive. People were slumped over their tables and sprawled across the floor. It was hard to tell if they were unconscious or dead. Jasper scanned the room and shrugged.
"This is your domain, Lena. See anyone worthwhile?" he asked.
Lena didn't respond. She was staring at the far end of the room, her eyes wide. She silently led the group toward a table at the corner of the room with a sole occupant. A large islander man with a scruffy salt and pepper beard that covered the entire lower half of his face. A huge frothing mug obscured everything else. The man slammed his now empty mug down on the table and let out a loud belch. He noticed the sudden presence of the 4 new people at his table and blinked deliriously.
"What do you want?" he slurred.
"Stonevout?" Lena asked, disbelief apparent in her voice. "Is that you?" The man jerked upright. All traces of the haze over his eyes vanished in an instant as he stood up and peered down at the islander woman. Lena pulled her veil to the side, revealing her face.
"Why did we spend all that money on the veil if she's just going to take it off?"
Jasper grumbled, his hand moving to his dagger. The large man's confusion faded away as his bushy beard parted to reveal a gap-toothed grin. To everyone's surprise, he let out a booming laugh and threw an arm around Lena.
"I'll be Lena. Didn't think I'd run into you on the mainland. Thought you were another blue blood looking to take my money," the man said.
Lena took the mug from Stonevout and sniffed it. She gagged and jerked away. "Why are you drinking this crap? Last I heard, your latest haul should have been enough to afford something more than paint stripper."
"Ain't nothing wrong with a little paint stripper,"
the Jatir said defensively. Then he sighed and shook his head.
"But it certainly isn't my first choice. You found me at a bad time, lassie."
Jatir Stonevout having a bad time? And he's sitting here drinking trash instead of doing something about it? Maybe you aren't the person I thought you were, Lena challenged. The grizzled man's gaze hardened, but he extended his hands, palms upward, helplessly.
"I've got nothing to say, Lena. Bastard sunk the Henrietta, punched her full of holes with the help of that bastard Vision Moat. Fought like a warrior, she did, but there's only so much you can do when someone's blowing holes in your hull with a snap of his skinny little fingers."
"They sunk Henrietta?" Lena asked, her eyes widening. "I'm sorry, Stonevout. I didn't think that was even possible. I thought the Henrietta was going to outlive all of us."
"She should have," Stonevout growled. "But she's dead and gone. Took everything I had with her. Were I a younger man, I might have tried to steal a new ship. But no."
The grizzled Jatir trailed off and shrugged with a defeated sigh that smelled like the alcohol he'd been drinking. "So you're just going to sit here and drink yourself to death?" Lena asked.
"What else would you have me do? I can't ask the crew to kill themselves just for a chance to relive our glory days. We aren't immortal. We aren't even visions. There's nothing we can do against that bastard that sunk Henrietta."
"We're here specifically because we aren't immortal," Lena said firmly. "My friend is dying, Stonevout. We need a ship and a crew." For the first time, Stonevout's gaze swept over the 3 standing beside Lena. He didn't look surprised at the gremlin standing just below his knee height. The Jatir shrugged and returned his gaze to the empty mug before him.
"I'm sorry for your loss. Find the ship somewhere else. I'm done, Lena. Their vision is too powerful. Nothing awaits us but a swift death."
Lena's hand slammed into the table, knocking the mug to the ground. Lena grabbed Stonevout by the collar and leaned in so close that their noses were almost touching. "Then I formally issue you a challenge for your title and crew, Jatir. You have lost your backbone. I don't know what happened to the man I once knew,
but I can't change the past. Your men need a leader, not a coward," Lena yelled. The sailors around the tavern started to move. Men and women who had been staring into the bottom of a mug just seconds before looked toward Stonevout's table, interest appearing on their features. Many of the sailors that had seemed asleep or drunk sat bolt upright, completely sober. Jasper's eyes narrowed. "They were faking," Ethan observed. He put his hands on the hilts of his swords, but didn't draw them. "This is interesting." Stonevout's brow lowered in anger. He knocked Lena's hand free and slipped around the table far faster than Lena had thought possible. The large man's nostrils flared, and he rocked back.
"You impertinent child! You never knew how to take no for an answer," the Jatir growled. All traces of the drunken slur had vanished from his voice. "Where's your respect for your elders?"
"Waiting for you to earn it," Lena snapped back. The Jatir bared his teeth and strode toward the counter at the far side of the bar. He reached down and pulled an enormous battle hammer from behind it, dislodging a shelf of alcohol and sending it crashing to the ground in the process. Stonevout swung the hammer in sweeping arcs in front of him a few times before nodding in satisfaction and rolling his shoulders.
"I accept your challenge, and I'll beat some respect into you on your father's behalf."
Lena removed her veil and took her gloves off. She handed them to Ethan, who gave her an encouraging nod. The vision drew her sword and nodded at Stonevout.
"Are you sure you still have the guts to swing Love Tap around?" Lena asked, gesturing at the huge hammer. "After all, you aren't immortal. You might hit yourself with it on accident."
"I'll make do," Stonevout growled. "Last I remember, you couldn't swing a sword if your life depended on it. I thought fists were your preferred weapon."
"They are. Let's see if you're worthy of them," Lena replied.
Stonevout grunted and twirled the massive hammer effortlessly in one hand before slamming its butt into the ground with a resounding crash.
"Does your sword even have a name?"
"No, never bothered naming it."
"Any fighter worth their blade gives it a name," Stonevout said.
He lowered into a fighting stance. A violent pressure suddenly started to roll off the huge islander. The man's eyes burned with rage, and he bared his teeth. Lena calmly raised her sword and approached the Jatir. Her expression was emotionless, and she looked minuscule compared to the huge man before her.
"You have no killing intent," Stonevout laughed. "Have you even used your sword before?"
The clash of metal on metal rang throughout the tavern. The Jatir had caught Lena's strike on the hilt of his hammer, but his eyes widened. He'd barely blocked the attack in time.
"Is something wrong, Stonevout?"
Lena asked. The Jatir's response was a violent swing aimed directly for her chest. Lena leapt backwards, the river of wind the massive hammer left behind rushing through her hair. Lena jumped back again as Stonevout used the momentum of his first swing to spin the hammer back toward her. She stepped inside the weapon's radius, a golden disc forming in the air to intercept the strike before it hit her. The hammer slammed into the shield with a loud crash. The Jatir's eyes widened, and he stepped back. Lena's sword whistled through the air where he had been moments before.
"You're a vision?"
"And more," Lena replied, gold armor appearing over her body. "You can stop holding back. You aren't doing either of us a favor."
The huge man let out a booming laugh.
"Look at you, all grown up, and if you ask so nicely."
The Jatir trailed off and smiled at Lena. It was menacing, but there were traces of joy within it as well. Stonevout and Lena leapt at each other. Lena's sword reached him first, but Stonevout didn't try to dodge out of the way. He twisted his body as he moved forward, allowing Lena's sword to slip harmlessly past his chest as he drove his open palm into Lena's armored stomach. The young vision staggered backwards as the air erupted out of her lungs in a whoosh. Thin hairline cracks splintered outwards along her shining armor from where he had hit her.
"How did you do that?"
Lena asked as she gasped for breath.
"You aren't the only one that learned a few new tricks," Stonevout laughed.
He swung Love Tap down. A golden shield formed in its path, but the hammer punched through it like a sheet of paper. Lena threw herself out of the way, diving under the table as the attack crashed through the ground where she had been standing. A moment later, Stonevout's hammer crunched down on the table, sending shards of wood flying everywhere. Several of them shattered against Lena's armor, while the rest flew into the surrounding area.
Watch where you're swinging that thing,
Jasper barked as he scrambled away from the fight. You'll live, Stonevout replied as he swung his hammer again. Lena rolled out of the way and thrust an arm out toward him, launching a golden plate directly into his stomach. The attack picked Stonevout up and launched him into the already damaged shelf behind the bar, destroying the few remaining bottles and drawing forth cries of dismay from the crew. Before Lena could follow up on her advantage, Stonevout grabbed the glowing disc and shattered it with his bare hands. He rose back to his feet, wiping the strong spirits out of his eyes.
Not bad, Stonevout growled. Show me more.
He leapt toward her. Another shield appeared in front of his hammer, and Lena dove at Stonevout's legs. The shield crumpled as the hammer punched through it, but the islander woman was no longer there. Lena wasn't large, but her momentum was enough to trip the man. Stonevout caught himself by slamming the hammer into the ground, which bought Lena enough time to roll away and jump back up to her feet behind him. She thrust her sword at the Jatir's back, while both of his hands were still on the hilt of the hammer in front of him. Just as the sword neared his back, he spun and ripped Lena's sword out of her hands with a powerful kick. It launched into the air and slammed into the ceiling, burying itself deep in the rotting wood. Just as Stonevout started to grin, Lena's gauntleted fist slammed into his face. He staggered back with a cry. The Jatir shook his head to clear it. The vision stood between him and Love Tap. Stonevout's blood dripped from the glowing gauntlet on Lena's right hand. Stonevout reached up and wiped his face clean.
That hit would have killed most people, he growled.
You aren't most people, Lena replied. I'll keep doing it until you give in. The two stared at each other for nearly a minute. Then Stonevout let out a laugh and flopped back onto the floor.
You win. I might be able to keep fighting, but your willpower has long since surpassed mine. You are the Jatir now.
Lena flew into the air and yanked her sword out of the ceiling. Her armor had faded away when she returned to the ground. Then the vision strode over to Stonevout and sat down beside him. Fantastic. My first order is to give you your title back, she said. Stonevout bolted upright and jerked his head toward her.
What? Why?
Because I don't know anything about leading a ship, Jatir. But for the return of your title, I'd say you owe me a favor. The reappointed Jatir couldn't stop himself from bursting into laughter.
Very well. But I only speak for myself. The crew can make their own decision. I assume we'll be stealing a ship, and with a vision, we might actually have a chance.
Actually, we have two,
Jasper said, gingerly making his way toward the two islanders.
3 if you count Averil's useless ass.
Averil rolled her eyes, but didn't respond to Jasper's taunt. Stonevout raised his eyebrows. He shook his head and stood up. He helped Lena to her feet and scratched at his bushy beard.
You've made some interesting company, Lena. If you'd told me we had 3 visions from the start, I might have been more motivated to help.
Where's the fun in that? Lena smirked. Stonevout laughed again. His back straightened up as years of age seemed to wash off his shoulders like fresh snow.
Fair enough. In that case, I'll need to tell you what we're up against. The vision guarding the docks is named Moat. He's a cold, calculating bastard with power over water. I don't know how he matches up to you and your friends, but he's clever and strong enough to send Henrietta to the bottom of the ocean.
We can handle one worthless, half-rate vision. There's only one vision of the sea, and this bloke isn't Garm. He's still widowing people in the capital,
Jasper said with a careless shrug.
If you take care of the vision, we might have a chance. I'd ask what the rest of you can do, but I somehow doubt you'd answer. But in the end, I don't care. Just deal with Moat, Stonevout said thoughtfully. There's a ship called the Rosarian on the docks. She's King Typhon's own ship. guards are all over her, but they won't be much of a challenge without their vision. If we can steal her, we can go anywhere you need."
It sounds like we have a plan,
Jasper said, spreading his hands outward and giving the Jetir a needle-toothed grin.
"What about the rest of you? In the market for an early grave?"
the Jetir called out.
"I don't know about you, but I died with Henrietta,"
a man at a nearby table said as he rose to his feet.
"As did I," another added. "I've had it with this shithole. Just imagine the look on Typhon's face when he finds out someone nabbed a ship from his docks."
"Think of the stories," one laughed. "A Shah pirate steal Typhon's own personal ship."
After just a few moments, every person in the shoddy building was standing, aside from the ones who had already passed out on the floor. The Jetir looked around the room with a mixture of frustration and pride on his worn face.
"I didn't realize my crew were a bunch of suicidal idiots," he said.
"Better dead than bored,"
the first man to stand called. There was a chorus of cheers from the other crew members. Stonevout shook his head, but the grin on his face gave his true emotions away.
"Right then, lads. Sounds like we're stealing a ship."
The following cheer was so loud that Lena subconsciously glanced up to make sure the decaying ceiling wouldn't collapse on top of them. Despite all odds, the rotted wood just barely managed to retain its shape.
"Now, don't go naming your sword yet," Stonevout told Lena. "I know it's tempting, but you have to wait for the right time."
"I'll keep that in mind," Lena said. "But I've got to ask, how did you break my shields? I didn't think—"
"A normal human could fight with a vision," Stonevout finished. "None of your type do. It just takes some faith. Visions might be better at it, but every skill can be learned to some degree."
Stonevout gave Lena a small smile and strode toward his crew, leaving Lena frowning at his back. "That didn't answer my question," Lena muttered. Ethan slapped Lena on the back and gave her a huge smile.
"Well done, Lena," Ethan said. "That was very impressive. You're becoming an extremely dangerous woman."
"It's thanks to your training," Lena said with a slight blush. "I would never have stood a chance against him if I wasn't a vision, and if I stuck with the sword, I would have lost."
"But you are a vision, and nobody cares how you win a fight. Use whatever you can. If you win, nothing else matters," Ethan laughed.
Jasper hopped onto the remains of the table beside her and picked at something in his nose.
"Yeah, good job and stuff. That Jetir's an interesting human. Are all Ashar pirates like him?"
the gremlin asked. "Are all gremlins like you?" Lena replied.
"Fair point. Sorry."
A frown crossed Lena's face. Her eyes narrowed and she peered closer at Jasper. "Wait, how didn't you get hit by any of those splinters?" Lena asked. Jasper glanced down at himself and frowned.
"What do you mean?"
"When Stonevout broke the table, you should have been hit by at least a few splinters."
"I was,"
Jasper grumbled as he pointed his finger theatrically at several thin cuts along his chest and face. "Those weren't there before," Lena said slowly.
"What are you talking about? Sure they were," Jasper said, a crease appearing in his brow. "Is there a point to this, or do you just enjoy bothering me?"
"A bit of both," Lena said. She continued to inspect the gremlin's face. Jasper glowered at her and hopped down from the table to inspect the remains of the liquor cabinet. He sniffed one of the broken bottles and wrinkled his nose in distaste.
"You really did run out of coin. I wouldn't feed this stuff to a pig," he called to Stonevout.
"Then it must be perfect for you," the Jetir called back.
His crew roared with laughter as Jasper glared at him. "Aren't you a little too relaxed right now?" Lena asked. "We should make a plan."
"No reason to stress,"
Stonevout said with a small shrug as he walked over to them.
"Either we get the Rosarian or we won't be alive to worry about it. Besides, we just made a plan."
"That fast?"
"Of course,"
the Jetir said. He plucked an almost undamaged bottle of alcohol from Jasper's hands and jerked his chin toward it.
"This represents the enemy forces," he said.
His grip tightened and the bottle exploded, sending alcohol and glass all over the floor.
"See? Simple."
Lena stared at the Jetir in disbelief as his crew filled the tavern with laughter again. "I know we've got a lot of strong people on our side, but Are we going to survive this? She asked Averill.
Of course we are. Don't you see what we just did to the king's forces? The woman responded with a straight face.
Lena shook her head, but she couldn't stop a small grin from flitting across her face.
You're all insane.
We're visions, and they're drunk, or pretending to be, Jasper said. It's just part of the package. Get used to it.
Right you are, Stonevout said. And now that we're done planning our attack, I'm going to get some rest. We attack at some point in the night or early dawn whenever I wake up. It was like the Jatir's words were magic. The entire crew immediately either stood and headed up the stairs or slumped over where they sat and started snoring. Stonevout ambled up the staircase, his huge hammer slung over his shoulder. The wood cried out with each step, but miraculously failed to collapse under his weight. Lena turned back to her own group, but Ethan and Jasper had already managed to fall asleep as well. Averill raised an eyebrow at the younger vision. Lena shook her head, but she was smiling.
I have no idea how any of you have survived this long, she told Averill. You really don't want to know, Averill replied, only half joking.
The two women laid down on the floor. The wood was uncomfortable, but it didn't take long for everyone within the dilapidated tavern to be fast asleep. Chapter 14. The next day was heralded in by Stonevout tripping as he came down the stairs. After a series of loud thumps, the large man hit the ground with a loud crash. He leapt up to his feet and glowered at the staircase. "Damn thing's out to kill me," Stonevout growled. His drunken slur had somehow returned overnight. Averill was the first one of the group to stand, but Jasper and Ethan were moving just a few seconds later. Lena groaned and rubbed her eyes as she sat up, looking wearily around the room.
"What was that?" she asked.
"I was waking you up. Consider yourself woken," Stonevout said. He flicked a wood chip out of his beard and fruitlessly tried to smooth it out.
"He fell down the stairs,"
Averill explained as she pulled the other woman to her feet. "I survived an attempt on my life," Stonevout corrected. "Now, wake up, you louts." Stonevout's crew stirred to life and was fully functional just a few minutes later, which was impressive given half of them had been drunk under the table the previous night. Solemn yet confident expressions replaced the previous night's cheer. One of the crewmates descended the stairs with the Jatir's hammer dragging behind him. The hammer crunched into the wood each time it fell down a step.
"You forgot Love Tap upstairs,"
the man said, jumping forward to avoid crushing his foot with the huge hammer as he stepped down from the last stair. "I was going to go back for her," Stonevout grumbled as he grabbed Love Tap from his crewmate. He glanced over at Lena and waggled his finger at her. "I know what you're thinking. No naming your sword yet."
"I wasn't."
"Don't worry about it. I remember when I was your age. Couldn't wait to name Love Tap over here. But trust me, waiting is vital," Stonevout said.
"Right, I'll try to restrain myself," Lena said dryly. "Averill, what's our actual plan today?" "Why are you asking me? Stonevout is in charge of the attack. It's going to be his new ship, after all," Averill said with a wry grin. "Sure. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but you never seem to be at a loss for what's going on. Nothing seems to surprise you, and you're not dumb enough to just wing everything like Jasper would. Therefore, you've got to have a plan. So what is it?"
The grin on Averill's face widened at the same time as a scowl appeared on Jasper's.
"I do not wing things," Jasper protested, furiously making quotes in the air with his fingers as he climbed onto a table near them. "I just excel at thinking on my feet. It's a good trait to have, much better than pulling strings until everything goes your way, like a certain someone I know."
Averill rolled her eyes and poked Jasper in the forehead, sending him tumbling off the table amidst a slew of curses.
"You're right, Lena. I do have a plan, or at least a semblance of one. But I'm not going to tell you what it is," Averill said. "Vision things?" Lena asked, sighing in exasperation when the other woman nodded. "Don't worry.
Your abilities excel at keeping you safe, and you're not exactly throwing your lot in with a group of weaklings. It'll obviously be dangerous, but you should be fine. Probably. Besides, Jasper wouldn't let you get killed this early on. It would be an affront to his pride, Averill said.
Damn woman's right,
Jasper agreed from below the table.
It's my responsibility as your teacher to ensure that you live long enough to make me regret my decisions.
That's reassuring, Lena said hesitantly. She decided not to bring up Jasper's recent attempts to kill her at Ringdon. Her kneecaps were unprotected, and Jasper was within biting distance.
Sure is. Any good vision would do the same. My teacher took me on 5 whole missions before he tried to rip my lungs out of my chest,
Jasper said proudly, climbing back onto the table.
That's practically unheard of.
The crunch of Love Tap crashing through wood like a rampaging bull brought an abrupt halt to their conversation. Stonvout let out a throaty laugh at their shocked looks and pulled his hammer out from the table he had just destroyed.
Sorry to interrupt your conversation, but the clock's a-ticking. My crew's ready.
Ethan yawned and rubbed the sleep out of his eyes to no avail. He glanced around the room and smacked his lips as he pulled his heavy cloak tighter around himself. Your training for today will be much more hands-on, Ethan informed Lena. And are we sure we can't sleep any longer? Jasper shot Ethan a worried glance. This was the first time the swordsman had slept through loud noise for so long. Quite, Averill said. I believe it's time to go. Lead the way, Nadir.
I was planning on it, Vision,
Stonvout said with a grin, pushing past them and literally kicking the door off its hinges as he strode out of the tavern. They slipped silently through the streets with Stonvout at the lead. Surprisingly, the group of sailors demonstrated none of the uproarious energy of the previous night. They stalked through the streets like a group of wraiths. One small group split away from the main party and headed deeper into the city without explanation. They reached their destination before the sun could rise, a cluster of small merchant shops that stood empty until their owners returned in the morning. Directly across from the yellowed stone buildings was the largest part of the dock. An enormous galleon swayed back and forth gently in the cold sea in front of them. The little dots of orange lantern light, moving slowly around both the dock and the ship, marked the positions of the numerous guards patrolling the area. Stonvout gestured for them to stand down and leaned against the wall of a shop with a yawn. What are we waiting for? Lena whispered quietly. As if on cue, a violent explosion ripped through the still morning air. Stonvout's crew seemed unsurprised, but Lena couldn't stop a curse of surprise from slipping through her lips. Luckily, the guards were evidently just as surprised as she was. Several of them dropped their lanterns as they spun to look at the mushroom cloud that was slowly rising from the tavern district.
I reckon the Vision's sleeping somewhere in the guardhouse,
Stonvout said, jerking a thick thumb toward a large house at the edge of the dock.
You four take care of him. My boys and I will get control of the ship.
Without leaving time for a response, Stonvout bounded toward the dock. Lena half expected the man to let out a war cry, but even the huge man's steps were silent. Lena winced as she watched Love Tap transform a distracted guard into a fine red mist. Stonvout's crew slipped after him, mimicking his silent attack. Ethan and the Visions remained behind at the merchant district, watching them go. Jasper abruptly prodded Lena in the leg.
Enough admiring the Nadir,
Jasper hissed.
The two of us have a vision to deal with.
Two? Lena asked in shock. What about?
Averill's a useless freeloader, and Ethan needs to conserve his strength. That leaves us. Now, get that look off your face and get your ass in gear. This isn't the first vision you've fought, and it damn well won't be your last.
Lena swallowed once and then nodded. Ethan looked like he wanted to protest, but a sharp glance from Averill silenced him. I'll make sure he gets to the ship safely, Averill promised.
We both know you won't do shit, and everything will be just fine anyways,
Jasper replied. Averill smirked at him, and strode off toward the violence unfolding on the docks with Ethan in tow.
So what's the plan? We need to get the Vision's attention so he doesn't go after Stonevout and his crew, right?
Sounds like a good idea to me, Jasper said. In fact, this is a great training opportunity. Consider this a field test. Using what you have now, figure out how to stop Typhon's pet Vision from ruining our escape plans.
Absolutely not, Lena hissed. This is important. You can't just make it into a stupid test.
Yes, I can, Jasper said stubbornly. Now, what are we doing? Wait too long and the Vision will sink Stonevout's new ship. Just in case you didn't catch on, that means you fail.
Lena gritted her teeth, but arguing with the gremlin was pointless. She screwed her nose up as she gathered her thoughts and then drew a steadying breath. The buildings were packed loosely around them, but they didn't look sturdy enough to withstand much damage.
Okay, first, we need to find some way to get the Vision to come after us and not Stonevout. Then, an explosion tore through the night for the second time as a bolt of brilliant yellow lightning erupted from Jasper's hands and slammed into one of the windows of the guardhouse. The world seemed to freeze for a moment as everyone's gaze turned toward the source of the attack. Jasper hovered in the air, shimmering yellow energy crackling up and down his small green form like a beacon. Time took back over as a figure leapt out of the second floor of the guardhouse. A torrent of water erupted from the sea and caught the person moments before they hit the ground.
Step 1 accomplished. I reckon that angry bugger running at us is Moat,
Jasper merrily said as the Vision charged toward them with a huge snake-like rope of seawater slithering across the ground beside him.
I thought you said this wasn't the Vision of the sea,
Lena told Jasper, keeping her eyes on the man dashing in their direction.
He isn't. This bloke is probably the Vision of salty water or something. Very different. Garm would squish this Moat character like a bug.
Fantastic, Lena said as Moat grew closer. The man had a thick layer of graying hair and dark skin aged prematurely by the violent sun and constant exposure to seawater. Even from far away, Lena could somehow make out 2 crystal blue eyes burning with fury. Lena wanted to scream at the gremlin, but she didn't have time. Her golden armor shimmered into existence, and 2 discs of glowing light appeared beside her hands.
Step 2, beat the crap out of the Vision, Lena said.
That's what I like to hear, Jasper crowed.
Another bolt of lightning ripped out of his hands toward the enemy Vision. The water bulged outwards and formed a shield in front of the Vision moments before Jasper's attack struck him. It dissipated harmlessly, and Moat continued straight toward them.
You will not survive this transgression,
Moat called, moving his head just far enough to the side to let Jasper's next bolt fly past him harmlessly. His grim blue eyes analyzed his opponents with calculating cruelty. The water around the Vision abruptly erupted toward them like a geyser. Lena thrust her hands forward, and 2 large circles of golden energy shimmered into being directly in front of the man's attack. His right eye twitched slightly, and the water twisted back to coil around him.
Nice block, Lena, Jasper said with a thumbs up.
This is not the time for casual conversation,
Moat said. Thousands of tiny water bullets blasted toward Lena at incredible speed. She wasn't fast enough to summon a new shield, but the attack dissipated against her armor.
Wow, I thought that would hurt a lot more than it actually did, Lena said, slinging a golden disc at Moat.
I will make this painless if you submit immediately, Moat growled as a torrent of water deflected the golden energy, sending it crashing through the wall of a building.
He's buying time. I bet all he can control is this tiny amount of water, Jasper said.
There was a crackle as Jasper froze the water in front of him solid. Lena followed up immediately by slinging another disc at Moat. Without his water to shield him, Moat had to dive to the side to avoid the attack. He scrambled to his feet and glared furiously at Jasper. A vein in the older Vision's forehead bulged as a snarl appeared on his face. He reached out toward the ice, and Jasper grimaced. The ice shattered, and Jasper staggered back, holding his hand to his head. "How did you do that? I'm the only one who can control my water," Moat yelled.
You aren't unique, buddy. I know someone who could take that water from you and spank you with it like a child,
Jasper said. A hole formed in the ground below Moat, and the man tripped as his foot slipped into it. As Moat fell, his body seemed to lose focus. He transformed into a stream of water that suddenly shot outwards and pierced straight through Jasper. The vision reformed behind the gremlin with a confused look. Jasper spun around, a dagger already prepared in his hand, and plunged the weapon into Moat's chest. Moat transformed into water and hopped back several paces, but a red flower had already bloomed on his chest. "Jasper, are you—" Lena trailed off as she realized that the gremlin was completely unharmed. "No resistance whatsoever, but I definitely hit you. How?" Moat asked, ignoring the blood seeping into his shirt. He didn't bother waiting for Jasper to respond. The vision sent a blast of seawater crashing down on Lena's head. She fell to one knee, but the attack didn't pierce through her defenses. "Annoying. Some sort of energy manipulator and a gremlin," Moat said, distaste practically oozing from his words.
You aren't cool enough to have an opinion,
Jasper fired back, tossing another bolt of lightning at the vision to punctuate his words. At the same time, Lena ran toward Moat and threw herself into the watery shield the man erected to block Jasper's attack. The water pressed back against her, churning violently. The energy around Lena flared brightly, and the water gave way, letting Lena burst through to the other side. Moat reacted quickly, but Lena was faster. Her gauntleted fist caught him on the shoulder instead of his face, sending the man careening backwards into a building. Lena blinked and looked down at her arm as if it wasn't part of her body.
Nice,
Jasper crowed as he walked up to stand beside Lena. The gremlin sent a ball of fire into the crumpled vision, possibly out of spite. Moat groaned as a swirl of water lifted him back to his feet and then attached itself to his back like a cape. One of his arms was hanging at his side, at a decidedly wrong angle, and blood was trickling down his forehead. "A gremlin vision with power over multiple elements," Moat said slowly. He grabbed his damaged arm, and with a swift jerk, yanked it back into its correct place. His face remained impassive the entire time.
What of it?
Jasper growled, a ball of fire starting to form in the air above him. "You can drop the illusion. You got carried away with that last attack," Moat said, flexing his fingers experimentally. "You should have stuck to intentionally missing me with everything and letting your lady friend do all the work. Spider." Jasper drew in a sharp breath, and his ears slumped a noticeable amount.
"Shit, that fast?" he asked.
"Come on now. How many gremlin visions do you think there are floating around? The only surprise should be how long it took me to figure this out," Moat said. Jasper glanced toward Stonevout and his crew, but the sounds of battle were still ringing out from the ship. He gritted his teeth and turned back toward Moat.
"You seem awful confident. It's still 2 versus 1,
Jasper said. "No, it isn't. I have seen through your illusions. You are worthless," Moat said.
"Is that so?"
Jasper asked. Hundreds of spinning daggers appeared in the air around the gremlin like a swarm of large, angry flies. They formed a metal wall in front of Jasper and then shot toward Moat. Moat narrowed his eyes, and a strand of water shot out from the liquid surrounding him. It passed through the wall of metal effortlessly, grabbing Jasper's real dagger out of the air. The other daggers peppered into both Moat and the wall behind him. Lena dashed at Moat, thrusting her sword toward his chest. The vision transformed into a pillar of water, allowing Lena to charge right through him before he reformed behind her. Moat walked up to the gremlin and looked down at him with an apologetic smile. "It's unfortunate, but I'm afraid you're just outclassed. Your fame is greatly exaggerated, Spider.
I have no idea how you managed to kill Toggle." The watery cloak on Moat's back grew tendrils of water that lashed out and lifted Jasper off the ground, drawing out a slew of curses from the gremlin.
Jasper, don't just sit there. Do something, Lena yelled.
Gold light enveloped the gremlin as Lena formed a suit of armor around him. "Wait your turn, girl," Moat ordered, flicking his hand toward her. A large portion of water detached from him and blasted into Lena, forcing her backwards. The water formed itself into a blobby humanoid nearly a head taller than Lena. Moat let out a curse as Jasper bit him on the wrist. The gremlin hopped out of his grip, but the weathered vision wasn't about to let Jasper run. A jet of water nearly cut him in half as it erupted from the ground. "Make this easier for both of us," Moat yelled after the fleeing gremlin. Lena tried to charge him, but the water creation kicked her backwards with a powerful leg. It burbled in apparent amusement at the glowing vision. Lena snarled and thrust a hand upwards. A large gold disc appeared on the ground below her adversary. Before it could react, the gold disc launched upwards together with the watery creature, disappearing rapidly into the cloudy sky above them. While Lena fought his creation, Moat pressed his advantage in the fight against Jasper. Small cuts covered the gremlin's body, and his right ear was bleeding badly. "I'll admit, it was smart to hide yourself and create an illusion just to the side of where you actually are," Moat said. "Very clever. But you're out of tricks, gremlin. This isn't a fight you can win." A jet of high-powered water erupted from Moat's outstretched hand toward Jasper's chest. The gremlin's eyes widened, and he raised his hands in front of himself. A brilliant golden shield roared into existence between Jasper and Moat. The jet of water drilled into the energy, but the shield held. Moat spun to face Lena, just in time to catch a gauntlet to his face. There was a loud crunch before the man transformed back into water, splattering against the ground before retreating several feet and forming back into a man. Moat's nose was pointed to the side at an unnatural angle. Blood had covered the entire front of his shirt, but none of the injuries were serious. "Awful sneaky of you. Why don't you take that veil off so I could see who you are? That's twice you've got the jump on me now," he said through his broken nose. Jasper slumped to the ground with a sigh of relief. He gave Lena a weak nod. "I've toughened him up for you. Your turn," Jasper said. Lena didn't respond to the gremlin. A golden disc appeared behind Moat and launched him toward the glowing vision. Lena formed a hemisphere in front of him just as he turned into water. The two glowing constructs slammed together, trapping Moat's watery form between them. It was too small for the man to transform back, leaving him stuck as what was essentially a sentient puddle. The water lashed out at Lena's energy, but its attempts were futile.
"Jasper, he needs all of this water to reform, right?" Lena asked.
"Most likely," Jasper said. She nodded grimly, and Moat struggled more violently as he realized what was happening. Lena created several small, hollow spheres within her cage, each of which captured a part of Moat, despite his best efforts to avoid it. Lena flicked her hand, and the orbs shot out in dozens of different directions. She dropped the main cage, allowing what remained of Moat to splash to the ground. It landed in a small puddle and trickled through the cobbled street harmlessly.
"Are you okay?"
Lena asked as she helped Jasper to his feet. The gremlin sighed and touched his ear gingerly.
"Typhon's beard, that hurts."
Jasper yanked his hand back and shot the puddle an angry look.
"I'll live. You did very well out there. That was what a real vision should look like," he said, almost wistfully.
"It was mostly you," Lena said quickly. "You fought him the whole time. I just caught him off guard a few times."
Jasper's glare stopped the rest of Lena's sentence before it came out of her mouth. The gremlin shook his head and sighed.
"We should make sure everything's going well for Stonvout. We've probably woken the whole damn city at this point, so we don't have much time left."
Lena grabbed Jasper by the back of his shirt and darted toward the huge ship, where the sounds of battle were slowly starting to die out.
Chapter 15.
Let go of me, damn it!
Jasper kicked helplessly in Lena's armored grip.
I can walk myself.
It's much faster if I run, Lena shot back at him. Golden stairs formed under her feet as she ran, leading them up toward the deck of the ship. A screaming guard sailed through the air above the two visions and disappeared into the dark water with a splash. Lena stepped onto the ship's deck and set Jasper down before the enraged gremlin could bite her hand off. Stonvout and Ethan stood back to back. Dead guards littered the deck all around them. The Jatir spotted Lena boarding the ship and raised a hand in greeting. Ethan did the same, but his attention seemed to be elsewhere.
I take it you handled Moat?
Stonvout asked.
Scattered all over the city,
Lena responded.
He's dead then, for sure.
It's likely. Lena split him up into little puddles and threw him in every direction. If he isn't dead, he shouldn't be reforming anytime soon,
Jasper said. He touched his ear gingerly and winced.
I don't suppose you have any bandages on this ship.
You're still talking, so I can wait until we've set sail. I can't imagine the good guards of Stormfront will appreciate our liberation of Rosarian. We've handled all the roaches on board. You two just keep the ones at the dock off us until we're out of range,
Stonvout said. Jasper sighed and narrowed his eyes in concentration. A wave of purple energy flooded out from him, washing over the deck harmlessly. Jasper flopped onto his back and groaned as the energy disappeared into the water around them.
I made it look like the ship is farther to one side than it really is, so that'll buy us some time if they try to shoot at us. But that's the end of my rope. I'm spent. Lena can handle the rest.
We'll be counting on you then, Stonvout told Lena after giving Jasper an appreciative nod. He strode toward the helm, barking out orders to everyone he passed. Back in the city, the explosion set off by Stonvout's men had transformed into a raging fire. A thick pillar of smoke stretched its dark fingers across the sky above Stormfront. Yells echoed throughout the city as people rushed to put the fire out. A volley of arrows rose up from the guardhouse, but they peppered into the water beyond the Rosarian harmlessly. Jasper grinned in Lena's direction and gave her a smug nod. The deck lurched under their feet, and the ship gradually began to make distance from the dock and into the open ocean beyond it. Another volley took to the sky, but Lena quickly erected a glowing barrier that prevented the arrows from getting near the ship. Much to the dismay on the shrinking faces of the guardsmen, it was evident that their best efforts were for naught. Lena let out the pent-up breath she had been holding in her chest as the ship drew out of bow range. She let the barrier fade away and sat down on a nearby barrel with a groan. "I can't believe we survived that," she told Jasper. The gremlin scoffed. He pressed his shirt against his wounded ear gingerly and winced. Fresh blood joined the brown patch that was rapidly spreading across his clothing. The wound didn't show any signs of closing. Jasper's uninjured ear twitched, and he let out a sigh.
Not all of us. I left half my ear in the city.
Lena didn't get a chance to respond. Ethan slammed into her, and Lena tumbled across the deck with a yelp. Jasper screamed as the spike of water that was meant for her ripped itself out of Ethan's back. The swordsman collapsed to his knees behind her.
You said you killed the vision,
Stonvout roared.
They certainly did their best.
Moat's voice gurgled from within the water. A pillar of churning water formed a short distance in front of the ship. Moat arose from the top and glared down at the Rosarian. His chest was still stained red from where Jasper had stabbed him, and several large chunks of his body were missing.
"Ethan!"
Lena yelled, scrambling to her feet and running toward the wounded man. Moat chuckled as a spear of water shot toward her. She skidded to a stop, summoning a shield of glowing energy in front of the water's path.
"It doesn't look like you're all back,"
Lena called up to him.
"Maybe you should take a breather and collect the rest of yourself before you try us again."
I assure you that my present state is more than enough to deal with a little girl and a crew of pirates, Moat replied.
You're forgetting about me,
Jasper growled. He hauled himself to his feet and bared his teeth at the vision in the water. "No," Moat said, "I'm not." A tentacle of water erupted from below the ship and whipped across the deck. It slammed into Jasper, knocking him off his feet and sending the small vision flying into a barrel. The wood exploded, sending splinters flying across the deck. The gremlin didn't move from where he landed. Lena gritted her teeth and forced herself to keep her attention on Moat. The gruff vision's mouth twisted into a mocking grin, and the water around him raised as if to attack the Rosarian. A barrel hurtled through the air toward Moat. He snarled, and the tentacles splashed back into the water as the barrel splashed harmlessly through him. Stonevalt let out a furious yell and leapt down from the helm. He slammed onto the deck beside Lena, nearly knocking her off her feet. "I reckon I should have asked you this earlier. But what else can you do?" he asked. All traces of the Jatir's slight drunken slur had vanished into the sea.
"Give you armor, make shields, and make you fly. Maybe some other stuff," Lena said curtly.
"That works. Toss me at him." Lena didn't hesitate. Golden armor shimmered into existence around the Jatir. She launched him into the sky toward Moat and took off after him, armor forming around her own body mid-flight. "How do I move in this thing?" Stonevalt yelled over the wind howling past his face.
"You can't! I'm making the armor fly, not you!"
Lena called back. She yanked him out of the way of a javelin of water with a mental tug. Stonevalt sent her a furious glare, moments before Lena slammed him into the pillar where Moat was standing. The vision morphed into water for just long enough for Stonevalt to pass through him before he reformed again. "Really? Is this your—" Moat's body disappeared in a splash of water as Stonevalt hurtled back through him. "Stop using me like a human cannonball!" Stonevalt roared.
"Okay,"
Lena called back as he went flying into Moat once again. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that the tentacle of water Moat had formed to attack Jasper had disappeared. A pained cry interrupted Lena's thoughts. Stonevalt had managed to clip Moat's watery form with his hammer as he flew by the vision. Moat cradled his crushed right arm, his eyes wide. "How? This isn't possible!" Moat screamed, his cold facade broken for the second time that day. "If you don't stop swinging me around, I'm going to toss you off the ship myself," Stonevalt yelled.
"What do you want me to do then?"
Lena asked. "Lock me up with him. I'll sort the watery bastard out for us," the Jatir said confidently. Lena nodded and turned her attention to Moat, who was still staring at his arm in shock. A huge glowing box with an open top warped into existence around the stunned vision. Lena tossed Stonevalt through the roof and then slammed it shut, sealing the two men inside. "Again, really? Your tricks are getting old. I'll just sink the damn ship and deal with you afterwards," Moat growled. Tendrils of water started to rise out of the sea around the Rosarian.
"If he's in his water form, he can't attack the ship,"
Lena yelled to Stonevalt. The Jatir lunged forward and drove his elbow into Moat's neck. Water splashed harmlessly away as Stonevalt's arm went straight through Moat's liquid form. But the tentacles around the Rosarian slipped harmlessly back into the sea once again. "How'd you figure it out?" Moat asked, spinning to glare at Lena through the box. Panic had started to creep into his voice. Moat suddenly became solid again as Stonevalt's hammer clipped his side. His left arm disappeared in a gray blur, and Love Tap crashed into the golden floor, spiderwebbing cracks across its surface. The vision's head slowly turned to look down at his missing arm. "But you're just a normal person. Your kind can't—" Love Tap made another arc through the air. Moat didn't say anything else. "You're just a dead man. Dead men don't get opinions," Stonevalt said to the vision's corpse. Lena let the golden box collapse, dropping what remained of Moat's body into the sea. She floated Stonevalt back onto the deck of the Rosarian silently. The guards on the shore lowered their bows and turned their attention to the growing fire that threatened to devour the tavern district. Sometimes it was better to let someone else deal with the problem and pretend you didn't see it. Lena rushed over to find Jasper and Ethan, but the two of them were gone. Averill held up a placating hand to stop Lena's frantic search. The woman's eyes had dark bags under them, and she looked like she had one foot in the grave with a second ready to follow it. "Don't worry. Ethan and Jasper are below deck, but you need to let them rest. They'll both live. Jasper's not an easy gremlin to kill. I've tried it a few times myself. As for Ethan, he's a special case," Averill said wearily. "Are you sure? Ethan took a hit that was meant for me, and he didn't look all right," Lena said worriedly. "They'll live until we reach the Ashen Lands, I promise," Averill said, rubbing her forehead. "That's reassuring, I think," Lena muttered. Despite her annoyed tone, the tension started to leave her body.
"Next time you kill someone, make sure to finish the job," Stonevout told Lena, patting her on the shoulder. "But good work. He won't be coming back this time."
Lena went to nod, but her head refused to move. Despite the sun's crawl through the sky, the world seemed to be growing darker. The Islander woman opened her mouth to comment on it, but all that came out was a garbled groan. "What was that?" Averill asked, turning toward the younger vision. Lena's muscles abruptly lost tension. Her legs gave out, and she slumped to the deck as her body rebelled against her. Averill strode over and knelt beside the unconscious vision. She pulled Lena's eyelids back and inspected her pupils, then placed her ear next to the girl's chest. "Not injured," Averill announced. "Just completely out of energy. She'll be fine after she sleeps it off." The onlooking crew let out sighs of relief and dispersed to man the Rosarian. Averill picked Lena up and descended to below deck. She located a large bundle of unused tarp and laid her upon it. Averill sighed and glanced over to where Jasper and Ethan laid. The gremlin was out cold and wrapped in badly browning bandages. However, the swordsman was sitting straight up, watching Averill silently. "You interfered," Ethan said. "I should not be awake." "I did, and I think you know why." "I do. I'm out of time," Ethan sighed. "My body used up most of my remaining energy to repair the wound Moat gave me." "You wouldn't have survived to reach the Ashen Lands if I hadn't awoken you," Averill said. "I see. Before I do anything, I'd like to talk," Ethan said slowly. Averill gestured for him to speak. "I'm disappointed with the way things have progressed," Ethan said, sighing. "Why is that?" Averill asked. Ethan could tell the woman already knew the answer to her question, but he humored her. "Moat was weak. From what I could see, he could only control a small amount of water. Any member of our original team could have handled him within a minute with no injury, myself included." "Lena hasn't even been a vision for a month. Besides, Jasper fought against him together with Lena. Look how he turned out. Perhaps Moat was more dangerous than you believe," Averill offered. "You are correct about Lena, but this fight has shown that Jasper's in no better shape than I am," Ethan said. "He's hardly dying." "He's a fragment of his former self," Ethan said, his eyes narrowing. Averill shifted uncomfortably on her barrel and raised her hands helplessly. "He's trying to retain control of his sanity. He is—" "Your test subject," Ethan finished. Averill blinked. "What? No." "Enough. Jasper's a shell of his former self. If our business with the Everflame ends badly, you will ensure he returns to what he should be," Ethan said. His voice trembled with emotion, but there was an underlying tone of steel deadly enough to cut through rock. Averill looked into the swordsman's dark eyes. They were accusing and sharp, twin lakes buried deep underground where no movement could touch them. She held his gaze for a moment. Wisps of gray smoke curled and hissed and crackled around her body. but the swordsman didn't budge. After nearly a minute, Averill gave Ethan a small but perceptible nod.
I believe Jasper will return to his former self before I have to act. I'm just unsure if the world will be a better place for it.
The world is not my concern, Ethan said. That's all I needed to talk about. Please apologize to Lena and Jasper for me. I had hoped to be of use for longer. After all, they're doing this to save my life. Ethan reached under his shirt and pressed against the panel on his chest. It hissed open, and he reached inside it, closing his eyes in concentration. A few seconds later, the panel hissed shut, and he looked back at Averill.
It's done? She asked quietly.
It is, he replied. The swordsman's voice and eyes were completely devoid of emotion, and a bored expression replaced his normal, cheerful grin. The swordsman laid back down and stared silently up at the wooden ceiling.
Sometimes I wonder if I'm making the right decisions, Averill said aloud to her sleeping companions.
Gray smoke poured out of her hands, transforming into a foggy duplicate of her own body. Averill's eyebrow rose slightly as she felt her body drawing energy without permission. The fog sat down across from Averill, its gray eyes burning sightlessly into her.
It's not like you've ever had a choice, it said. No, I suppose I haven't,
Averill agreed with a sigh. She flicked her hand, and the foggy form exploded into dozens of gray strands that slowly made their way back into her. Chapter 16. The sun was swaying through the sky overhead when Lena woke up. A rough fleece blanket, moistened by the humid ocean air, pressed up against her cheek. Lena rose to her feet gingerly, bracing herself in preparation for a wave of pain and exhaustion that never came.
Good to see you're awake, Lena. I'll speak for the crew when I say it's good to see you again,
a passing crewman told Lena with a gap-toothed grin.
It's good to see you as well, Jarrett. I never thought I'd run into my old crew in the middle of the mainland. And are my friends?
Your tall friends said they'd both be right and sound, and the ship's nigh in danger. Told all us in case we saw you moving, he said, before Lena could get the question out.
The tension slipped out of her posture, and Lena nodded with no little relief.
Where are they?
Lena asked.
Assuming you mean us, we're below the deck,
Averill called, her voice muffled by the wood separating them.
That's creepy,
the crewman muttered to Lena. He gave her a respectful nod and set back off toward the bow of the ship. Jasper was awake when Lena got there. Averill and Ethan sat on either side of him. The swordsman didn't even seem to notice Lena enter the room. The gremlin lay on a pile of animal skins that someone had liberated from the ship's hold. He was practically mummified in bandages.
Looks like you're doing well,
Jasper said.
And you're still alive. Moat was really strong. I'm amazed we didn't lose anyone fighting against him, Lena said.
Jasper and Averill exchanged a glance that didn't escape Lena's notice. She frowned and glanced over her shoulder toward the stairwell leading up to the main deck.
We didn't lose anyone, did we?
We did not, Ethan responded.
So what's the problem? You're not acting normal, Lena said. Ethan ran out of power healing the wound Moat inflicted, Averill explained. He has deactivated all of his non-essential functions, so he can live long enough to try and get the Everflame.
He's basically a robot,
Jasper said, stress tinging his voice.
No emotions, feelings, anything like that. If it's gotten this bad, he should have about a week of power left as long as he doesn't have to fight anything.
I'm sorry. This is my fault.
Stop, Jasper said. His voice was cold.
The problem, Jasper said, pausing briefly between each word.
is that I was nearly killed by a backwater vision. It's not you, Lena. You've only been a vision for a month. I've been one for longer than you've been alive. I've become a burden."
"Jasper, what are you saying?" Lena asked, shocked. Jasper gritted his teeth and looked at a different part of the wall. Lena let a slow breath out and followed it up with a curse. "This is bad," Lena told Averill. "You're telling me? He's been like this ever since he woke up."
"I'm right here, you know,"
Jasper muttered. "Has this ever happened before?" Lena asked, ignoring the gremlin. "Not for as long as I've known him." Jasper gritted his teeth and pushed himself upright. His eyes flashed with fury, and he thrust a finger at the stairs.
"Get out. I have training to do. Lena, you would be wise to do the same."
"What about Averill?" the younger vision asked.
"She's useless whether she trains or not," Jasper spat. "Don't make me tell you again. Get out."
They left. Ethan was evidently excluded from Jasper's command, as he remained by the gremlin's side as the two women left the hold. "Is there anything we can do to help Jasper or Ethan?" Lena asked Averill as they stood by the railing of the ship. Averill looked down at her hand. Small wisps of gray smoke flitted through her fingers in a serpentine dance. Her brow creased in concentration, and her gaze seemed to shift to something deep within the calm waters below them. "No, not yet," Averill said, dismissing the smoke and turning back to face Lena. The older vision wiped her eyes and blinked. "Damn ocean water always irritates my eyes," Averill said, covering her face with one hand. Lena nodded sagely, electing to remain silent. The taller vision turned away from Lena and looked back toward the water. "It's just like that," Averill said, looking out at the seemingly endless stretch of water surrounding them. "I'm sorry?" Lena asked. "What is the Rosarian doing to the sea?" Averill asked abruptly. "The Rosarian? It's a ship, Averill. It sails." "I know that," Averill said irritably. "But what is it doing to the sea?" "I don't know. Nothing. We're just sailing on the sea, nothing else." "Exactly. Nothing," the older vision said. Averill shifted her gaze to meet Lena's. Gray light completely filled the tall vision's eyes. Energy crackled through their endless depths with an intensity that made Lena's hair prick up all over her skin. "This is how our universe works. We can do nothing. Fools believe the wake we create as we sail through existence causes a difference, but that is because they do not look behind to see the waves fade into nothingness at our backs." "Well, that's depressing," Lena said. "You never struck me as the moody type, so I'll cut to the chase. Do you have a point here?" "Don't you understand? It doesn't matter what you do. Our choices don't have an effect on the outcome of anything. They're nothing, insignificant," Averill snarled. "And that doesn't mean I'm just going to sit around and do nothing. Is that why you never help us fight?" Lena asked. "It is but the least of an infinitely great number of reasons." Averill didn't see the punch coming until she was lying on her back with the sky swaying overhead. She wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. It came away, tinged red. "Did you just punch me?" Averill asked, disbelief evident in her tone. "Damn right I did," Lena replied. "You had it coming. Jasper and I were fighting for all of our lives, and Ethan is slowly dying. How can you just sit around and watch your friends die while bullshitting me with some philosophical garbage?" Lena left Averill on the ground and stomped back to the front of the ship where Stonvout lay on the deck, basking in the sunlight. His hammer rested at his feet. The Jatir glanced lazily up at her from his spot on the ground and let out a cat-like yawn. "You don't seem too happy, girl." "I'm not," Lena admitted with a huff. She sat down cross-legged beside the enormous man's head and drummed her fingers on the warm wood impatiently. I feel helpless. Jasper and Ethan are seriously injured, and I don't even know what my vision is. You fought Maud, twice, and we killed him. And I'm certain you've done some impressive stuff during your travels, Stonevout said. I'm not here to complain, Jatir. I'm going to get stronger. You can fight against visions, but you're just a normal human. If you could teach me... There's the problem right there, Stonevout said abruptly. This time it was Lena's turn to pause and raise an eyebrow. Listen, let me tell you a story. When I was much younger, I really wanted to be a blacksmith. Can you believe that? Stonevout asked with a laugh. Not really, but I guess you had the right build for it, Lena said. Well, I did. I traveled all over seeking tutelage from any blacksmith that was willing to take me, and I got pretty decent at it. But nothing I ever made held up as good as what they did. My swords dulled faster, and my daggers broke first. Why? Lena asked. Because they all had their own special techniques. I tried to learn each one, but I just couldn't get them. It took me years to figure out the reason. Stonevout paused just long enough for Lena to get impatient and prod him in the stomach. It was because I was trying to copy their techniques. What I really needed to do was learn from them, but then make my own style that belonged to me. And that's how I made Love Tap over here, Stonevout said, patting his hammer affectionately. You made Love Tap yourself? Lena asked, shocked. I did. But think about what I'm trying to tell you. Stop trying to be other people. You'll never master anything when you're just copying someone else, Stonevout said passionately. Lena opened her mouth to respond. Then she slowly closed it. After a few moments of silence, the vision gave Stonevout a nod. I want to spar with you, she said. Now, that be something I can help with, he said. A grin spread across Stonevout's face, and he rose to his feet. A wave of golden energy left Lena's body and created a huge cube around the two of them. It covered a large portion of the Rosarian's top deck. This should stop us from damaging the ship, as long as we don't hit it too hard. So focus your attacks on me, Lena said confidently. I planned it, Stonevout said, baring his teeth in an animalistic grin. The Jatir closed the distance with a single bound and drove his elbow into Lena's stomach. A flicker of gold light flashed out from under Lena's shirt as the golden plate she had hid there shattered, but it absorbed the force of the blow. Stonevout had been in far too many battles to be caught off guard. He shifted in place and kicked Lena hard in her side. The force of the blow picked the woman off the ground and sent her flying into one of the golden cube's walls. The vision rolled to the side, moments before Stonevout's foot crashed into the ground where she'd been laying. Are you trying to kill me? Lena yelled at him. Are you trying to improve? Show me something creative. Lena reached into the air behind her. Energy swirled around her hand, condensing into a rippling ball. She gave it a surprised glance before hurling it toward the Jatir. Stonevout let out a laugh and tumbled out of the way. The ball of energy splashed harmlessly against the arena wall with a hiss. Stonevout's laugh abruptly turned into a choked wheeze as something suddenly wrapped itself around his throat. The Jatir tore the offending presence away from his neck with a curse. A metal ball connected to a strip of wound cloth laid in his hand, its brother already rolling harmlessly across the ship's deck from the force of his pull. You hid an attack with a bola behind one that used energy? Clever, Stonevout admitted. Lena clenched her fists. Her glowing armor thrummed into existence around her, and she charged at Stonevout. The Jatir braced his stance to meet her. Moments before the two collided, the young vision seemed to slam into an invisible wall. Stonevout's fist whistled through the air harmlessly, and Lena rushed forward immediately afterwards. A brutal backhand reinforced with glowing energy sent the Jatir tumbling across the ground. He popped back up to his feet and let out a roar of approval. "Brilliant! How did you stop like that?" Lena stepped to the side, revealing a taut golden chain connected to one of the glowing walls directly behind her. "Very clever. I think I actually felt that punch too," Stonevout admitted, rubbing his nose with a wide grin.
"The Jatia just got his ass handed to him by Lena again,"
a man called loudly. Stonevout and Lena spun toward the source of the voice. A large crowd had gathered along one of the cube walls. It was mostly crewmen, but Lena spotted Ethan and Jasper at the edge of the group. "I believe I was just reminded not to underestimate my opponents," Stonevout called back amicably. "But feel free to come down here and try your own hand if you're cocky. I'm all warmed up." The crewman quickly shut his mouth and offered his Jatir a sheepish grin before fading back into the crowd. Lena let their makeshift arena disappear along with her armor. "Thank you, Stonevout. You helped me a lot today," Lena said, offering him a hand. The Jatir's hand completely engulfed Lena's. He pumped it once and leaned down to look her in the eye. "I'm not sure I did much. Next time, I will use my hammer. You best be ready." "Only if I give you the chance to lift it," Lena said, a grin spreading across her face. "Now you're talking like a vision," Stonevout laughed. He grabbed Love Tap and slung the hammer over his shoulder. As he walked toward the helm of the ship, the Jatir paused and turned back to give Lena a serious look. "Just make sure you don't die like one." Lena mulled over the large man's words as she watched the crowd start to disperse, leaving only Jasper and Ethan standing across from her on the deck. Bandages still covered the gremlin head to toe. Ethan silently returned below deck, as if he had forgotten why he'd come out in the first place. Jasper sighed and gingerly touched his injured ear with one hand as he watched Ethan leave.
"That was a good fight. For someone who's only been a vision for a short time, you held your own decently," Jasper said.
"You and Ethan taught me," Lena started, but the scowl that appeared on Jasper's face silenced her words.
"We didn't teach you anything like that. You didn't even use your sword. Humbleness is a trait that is ill-suited for a vision, especially when it does not belong."
"I suppose so," Lena said. She touched the hilt of the sword on her hip and grinned awkwardly. Jasper sat down next to Lena and stared out toward the endless expanse of ocean before them.
"I'm sorry for bringing you in like this," Jasper slowly said after a long pause. "I've been a horrible teacher. Ethan's done much more than I have. You still don't even know your vision. And now we're heading off to the Ashen Lands where you'll have to face our past for us."
"That's enough. You didn't force me to come with you," Lena said. "I made my own choice. I've learned a lot through traveling with you and Ethan. You both gave me a chance to make something with my life. I've learned more than I could have imagined in just the short time we've been traveling."
"Experience does dead men no good," Jasper replied.
"I said enough," Lena yelled. "I'm a grown goddamn woman, Jasper. If you want to wallow in self-pity, go ahead. But don't you dare use me as the excuse to do it."
"But—"
"Shut up and let me talk," Lena said. "You and Ethan are the reason I'm a vision, and I chose to help you get the Everflame because I don't believe Ethan deserves to die a slow and worthless death in front of his friend. I get to make decisions for myself, and I'm choosing to help you. Now, get your head out of your pint-sized ass. Jan isn't going to lose to a depressed gremlin." She gave the gremlin a curt nod and spun on her heel to walk down into the ship's hold. As she started down the stairs, Lena paused and glanced back at Jasper. "The vision of deceit should be able to do a lot better than sit around whining. Figure something out." Chapter 17. They caught sight of land at dawn on their third day at sea. It appeared over the horizon abruptly, an endless flat expanse of burnt orange and brown hues. The temperature had been steadily rising for the past few hours, and everyone Stonevout wasn't forcing to work migrated below the ship's deck or under any cover they could find. As they grew closer, the low walls of an aging fortress along the shore rose into vision. A thin strip of land reached out toward their ship, with a small dock at the end of a sandy bank. Lena's nose wrinkled as she started to make out the details of the fortress. "What's that smell?" she asked.
"There's a huge volcano in the middle of the desert. It belches out noxious gas and magma constantly. Luckily, we won't have to go anywhere near it,"
Averill said indifferently, walking up to stand beside the younger vision. "Oh," Lena said. She cleared her throat awkwardly and looked at Averill out of the corner of her eyes.
"I'm, sorry for punching you," she said. "It's okay. It's possible that I might have had it coming. I've been hit a lot harder by much stronger people. I just didn't expect it."
Lena started to nod, but abruptly stopped. She peeled her eyes away from the fortress and turned to fully look at the woman beside her.
"You didn't expect it?" "Indeed,"
Averill said dryly.
"I promise I'm more shocked than you are. I don't know how, but you've managed to blind me."
"What do you mean?" Lena asked.
"You're a clever woman, Lena. Why don't you take a guess? I'm genuinely curious to hear your thoughts," Averill said.
Lena drummed her fingers on her hip for a few moments.
"I was actually going to try to guess your vision again, so I suppose now is as good a time as any. It clearly involves the future somehow, but we've already confirmed that isn't it. I don't think it's knowledge or anything like that, since you barely ever share information that isn't immediately necessary. No offense." "None taken," Averill said with a playful shrug. "Keep going."
"I'm getting there," Lena grumbled.
"You haven't directly interfered in anything we've done. Jasper complains that you can't be trusted, but what really gave it away was your example about the Rosarian sailing through the sea a few days ago. I don't think you were talking about other people. You were talking about yourself."
Averill didn't say anything this time. Traces of a pensive frown crept across the tall woman's face, and she gestured impatiently for Lena to finish.
"Fate. You're the vision of fate. It's just that you can't control it completely. Maybe that's too much, even for a vision. I'm not sure, but I bet you can just see parts of it and tweak a few things here and there. That's why you don't help us during fights. You're worried you'll mess fate up."
The two visions watched each other silently for several moments.
"You're correct. That's 2 correctly guessed visions in just as many days. Well done," Averill said. "Did your vision tell you that?" Lena asked. "Nope. Jasper mentioned it to me this morning."
Lena's eyebrows shot up. The gremlin had built himself a fort of crates in the ship's hold immediately after Lena had guessed his vision. He hadn't left it once, and Ethan only emerged to silently claim food for the two of them.
"Oh, what has he been up to this whole time?" Lena asked. "He didn't want to talk about it," Averill said. "That doesn't mean you don't know." "But it does mean I'm not going to talk about it," Averill said, smiling at Lena.
The dock, which had been steadily creeping up on them throughout their conversation, had grown close enough to jump onto. Stonevout and his men docked the Rosarian without difficulty. The fortress in the distance blocked out a good portion of the morning sun, but there was enough light for Lena to be disappointed. Cracks riddled the huge stone walls, and decay marred any beauty they might have once held. Fallen rock had piled up around its base, and the few guards that were present were all either asleep or couldn't muster enough care to greet the ship. The docks themselves were in no better shape than the fortress walls. There were only 2 buildings that looked to be in functional shape. One was a large house made of a mixture of old stone and sea-scarred wood, seated right in front of the harbor. It looked like it might have been an inn at one point, but years of neglect had turned it into more of an eyesore than anything else. The other was a smaller building, made of plain stone, sat directly beside the path leading to the fortress. It was connected to a stone arch with a black iron gate that would have likely blocked the path if there had been a wall on either side of the gate. Instead, people had created a small footpath to get around it.
"They're clearly eager to have company," Lena said dryly.
"Get used to it. People who live in the Ashen Lands aren't big fans of newcomers," Jasper said from behind her.
Lena barely stopped herself from jumping. She settled for a curse as she turned toward Jasper.
"What is it with all you people showing up out of nowhere today? Can't you just make noise while you walk, like a normal person?"
Jasper let out a snort of amusement. His ear was still bandaged, but his appearance had mostly returned to normal. The gremlin had sewn his clothes back together with an assortment of discolored cloth, giving him the appearance of an incredibly poor and short court jester.
"Pay more attention to your surroundings,"
Jasper said smugly. A dark shadow blurred past them, causing both Lena and Jasper to jump and curse at the same time. Ethan straightened up and tilted his head slightly before moving to stand beside Averill.
"We need to talk,"
Jasper told Lena after giving Ethan his best glare.
"I agree," Lena said, "but I suspect it's going to have to wait. Stonevout's headed our way."
The Jatir raised love tap in greeting, nearly destroying a barrel with the huge hammer in the process. "This is as far as my crew takes you," Stonevout told them seriously. "The Ashenlands don't take kindly to strangers, and the Ashar are no exception. I can't afford to send my crew on what may well be a suicide mission."
"That was the deal," Jasper said. "You've done us a huge favor taking us this far. There's no need to throw your lives away."
Stonevout put a huge hand on Lena's shoulder. "You reminded me what it meant to be an Ashar and a Jatir," Stonevout said. "Thank you." Lena nodded. She suddenly found her throat didn't want to open so she could speak, but the Jatir didn't seem to mind. "We'll sit here for a day in case you need to leave suddenly. After that, we'll return in 2 weeks. If you aren't there when we come back, we'll wait 1 more day before leaving."
"We understand," Averill said.
Stonevout gave her a curt nod. He set Love Tap down and grabbed the gangplank from the deck, lowering it to the dock on his own. Jasper and Ethan headed down immediately, and Averill followed a moment later. Stonevout raised a hand to pause Lena just before she went. "You've improved a lot from our training sessions these last few days," Stonevout said, picking Love Tap back up and running his hand along the hammer's hilt. "You're a good fighter and sparring partner. Keep those wits of yours about you. You'll always be welcome back on my crew, Lena. Your father would be proud. Also, put that mask of yours back on. There are lots of Typhon's men around here."
"Thank you,"
Lena said, finally finding her words. Lena pulled the silken veil out from where she had stored it in a pocket and secured it around her head. She shook hands with her friend one last time and descended the gangplank to meet up with the others. The three had only traveled a few steps during her talk with the Jatir, so Lena caught up with them easily. They had all stopped at the very edge of the harbor, and Jasper seemed to be caught in a staring contest with a man as large as Stonevout. He had a rough, unshaven beard and more scar tissue than unblemished skin. He'd crossed his arms confrontationally in front of him, and an enormous sword, easily as large as Lena, was planted in the ground before him. The man's gaze broke away from Jasper's as he noticed Lena approaching. For an instant, their eyes met. The man's eyes were startlingly deep blue. They looked completely out of place on his haggard face, but they seemed to carry an immense pressure behind them.
"Something interesting going on?" Lena asked as she arrived beside Jasper.
The large man pointed an accusing finger at Lena and let out a huff of air. "You said you weren't getting the team back together," Garm said, glaring at Jasper.
"I'm not,"
the gremlin snarled.
The team is gone, Garm. What are you doing here?
Jon got in touch, told me you'd be coming round. If you'd told me you were after the Everflame, I would have taken you here through the ocean. No need for a boat.
The Everflame isn't for me, Jasper said.
Of course it isn't. Garm let out a grating laugh. Once I kill the lot of you, Jon has no trouble letting me take it myself.
Are you sure it has to come to this? Avril asked. We were friends once.
Don't worry. I'll attend your funerals.
He grabbed his enormous sword by the hilt and pulled it out of the path slowly.
Jon's offer is just too tempting.
Avril, get Ethan out of here. He can't afford to waste energy on this, Jasper ordered.
Avril gave Jasper a nod and grabbed Ethan by the shoulder. The swordsman didn't resist, and the tall woman led him away as Garm watched with a bemused grin.
You've never been my match, Spider, Garm said, and I doubt an untrained girl is going to help very much.
How do you know I'm untrained? Lena asked. Garm leapt into the air. A circular shockwave from the force of the jump buffeted Jasper and Lena. The Islander woman threw herself out of the way as the man crashed into the ground where she'd been standing, sending a large plume of sand and dirt into the sky. Lena scrambled away from him, but Garm didn't follow the attack up. He looked down at her and smirked.
Because your guard was down. Spider hasn't been teaching you very well.
My name is not Spider, Jasper yelled.
A ball of fire splashed against Garm's head, but the large man didn't even react. He just cocked an eyebrow in Jasper's direction and shook his head in disappointment.
I know what your vision is, Spider. Illusions are useless once someone figures them out. You're pitiful.
Garm growled, raising his sword and stepping toward Lena. A flash of purple energy lit the sand up, blinding everyone for an instant. When it faded away, there were several dozen copies of Lena and Jasper standing all around Garm.
He's much stronger than Moat was, Lena. Don't let him hit you with that sword,
one Jasper warned. The copies of Lena all nodded at the same time. Gold armor formed over their bodies, and they all dropped into identical fighting stances. Garm's grin faded away, and his eyes narrowed.
Golden energy? You replaced Toggle? And you did it with the child?
One of Jasper's illusions vanished as Garm's sword appeared in its chest. Fury burned in the man's eyes as he pulled his weapon free and turned his gaze to a nearby Lena.
I'll make sure not to hold back. I'm sure Toggle's replacement will be more than capable of handling little old Garm, Garm said sarcastically.
The huge man's eyes flashed with blue light. The ground shuddered and heaved, causing the sand to ripple like a furious lake. Jasper let out a stream of curses and vaulted onto the real Lena, who had positioned herself beside him.
Run!
Jasper yelled. Lena obeyed without hesitating, sprinting back toward the harbor. An ear-shattering explosion tore apart the earth and ripped the vision off her feet. She and Jasper hit the ground with a bounce, punctuated by a string of curses as Jasper narrowly avoided getting squashed. Lena leapt back to her feet, the cracks in her armor already healing up as she spun to look back at Garm. An enormous wall of violently churning water encased Jasper's old teammate. Time ground to a halt as Lena made eye contact with Garm. The smell of rotting fish and salt permeated the air, and tiny droplets of moisture hung suspended like crystals. Garm grinned. The droplets of water fell to the ground all at once as a massive beam of water ripped towards them from the scarred vision's hands. Lena hastily threw a shield in its path and yanked Jasper behind herself. The water cut clean through Lena's shield and drilled into her armor. She dug her heels into the ground and gritted her teeth as the force of the attack built up in pressure.
Do something!
Lena screamed. Cracks started to spiderweb across her defense at a rapid pace.
I'm trying. His mental defense is too strong. We need to get him off guard,
Jasper hissed. The stream of water finally cut off. Garm clicked his tongue and pointed his massive sword in their direction. Disappointing. So much for Toggle's replacement, Garm said, eyeing Linna's damaged armor. Water lifted the huge man into the air. It sprouted appendages and continued to enlarge until it formed into a humanoid shape with a watery sword that mirrored his metal one. Welcome to the real world, girl. Witness true strength before you die, Garm gloated. A huge gold shield formed before Linna and Jasper. Garm's enormous sword crashed into it with a sound like shattering glass, but the shield held just long enough for Linna and Jasper to avoid the attack.
How am I supposed to fight against this?
Linna panted as they ran.
We need to weaken his mental defense. He's too on guard for my illusions right now, Jasper said. If you can get him unbalanced, I'll finish the job.
Linna ducked and the massive sword howled through the air where her head had been. Garm laughed, but he didn't press his advantage. His construct slowly advanced on the two smaller visions.
I have an idea, Linna muttered. Make sure your watery friend can't make out what we're saying.
A spark of purple energy flashed in front of Linna and Jasper. They disappeared from view. Garm laughed again and swung his hand outwards, sending a huge wave crashing down where Linna had been standing. She shimmered back into vision as the water revealed her, but Jasper was nowhere to be seen. Where'd the stupid gremlin go? Garm asked Linna, leering at her. No matter, I'll take care of him after I finish you off.
That's assuming you can finish me off, Linna said, smirking up at Garm's huge, watery form. You've been a vision for longer than I've been alive, but you're still barely breaking through my defenses. Now that's pitiful.
Garm launched out from the water, slamming feet first into the ground directly before Linna. He looked down at the islander vision and backhanded her in the face. The golden armor crackled, but the blow didn't even break it. Linna drove a golden fist into the huge man's jaw. Garm's eyes only had a moment to widen before his head snapped back. He didn't move from his spot as he slowly looked back down at her. This will be a lot more painful than just letting me cut you up, Garm growled. He dropped his massive sword on the ground beside them. But I've never been one to say no to a woman. His huge hand slammed into her chest like a cannonball. Linna gritted her teeth, but she didn't move an inch backwards. She just tilted her head and gave him a mocking smile. The armor hadn't even been scratched this time. You're brave, but you aren't strong enough. I'd love to play around with you longer, but Jasper is a pain to catch when he's on guard. Sorry, girl. He reared back, all the muscles in his body tensing. One eyebrow raised as Garm realized the glowing vision wasn't moving. She was planning on taking his strongest punch head on. He snorted. Your funeral, Garm roared. His hand blurred forward. It hammered into her stomach. She maintained eye contact with the larger man, even as the shockwave from his punch ripped past her, carving a path through the sand behind her. The glowing armor twinkled mockingly before Garm's fist. It was still undamaged.
Is that it?
Linna asked. How? Garm asked, his eyes darting around. The damage to the ground behind her proved the strength of his strike, but the young vision in front of him hadn't even moved. Linna lifted her hands to grab Garm's wrist, but he leapt backwards before she could. The water behind him roiled furiously, responding to the big vision's anger. What are you? I wield the force of the seas. Nothing can withstand my strength, Garm roared. And there it is, Jasper's voice whispered from behind Garm. Somebody sounds scared. Garm's eyes widened, but it was too late. The desert vanished. Garm found himself kneeling on cold stone in a room lit by dim torchlight. The air around him was stale, and he could feel weariness draped over him like a wool cloak. He forced himself to his feet and rubbed his eyes. When they opened again, Jasper was standing in front of him. Garm flinched backwards before he could stop himself.
"This is just an illusion. It has no effect on me," Garm snarled.
Jasper bared his teeth. The flickering light reflected off the miniature daggers within the gremlin's mouth, making them even more intimidating than normal.
"Is that so? Then why don't you break out of it?"
Jasper asked. He took a step forward. Garm bared his own teeth, his eyes narrowed in concentration. Jasper watched him silently for a few moments before raising an eyebrow.
"It looks like you're still here,"
the gremlin observed. Garm's eyes slowly opened again. They flicked around the room, and the man swallowed. A sinister smile crept across the gremlin's face.
"Run,"
Jasper whispered. The light in the room quenched itself with a hiss. Jasper's laugh echoed throughout the room, bouncing from the walls and multiplying until it had turned into a scream. Garm's resolve broke. The man spun and ran in the other direction as fast as his legs would carry him. With every step the man took, the weight on his shoulders seemed to double. Within seconds, Garm fell back to his knees, groaning in pain. The air was thick and oppressive, forcing the vision to struggle for every breath he took. The sound of Jasper's casual footsteps echoed throughout the room as he slowly walked up behind Garm.
"Gave up already? I thought you'd have more fight in you,"
Jasper whispered in the large man's ear.
"This is just an illusion, a lie. You have no real power,"
Garm said, more to himself than to anyone else.
"You're right. This is just a lie,"
Jasper said quietly. A relieved smile started to cross Garm's face. The force on his shoulders started to slough off him, and his breathing grew easier.
"But for you, this is reality."
A piercing cold erupted in Garm's gut. The smile vanished as he looked down at the dagger lodged in his chest. His mouth flapped helplessly as the light in his eyes started to fade.
"Impossible,"
Garm wheezed. Jasper didn't reply. He looked down at Garm and let out a sad sigh. The cave faded away as the gray skies of the Ashen Lands took their rightful place. Jasper knelt down beside the lifeless corpse and pulled his dagger out of its chest. The gremlin wiped it off on the man's clothes and returned the weapon to its sheath. He rose, looking back in Lena's direction. The armor surrounding Lena vanished as Jasper dismissed his illusion, revealing the islander's form. She was still standing where the fight had ended. Blood trickled from her nose and mouth. Large cuts covered her entire body, and each breath she took caused a grimace to flash over her face. Jasper dashed over to her just as she collapsed to the sand. "We beat him," Lena wheezed, her eyes screwed shut from the pain.
"You were incredible. I can't believe you took punches from Garm and survived,"
Jasper said in awe. A racking cough escaped Lena's mouth, spattering blood on Jasper and the ground around them. "I'm not so sure I survived," Lena replied, squinting at the growing pool of blood on the sand around her.
"No, you have to. We made it this far because of you,"
Jasper said, his small hands wrapping around Lena's wrist. "That is very true. I was pretty cool there. Almost like a real vision."
"You are a real vision. One of the best ones I've ever known."
"That's a real compliment coming from you. Make sure you save Ethan. It would be a real shame if we came all this way for nothing."
No, we will. You've done just as much as I have to save his life, Lena. We'll save him together, Jasper insisted.
Lena gave him a weak smile. It's funny. All I can think about is that I never figured out what my vision was, she whispered, her voice growing weaker with every word.
Don't talk like that. I think Avril has some medical supplies. She should be back any minute. Just hold on a bit longer.
Lena didn't reply. Her eyes were still open, but they didn't see the lazy blue sky passing above her. Jasper put his cut ear to Lena's chest, tears building in his eyes. He stood slowly, staring down at the islander woman's body helplessly.
No, not again. I refuse to let this happen again, Jasper screamed.
A brilliant bolt of white lightning, the color of freshly fallen snow, crashed down on Jasper from the heavens. The crackling energy howled through his body, burning away his skin and evaporating the blood before it could hit the ground.
Never again,
Jasper whispered, his voice thrumming with power. The white lightning launched from his fingertips and into Lena. Her body twitched slightly. Jasper bared his teeth and increased the power flowing out of him. The islander's eyes fluttered, but the gremlin felt his vision darken. A gentle hand landed on Jasper's shoulder. The white energy vanished with a pop. Jasper spun, tears tracing down his cheeks.
Avril, why? I'd nearly saved her, Jasper screamed.
You'd nearly died. It was a miracle you changed your vision once before to save Ethan. It's impossible to say if you'd survive doing it a second time.
So, I'm supposed to sit back and watch another friend die in front of me? Jasper asked, his voice trembling.
Gray smoke floated around Avril's body, forming into a foggy image of herself. She glanced from it to Lena's fallen form, where sparks of white energy still crackled sporadically. Avril's face set, and she swiped a hand through the smoke, dispersing it. No, you've managed to start the process of bringing her back. You'll sit there and watch me save her, Avril said. She knelt beside Lena's body and placed a hand on the younger woman's head. For 1/1,000,000th of a second, the world froze. Avril, the vision of fate, reached out into the great beyond. For the first time in her life, Avril did not nudge or tweak. She commanded. With a gasp, Lena sat bolt upright. The worst of the wounds vanished from her body as if they had never been there. Gray smoke poured out of her mouth and returned to Avril. What happened?
Impossible,
Jasper whispered, staring at Avril in awe. The tall vision stood. She gave Jasper a tired glance, before the tiniest of smiles tugged at her lips. It won't happen again. Do better next time, she said. Ethan is waiting for us, and we don't really have a second to spare after that stunt, so I'm going to speed things up. Lena, you died. Jasper did something stupid and saved you. Garm is dead, you two killed him. That about sums it up. Now, let's move. The tall woman's tone made it clear that these were no longer suggestions. They started walking. Oh, don't ask how you survived, please. That's a story for after this is all over, Avril said as Lena's mouth started to open. That goes for both of you. Jasper's mouth snapped shut, and they regrouped with Ethan, who was waiting for them at the bottom of a nearby dune. In that case, what did you do to Garm, Jasper? He just sat there as you stabbed him, Lena said as they walked.
You scared him enough to let me get into his head,
Jasper said, wiping the dried tears off his face. I think there's more to it than that. Moat was way weaker than Garm, but you didn't do that to him. You didn't seem like yourself recently. What changed?
I brought back an old part of myself. It's been a while since I've done this, and I'm pretty goddamn pissed I had to do it at all. It brings back memories I don't like reliving. But I owe you an explanation, just not now. Maybe later today.
Lena matched the gremlin's gaze for a few moments. Then she nodded and patted Jasper awkwardly on the head. I'll take it. It's good to have you back. All that moping was really getting on my nerves. Jasper's nose twitched and he tightened his lips, but that couldn't stop the bark of laughter from escaping.
Get your hand off me, he said gruffly. It's good to have you back, too.
Averill cleared her throat and jerked her chin toward the fortress wall in the distance. The Everflame is within Midnight, which is an ancient fortress about 2 days' travel from the fortress in front of us. We'll stop here for supplies and leave immediately, Averill said. That works for me, but there's one small problem, Lena said sheepishly. Averill raised an eyebrow and gestured for Lena to speak. My legs don't seem to be working. Again. Chapter 18. The fortress gate was more of a ragged hole in the crumbling walls. There was a single guard at the entrance, leaning against a pillar. His polearm laid on the ground in front of him, and he'd pulled his helmet over his eyes to block the sun. The man's gaze shifted up toward the group as they approached, but he didn't make any move to grab his weapon or otherwise move from his resting spot. He finally shifted to his feet, covering a yawn with the back of his hand.
Oh, business in King's End? He asked.
Travel. We'll be picking up supplies and then moving on immediately, Averill said, hiking Lena up on her back to make sure she didn't slip off. The guard shrugged and stepped to the side, waving for them to enter. The group's bedraggled appearance didn't seem to bother him in the slightest.
Noted. Try not to break anything important during your stay. Review the law book in the town square if you've got questions about the laws. The local constable is currently dead, so law enforcement is suspended until further notice.
Sounds like nothing's changed,
Jasper muttered as the four of them walked into the fortress. Other than the name, Averill agreed. I thought it was just the outpost the last time we were here.
I believe you are correct, Ethan said. He rested his hands on the hilts of his swords and gave Averill a dead-eyed gaze.
Did he say that they suspended law enforcement? Lena asked incredulously.
It's the Ashenlands. You'll get used to it,
Jasper said with a dismissive wave.
The folks around here don't like law enforcement much. They didn't have a constable the last time we came around either.
I see, Lena said. She glanced around suspiciously, but the fortress appeared empty. The inside of the fortress was just as decrepit as the land around it. Large cracks and potholes peppered the road. If anyone lived in the area, they had hidden themselves within one of the many haphazardly scattered, crumbling houses. There were no animals in sight. Why would anyone live in a place like this? Lena wondered aloud. Because they have no choice, Averill said. Or because they enjoy the challenge, Ethan said. Lena looked at the swordsman. With how little he'd been speaking recently in order to conserve energy, it was surprising for him to offer up a sentence of his own volition. The challenge of living in a shithole? Lena lowered her voice as she said the last word. No. The Ashenlands are a hostile environment, but it isn't the weather or the animals you need to be worried about, Averill said. The group came to a halt before a building that looked identical to all the others in the area. Averill knocked on the door once before pushing it open and stepping inside.
It's the people here that make it dangerous,
Jasper finished as the rest of them followed Averill in. A thin, wiry man seated behind a wooden counter glanced up at them. The counter had several large gouges in it, and there were badly patched holes all over the wooden floor. The room was completely empty, aside from the man and the counter. Averill gently set Lena down against the wall. The man at the counter raised an eyebrow.
This isn't a hospital, he said.
His voice was as dry and harsh as the desert around them. We're aware, You have enough travel supplies for all of us, Averill said in a way that didn't really sound like a question. The man frowned but gave a cautious nod. Show me the gold first. Last group of people that came through here weren't too keen on paying, the man said. His gaze drifted to one of the holes in the floors before returning to Averill. Jasper's ears drooped, and he looked up at Averill with a hopeful expression. She rolled her eyes. I've got money. What's it cost? The man held up 4 fingers. Averill raised an eyebrow, but dropped 4 gold coins on the counter. They vanished instantly into the wiry man's hands. After a quick inspection, the man bared his teeth in a way that vaguely resembled a smile. Thanks for your business, Vision. I'll go collect your purchase. He knelt down and lifted what must have been a trap door behind the counter, before disappearing into the floor. The door closed behind him with a dull click, leaving them alone in the small room. How did he know we were Visions? And 4 gold for travel rations? You totally got ripped off, Lena said from her spot against the wall. Because the only people that travel here are either Visions or insane. And everyone assumes that Visions are wealthy. We don't have any time to waste arguing over prices either, so I get to pay through the nose, Averill said. She blew a huff of air out of her nose and shook her head. Are you not wealthy? Lena asked. Not anymore, Jasper muttered, his ears still low. We spent it all. They spent it all, Averill corrected. I still have sufficient funding, which is why Jasper expects me to pay for everything. Sorry, Jasper muttered. Don't say that. It sounds weird coming from you, Averill said, sending him a reproachful look. The trap door behind the counter clicked open again. The storekeeper climbed back out and plopped 2 packs on the table before heading back down to grab the last 2. There you go, he said after putting them on the table, brushing his hands off and waving to the 4 gray bags on the counter. Premium package, of course. We appreciate it, Averill said, grabbing them off the counter and passing 2 to Ethan and 1 to Jasper. She lifted Lena onto one shoulder and threw her own bag over the other. They left the store without another word. What's the premium package? Lena asked. It means he won't rat us out if anyone comes looking for us, Averill said. It should help us avoid some trouble from bandits, unless they pay him more. Then he'd tell them the color of our underwear if he knew it. Fantastic. Of course there's a bandit problem here. Why wouldn't there be? Lena asked with a snort. The group wasn't bothered on their way back through the silent fortress. If there really were bandits, they certainly weren't operating within King's End. The guard at the gate didn't even raise his head as they passed him for the 2nd time that day. With Jasper at their head, they marched at a steady pace into the endless expanse of sand that stretched out before them. The sun pressed down on their backs, and waves of heat rose up from the sand. Sweat dripped from Lena's forehead and evaporated the instant it touched the hot sand. It had soaked her clothes completely. The others weren't much better off. Averill was in a similar situation as Lena, and Jasper had elected to remove his shirt and use it as a sweat rag. On the other hand, Ethan firmly refused to remove his winter cloak, but somehow looked like the most comfortable one in the entire party. I think I can walk again now, Lena told Averill after a few hours of trekking through the dark sand. The taller Vision didn't need to be told twice. She dumped Lena to her feet unceremoniously and gave her a relieved grin. Ethan wordlessly handed her one of the packs, which Lena tossed over her back. It was a good bit heavier than she had expected. It's too bad Averill can't just portal us to midnight, Lena complained. I've interfered far too many times already. I'm at the end of my rope, Averill sighed. I'm just here to watch now. You've done enough, much more than I thought you could, Jasper said. Stop acting like that. If you want to say thank you, act normal, Averill exclaimed. I don't want to see any more of this sappy Jasper. I can do that, the gremlin said, smiling slightly. Good. Midnight should only be a little more than a day away, Averill said, urgency plain in her tone. We're almost there. Ethan, Jasper's going to need the key soon. The swordsman nodded silently. He reached into the pouch at his waist and pulled out the bronze key. Jasper gingerly took it from Ethan's hands and cradled it as if it were going to run away.
Right. We'll travel for a few more hours, and then sleep before getting to midnight sometime late tomorrow, Jasper decided.
The sun was too oppressive for anyone to want to say anything else, so they pressed on silently. The day moved far too slowly. The sun crawled to its zenith in the sky, and the temperature in the desert rose to an unbearable level. "We should stop for the day. Dying from the heat won't help anyone," Averill told Jasper, panting. The gremlin looked like he wanted to argue, but he sighed and forced himself to relax.
"Right. Let's set up our tents then," Jasper said.
He pulled his pack off and removed a yellowed bundle. He unfolded it to reveal several thin, telescoping poles wrapped within the cloth. The others followed suit and, a few minutes later, erected 4 small tents on the desert floor. "I will take first watch," Ethan said. "I am not tired yet." The swordsman sat down in the center of camp to take the first watch.
"I believe we need to talk," Jasper said to Lena.
They entered one of the tents and sat down inside.
"There's a lot that you should know. More than I can reasonably explain in one day. I really should have told you more of this earlier. Jan is the vision of life. He created the Vadran, and I'm reasonably sure he can't be killed. His abilities have always been strange, so I don't actually know much more than that, despite being on the same team as him for many years."
"Tell me about that team you were a part of. What did you do?" she asked.
"We were a patrol of sorts. We hunted down rogue visions and stopped them before they did too much damage to the kingdom," Jasper said.
"I've never heard of anything like that. So you were a vision hunter?"
"You didn't hear about it because we did our job well," Jasper said with a smirk. "But yes, calling us vision hunters would have been accurate."
"So what happened?" Lena asked. Jasper's jaw jutted out and his brow furrowed, but he let out a sigh and shook his head.
"We had a serious disagreement during one of our missions. We were actually attempting to retrieve the Everflame when it happened."
Lena leaned forward eagerly. Jasper pushed her back slightly with one finger.
"The Everflame is more powerful than you can imagine. It's like an endless battery for visions. Our leader was already an incredibly powerful and old vision. Our mission was to destroy or hide the Everflame. But we didn't realize how tantalizing its power was. He wasn't able to resist it. Ethan and I did what we had to do to stop him before he was corrupted any further."
"Then your leader, he was the one that man at Ringdon was talking about? Toggle, right?"
"The man at Ringdon was Jan. And yes, that's correct," he said with a pained expression.
"We already know Jan hates you and Ethan because you killed Toggle. But weren't you friends at one point?"
"That isn't all too relevant," Jasper muttered. "Let's not waste time on it."
"All right. In that case, why did Jan and Garm both call you Spider?" Lena asked.
"Ah, I was waiting for that one. Back when I was still with the group, we all had a role that we specialized in. I was an expert at ending fights before they began."
"An assassin," Lena realized out loud. "Your illusions would be great for quietly cleaning up a single person and then leaving no signs of a fight. You trap someone and they can't do anything about it."
"Correct," Jasper said. A flash of anger crossed his features. "My vision lets me put illusions directly into someone's mind. If they're off guard, I can control their perception of reality completely."
"That's insane. You slowed down how Garm felt time with your illusions, and then killed him while he sat there helplessly, didn't you? Can you even defend against that? Or, better yet, why didn't you do that to Moat? We could have crushed him with no trouble." Jasper pursed his thin lips and turned to make eye contact with the younger vision.
Do you remember how I said that visions are driven insane by the pursuit of their own power?
Lena nodded.
My vision was taking over my willpower. I was losing control,
Jasper said bitterly.
I wasn't gone yet, but I could feel it coming. I swore off using my abilities directly in people's minds, since that was one of the strongest applications of my power. It was like cutting both of my arms off, but it saved me from losing my mind.
And now you've done it again, Lena realized. Can you stop yourself from doing it in the future?
I don't know,
Jasper said. His ears had completely drooped down over his head.
It's hard. Even now I can feel it calling to me from the back of my mind.
Lena put a hand on the gremlin's shoulder and forced him to look into her eyes. I'll make sure you don't hurt anyone if you go off the deep end, she promised. Jasper glanced into the Ashar girl's eyes. They were steely and resolved, without an ounce of fear or doubt within them. For an instant, it was almost as if Toggle was sitting across from him. The gremlin shook his head quickly to clear his thoughts.
I believe you, and thanks. For that, and for everything else you've done. But we need to get some rest soon. Unless you have any other questions, I think we've talked enough. Can you just sleep tonight? You'll need all the power you can get once we arrive at midnight.
Nothing urgent. I appreciate it, Jasper, Lena said, standing up to go to her tent.
Good night,
Jasper called after her.
Oh, one more thing.
Lena turned back to him with a curious expression.
The Everflame. Don't touch it,
Jasper said.
Actually, don't even get close to it. Ethan is the only one of us that can safely handle the candle. He has no vision powers to amplify. No vision, myself included, can be allowed to come in contact with the Everflame.
I understand, Lena said solemnly. Chapter 19. Lena awoke to someone roughly shaking her. A mouthful of gremlin teeth floated in the air directly in front of her face. She cursed and yanked her head to the side. Jasper let out a grim laugh and stepped away from her, revealing the top of the tent.
Time to get up. We've got problems, he said.
What's going on? Lena asked as she followed him out of the tent and started to disassemble it. The others had already put their tents away. We found bandits a short distance from the camp. They were likely planning to attack at night while we were tired or asleep from the long walk, Averill said. Did you all take care of them? You don't seem to be acting as if the bandits are still a threat, Lena observed.
They aren't, Jasper said. They were all dead, ripped to shreds by a pack of massive animals.
Lena finished packing her tent up and stuffed it into her bag. Averill offered her a dry biscuit and a strip of jerky from her bag. The younger woman took them gratefully and started to eat as she looked around the area for the remains of the bandits. I thought you said the Ashen Lands didn't have very dangerous animals, she said after swallowing. Also, does anyone have water?
It doesn't, and there's some in your pack, Jasper said, but his attention was entirely focused on the bronze key in his hands.
Lena located the water skin and took a swig of it. She smacked her lips in appreciation. Then she paused. Her brow furrowed, and she chewed on the inside of her cheek. They were attacked by Vadrid, weren't they?
It's the most likely scenario, Jasper admitted. But the Vadrin definitely saw our camp. They weren't that far, and the desert is flat. They might have just been out hunting, but they should have attacked us if that was the case. That means
Jan knows we're here, but isn't attacking for some reason, Lena finished. Spot on, Averill complimented. But I don't think we've got much of a choice in what to do.
Ironic coming from you, Jasper scoffed. But you're right. We move on. If we hurry, we'll reach midnight before the sun is directly overhead again. Don't use your powers, and I'll go back over what Jan is capable of as we talk."
They set off immediately. Luckily, the sun was still below the horizon, and the sand had yet to return to the unbearable heat of the previous day.
"We all know that Jan is the vision of life," Jasper said as they walked. "As far as I can tell, that bastard is as close to immortal as you can get."
"You mentioned that. How are we supposed to fight someone who can't die?" Lena asked.
"We don't. If Jan is at midnight, you will go with Ethan to get the Everflame. I'll hold him off until then. Once Ethan gets a new power source, I'll be able to use my own abilities without limit. That will let me delay Jan until you both get back, and then we'll be strong enough to escape safely."
Lena shot a look at Ethan, who was observing their conversation with silent indifference. "Is Ethan that strong at full power? Jan sounds like serious trouble, no offense." Ethan didn't respond.
"He is, but he's almost out of energy," Jasper said worriedly. "We're going to be cutting this very close."
The gremlin took the key out from his pack and lifted it above his head. The dirty gem in the center flashed as the gray morning light touched it. A thin beam of white light shot off from the gem at a slight angle away from the direction they were walking.
"In case you have to go in there without me, there are some things you need to know. The key serves two purposes," Jasper said, changing course to follow the light. "First, it will lead us to midnight. We wouldn't be able to find the damn place without it. Once we get there will be a large stone door that this key will open. The Everflame is protected behind that door."
"Protected by what?" Lena asked.
"Traps, mostly. They should be mostly disarmed, but be careful anyways," Jasper said.
The sun finally showed its face as they walked, its sweltering rays sweeping across the desert like wildfire. The temperature noticeably rose multiple degrees in just minutes, effectively killing everyone's desire to talk. The group trudged on through the day, only stopping once near midday when the sun was at its peak. They ate in silence and then set back off with the key as their guide. Time, and the sun along with it, dragged their feet. However, despite its best efforts, the day ground onwards. Just as the temperature started creeping back down, Jasper abruptly came to a halt. "Why are we stopping? Did we get there?" Lena asked.
"Not yet, but we've got company," Jasper growled.
The ground around them rose up like a wave. A Vadran burst out of the sand with a loud howl. Others followed after it, one after another. Within seconds, a small army had encircled the group. A stream of thick saliva trickled down the gaping maw of the Vadran nearest to Lena and splashed into the sand with an acidic hiss. She took a step back and eyed the massive creature carefully.
"Jan had his creatures waiting for us," Jasper said bitterly.
"I think I figured that much out," Lena said. "What's the plan?" The Vadran around them growled. The creatures behind the group took a step forward.
"We don't have a choice,"
Jasper said, eyeing the Vadran surrounding them.
"They aren't attacking, so we play along, for now."
Jasper took a drink from his flask of water whilst maintaining eye contact with Lena. At the same time, just for the briefest instant, he glanced down at the key in his other hand. Then he turned back toward the path of light and took a small step forward. The Vadran before him moved back, its mouth twisted into a haunting smile. With no other choice, the group continued onwards, in the company of Jan's monsters. Only about an hour later, just as the sun started to dip below the horizon, the sky in front of them morphed like a mirage. A massive gray castle shimmered into existence directly before them. Intricately carved scenes depicting the sun and the moon decorated the walls. At each corner of the structure, a towering spire rose so far into the sky that the top couldn't even be seen from the ground. Evenly spaced rows of torches glowing with dull purple flame lit the huge courtyard in front of the castle. The air had also suddenly changed in temperature, going from unpleasantly warm to slightly chilly.
"Midnight," Jasper breathed.
The Vadran around them growled. The ones behind the group moved forward threateningly, forcing them to resume their trek toward the front gate of the fortress. As they advanced, the number of Vadran accompanying them thinned until only a dozen or so remained. Lena glanced at Avril, but the older vision shook her head. With nothing else left to do, Lena squinted to see the front gate of the huge castle. A single islander man was leaning against the wall, watching their approach. Jasper noticed him at the same time as Lena did. The gremlin's fist tightened around the key. Hatred had caused the man's delicate features to twist into a furious scowl. He shoved himself off the wall violently, his purple robes trimmed with delicate lines of gold, snapped back and forth in non-existent wind as he swept toward them.
"Jan," Jasper greeted.
"Traitor dog," Jan replied, spitting on the ground.
"You've returned to die beside the man you killed in cold blood." "We'll see about that. Get out of our way, Jan. This has nothing to do with you." "It seems you've brought someone new to sacrifice," Jan said, glancing at Lena. "No matter. You won't escape me this time."
A sickening pulse of dark energy ripped out from Jan. It had only traveled for a few feet, but the stones below him shattered into sand instantly.
"It is time to pay Toggle's life debt. Toggle lost himself to the Everflame, fool. I did what I had to do," Jasper said, baring his teeth. "He would have overcome it. You had no faith," Jan said. His lips trembled with unrestrained fury. "No vision can overcome the Everflame. Toggle was dead the moment he touched it. He was dead the moment that his trusted teammate drove a dagger into his back," Jan screamed. Jasper drew the dagger from his belt. He lowered into a fighting stance and shook his head sadly. "Yes, just like that," Jan hissed. "I knew it would come to this, but I really wish it hadn't. Toggle would be disappointed," Jasper said. "We'll never know. Toggle is dead because of you," Jan howled. He bared his teeth and thrust a finger toward the group. "Kill them!" The Vadran blurred into motion, but Jasper was faster. A purple shockwave ripped through the night sky, blinding everyone but the Vadran, who were unaffected by the illusion. Lena felt a sudden weight appear in the water skin around her neck. Ethan appeared beside her. He deflected the claws of a Vadran with one sword and buried his other one in a sickly yellow eye. Jasper ducked under a Vadran charging toward him and sent a bolt of purple energy toward Jan. "Go!" Jasper barked at Lena. "He's right. You need to move. I'll stay with Jasper," Avril said. The Vadran had completely ignored her, choosing instead to go after the other three. Lena nodded and launched an approaching Vadran into the air with a well-placed pillar of light. "Let's go," she yelled. Ethan nodded and the two of them sprinted toward the front gate. "Where do you think you're going?" Jan hissed, spinning to face them. Gold armor shimmered into existence around her and Ethan, but she ignored Jan and continued toward the door. "I wasn't sure the first time, but now it's unmistakable. Gold energy? You found Toggle's replacement so soon?" Jan asked Jasper. The gremlin's response was to send his dagger spinning toward his old teammate. It thunked into his arm, but Jan didn't even react. He pulled the blade out and dropped it distastefully. "Your abilities really are quite pitiful, especially while you try to restrain yourself," he told Jasper. "Now, die like a good dog and hand my key over." "I can't do that," Jasper said. Black chains erupted out from under Jan. They wrapped around his body like writhing metal tentacles.
2 Vadran leapt at Jasper, but the gremlin somehow slipped past the 2 creatures and appeared behind them. Jan's muscles bulged as he struggled against Jasper's power. The chains groaned, but they didn't let up.
Buying time won't save you, Jan snarled. We both know Avril won't do anything other than sit there and watch. If you're distracted for a moment too long, these come off me and the stalemate ends. I win, Spider.
I think you were smarter the last time we were here, Jasper said idly.
Jan's eyes widened, but it was too late. Lena and Ethan had already reached the door. Lena ripped the key free from her water skin and slammed the copper tool into the keyhole on the gate. The stone door swung open soundlessly. The 2 slipped inside, and they pulled the door shut just as the Vadran slammed into it. Jan howled with rage. A violent blast of darkness picked Jasper up and hurled him through the air like a rag doll. The gremlin tumbled into a wall and slid to the ground with a groan, but a smile slipped across his pointed features. The force of Jan's attack had torn long scars through the stone all around him. All the Vadran in the area had turned to pools of sludge as Jan's power left him. The only person unaffected by Jan's attack was Avril, who stood in the center of the field watching the fight unfold with concern. Dark energy whipped and crackled off of Jan's body as he strode toward the prone gremlin.
I wouldn't be so sure that I don't win, Jasper said, baring his teeth.
A spike of darkness impaled Jasper in the chest, but the small vision just laughed. His body shimmered, and he faded away. He reappeared on the other side of the courtyard and gave Jan a mocking grin.
You're letting your guard down, Jan. You know what comes next, right?
You have no power. You are a cowardly, weak, little murderer, Jan spat, punctuating each word with a blast of dark energy. Jasper slipped past each one, the smile on his face growing with every passing second. Then, Jan stopped. He lowered his hands and the fury drained away from his face until he just looked tired.
Very well. I clearly can't afford to continue to disrespect your abilities, Spider. You said I was smarter the last time we met. Let's see how true that statement was.
Jan's flesh rippled as something passed underneath it. His face contorted in pain, and a hiss escaped the man's lips as his arms started to bubble and squirm. Jasper's grin faded, and he took a cautious step back.
What have you done to yourself?
Jasper asked, his voice shaky. Jan's body seemed to burst at the seams. Tar-black skin swallowed him, bulging outwards and tearing through his clothes. His muscles resembled those of the Vadran, and a hungry gleam burned in his eyes.
I have been working on perfecting the human body. I'll admit that it isn't quite there yet, but...
His arm blurred forward faster than Jasper could react. It extended like a grimy piece of rubber, and his fingers wrapped around the gremlin's neck. Jan dragged Jasper back over to himself and held him in the air.
No illusions this time,
Jan said. A trickle of dark liquid dripped from the side of his mouth. He wiped it away with his other grotesque arm and grimaced.
I evidently have more work to do. It's too bad you won't be here to see it.
On the other side of the stone door, Ethan and Lena made their way deeper into the castle. The same purple torches that lit the courtyard outside illuminated the hallway. Eloquent designs danced across the walls and ceiling, but there was no time to appreciate the incredible craftsmanship that had gone into the castle. They found the first trap only a few feet into the hallway. There was a hollow click from a set of hidden holes in one of the walls, but its contents had long since been spent, and nothing happened.
"Do you remember how many traps there are?" Lena asked, watching the wall nervously as they walked past it.
"Still functioning? Not many. Maybe 0, Ethan said. Droplets of sweat trickled down his forehead, and he suppressed a pained grimace. The man's skin had paled considerably since the first time Lena had met him, but it had never been this sickly. His breath came out in short, labored gasps that seemed to grow worse with each step they took. The hallway came to an abrupt stop at a large stone door. A tall arch above it was inlaid with clear gemstones. The door itself was completely smooth, with no apparent way to open it.
"How do we get through this?" Lena asked.
She summoned glowing armor around the two of them in preparation for a trap. Ethan braced his back against the wall and gritted his teeth. His feet dug into the floor as he strained against the stone. 2 gems at the bottom left of the door flickered to life with dim yellow energy. The swordsman groaned and slid to the ground, shaking his head. "Too weak. You do it," Ethan wheezed. Lena pressed her hands against the door and pushed. About half of the gems lit up, but the door still didn't budge.
"It's not moving,"
she said desperately. "Use your power," Ethan said in a near whisper. Lena bared her teeth. Her armor flashed with bright golden light, forcing Ethan to close his eyes. The stones under Lena cracked under the pressure emanating from her. The armor Lena had given Ethan was the only thing that stopped the swordsman from being crushed under the force of her energy as it grew in intensity. The crystals started to light up one by one. Ethan let out a sudden gasp of pain and buckled over, clutching his chest. "Jasper is losing. We need to hurry," Ethan said, between gasps for air. Lena roared in defiance. A burst of golden fire erupted from her back. The last few gems flashed moments before the door blew into smithereens. Lena stumbled forward and almost fell from the momentum. Ethan staggered after her, ducking under a knife that flashed out of the wall where his neck was. It shattered against Lena's armor harmlessly. "We're almost there, if I remember correctly." Ethan trailed off. A body lay in the corner of the room that they had just entered. One of its hands wrapped tightly around what looked to be the bottom half of a broken bronze key. There was a plain stone door hanging slightly askew in the wall directly behind it. "That's Toggle, isn't it?" Lena whispered, staring at the body with morbid curiosity. "It was," Ethan agreed, stepping over the man and pulling the door open. The world seemed to crash down on their shoulders. The glowing armor around both of them vanished as Lena's energy vanished into the doorway. They slammed into the ground as their bodies grew 100 times heavier. Lena groaned and forced her head upwards. A tiny chamber sat innocently, just a few steps past the entrance. Directly in the center, there was a marble pedestal. A plain candle sat upon the pedestal, a gentle orange flame flickering at its wick. "The Everflame," Ethan whispered weakly from the ground beside Lena.
"What are you waiting for? Go get it,"
Lena said, groaning as she forced herself up to her knees. Ethan's arms trembled with effort as he started to push himself up. They gave out, and he was slammed back into the ground. "I can't move. I did not ration myself properly. I am out of energy," Ethan said. His voice weakened with every passing word. "Leave. Go help Jasper. Please."
"What? We came all this way? You can't die when the Everflame is so close,"
Lena cried. "Life is full of impossible decisions and disappointments. Go." Lena forced herself to her feet with a groan. She looked down at Ethan's prone form, just feet from his only chance at life, but helpless to claim it. She reached out to form a cube of energy around the candle, but the flame burned her power away instantly. "Forgive me," Lena whispered. She took a step away from the Everflame. The pressure on her back lessened exponentially. Ethan twitched his head in what might have been a nod. "Go." "I will not," Lena said. Ethan's eyes widened, but that was all he could do. Lena sprinted toward the Everflame. A violent wind whipped through her hair and clothes, battering angrily against the Vision's body. She forced herself up to the doorway and with one final push, set foot inside the Everflame's chamber. The candle's orange flame flickered innocently just a few steps away from her. The pressure increased drastically with each step Lena took toward the candle. Her body let out groans of protest, but she didn't stop. She approached the Everflame one laborious inch at a time as Ethan watched helplessly on the ground behind her. After what seemed like an eternity, but was truly just 5 steps, Lena lunged for the artifact. Ethan closed his eyes, defeated. Lena's hand wrapped around the candle's base, and she lifted it from the pedestal. Chapter 20. Midnight screamed in protest. A whirlwind of orange energy enveloped Lena like a hurricane, tearing through stone and metal like paper. Lena's eyes erupted with orange energy that thrummed with audible power. Her body lifted into the air so that the tips of her feet just barely touched the ground. The world ground to a halt. The whirlwind of power vanished. Stones and debris crashed back to the ruined floor, covering it with bits and pieces of the formerly glorious murals. Lena floated toward Ethan, her brilliant orange eyes piercing into him like the sun itself. He looked up at her, helplessly. "What have you done?" Ethan whispered, looking up at Lena's inhuman features. The Vision floated down to kneel beside Ethan. The plate on his chest popped open of its own accord, revealing a weak ball of purple energy floating in his chest. It was far dimmer than the first time Lena had seen it. "What was necessary?" Lena said. Her voice came out as if hundreds of people were speaking at the same time. Then she smiled. A tendril of orange light reached into his chest and wrapped around Ethan's energy source. Ethan's body slumped like a puppet whose strings had been cut, and the purple light winked out. Lena watched him impassively. The orange light, still connected to his chest, pulsated. After a few moments of silence, there was a violent sucking noise. Orange light siphoned away from Lena and into Ethan's chest in a sparkling vortex. The phenomenon only lasted for a few seconds, but it felt like eons. Lena lowered back to the ground as the light in her eyes faded away. At the same time, color started to return to Ethan's skin. The swordsman's eyes snapped open. There was a flicker of orange energy behind them, but it faded back to his normal brown a moment later. He gasped, jerking upright and holding a hand over his chest plate, which had returned to its closed position. "You did it. You let go of the Everflame, of your own volition," Ethan whispered in awe.
Yeah, I guess so. I feel strange. Different," Lena said, blinking confusion away. "But I'll figure it out later. We need to save Jasper. Can you move?"
For the first time that Lena could remember, a full smile stretched across Ethan's face. He let out a deep laugh and blurred to his feet. His ever-present coat fell to the ground behind him. The swordsman offered Lena a hand up, which she took. Then she blinked. He had not one, but 2 sets of metallic arms emerging from below his human ones. Ethan flexed all 6 of his arms and cracked his neck. "Thank you, Lena. I don't know how you did it, but you've saved my life and given me a gift worth more than most could ever imagine."
"Only after you saved mine, Ethan," Lena said. The shock of touching the candle, which was now just a worthless stick of wax in her hands, still echoed throughout her body. Ethan glanced down at his 4 metal arms and grinned. "Creepy, aren't they? I haven't been able to move the bottom 2 arms in years. Now I've got full control of them again, not to mention my emotions. You have no idea how amazing this feels." "We need to help Jasper," Lena reminded Ethan as she finally came back to her senses. She tucked the wax candle into her travel bag.
"Right. I can bask in my joy later. Hold on tight," Ethan said.
He grabbed Lena and lifted her to his back with 2 of his arms. "You don't need to carry me. The rest of Lena's protest was lost to the howl of wind that Ethan created as he vanished from mortal sight. Midnight's front gate exploded. Fragments of stone hurled through the air, peppering the courtyard with a series of scattered impacts. Jasper lay helplessly against a shattered wall. The gremlin was covered with deep cuts and blood, but his face still boasted a defiant snarl. Ethan set Lena down and gave Jan a sharp salute with all 6 arms.
"I have returned," he said, a lazy smile playing across his face.
"Typhon's beard. What happened to Jan?" Lena asked.
Jan didn't even glance at Lena. His eyes were completely focused on Ethan, who stood casually by the Islander woman's side.
"Impossible! You actually retrieved the Everflame? It should not have paired with a non-vision,"
Jan said, his voice shaking in disbelief. "It was not the only impossible thing to happen today," Ethan said.
"You lose, Jan. Just leave so we don't have to kill another of our old teammates. It isn't worth it," Jasper wheezed. "Be silent! I will not let Toggle's death go unpunished. Don't think things have turned in your favor. 2 visions, one of them practically dead, and 1 swordsman are no match for the power of life,"
Jan howled.
Jan didn't get a chance to respond. Ethan was already standing in front of him. Both of his swords erupted from the man's chest, spraying black blood across the ground. The swordsman yanked the blades out of Jan's body and flicked the blood off of them. Jan thrust his hands outwards and launched Ethan away from himself with a pulse of dark energy. The swordsman landed on his feet beside Jasper and spun to face Jan.
"Ah, bugger," Ethan said.
"Do you see now?"
Jan howled.
"I am life. I cannot die."
Lena reinforced her armor just as Jan arrived before her. The edge of his arm sharpened into a blade, and he thrust it at her. The gold armor cracked under the blow, but it didn't break. Jan growled and reared back to stab her again, but Ethan was back on him. A thick line of black blood appeared across Jan's stomach, and his upper half fell to the ground. Thick strands of dark liquid immediately rose from his legs and connected to his chest. With a sickening slurp, the 2 halves of Jan's body popped back together.
"I told you," Jan said, gritting his teeth. "It's worthless."
He wrapped his huge arms around Lena's neck and started to squeeze. The armor squealed in distress, and Lena struggled to get away from him, but the man was too strong. Ethan's sword sliced through Jan's arms, but they reconnected before they could even fall. Lena narrowed her eyes. Gold flame rippled across her armor, and the smell of cooked meat wafted up from Jan's hands. The furious vision didn't even react.
He just squeezed harder, maintaining eye contact with Lena as he did so. "This is what it feels like," Jan called out. "A teammate, a friend, is dying right in front of you, and you can't do anything about it." "Do something!" Ethan screamed at Jasper, hacking helplessly away at Jan faster than Lena's eyes could follow. Dark chains wrapped around Jan, but they didn't pull the man away from Lena. His grip continued to tighten, but Lena's armor refused to give. Jan snarled as one of Jasper's dark chains whipped into the back of his head. He thrust his hand out, shooting a beam of black energy at the prone gremlin. Jasper tried to move, but his injuries were too great. A wall of golden energy flashed into existence in front of Jan's strike, absorbing it completely. Jan bared his teeth and moved to attack Ethan, but another wall blocked him. "Why are you so eager to help murderers?" he hissed at Lena, tightening his grip on her neck. "You're trying to kill your friends. You've lost your way." The golden flames covering her armor grew in size. The armor flared brilliantly, and a golden blast sent Jan tumbling across the courtyard. He leapt to his feet and thrust his hands out toward them, launching a wave of howling darkness. A wave of golden light crashed into Jan's attack, destroying it. "What vision are you? I will kill these murderers. You will not stop Toggle's vengeance." "I am the vision of protection. You will not be killing anyone," Lena said. Her voice rippled with power. A bubble of gold light appeared around Jasper, lifting the gremlin into the air and floating him behind Lena. Jan's eyes burned with hatred. He thrust his hands into the sky with a scream of fury. The ground below him darkened and bubbled. A black geyser erupted from the earth around the vision of life. When it faded, a hulking beast stood over Jan. It bore no resemblance to any living creature. It looked as if Jan had taken every remaining Vadran under his control and mashed them together haphazardly. Dozens of Vadran heads protruded from its body, their teeth gnashing. Long, dark appendages covered with claws and teeth emerged all over it, sending walls and towers crashing to the ground as the creature lashed around. "Toggle's murder will not go unpunished," Jan said. His voice trembled with fury. Ethan lowered back into a fighting stance. Jasper weakly rose to his feet, the air around him crackling with power. Lena looked up at the huge creature, and then set her brow. Flaming gold armor formed around Jasper and Ethan. "This is the end," Jan said, looking straight at Jasper. "For one of us," the gremlin agreed, baring what teeth he still had. Jan and his creature burst into motion. They charged toward the group, the earth shuddering with each step the abomination took. Lena stretched her hands forwards, reinforcing the armor around her friends. Jasper gripped his dagger and snarled. "To the death!" the gremlin yelled. Ethan and Lena echoed his cries as they charged to meet Jan. "I think not," Avril whispered. Despite the low volume of her voice, the words seemed to echo like thunder through midnight. The tall vision appeared in the center of the battlefield, gray smoke rippling around her like a hurricane.
"Avril, what are you doing? You've already done too much," Jasper screamed.
"I have seen enough. For years, I have watched people fight without me. I've sat on the sidelines, unable to do anything. No more. I will not sit around and wait as the last remaining people I care about rip each other to shreds. I tasted true freedom earlier today, and it calls to me."
Avril teleported, appearing beside Jan's massive creature. Gray smoke erupted out from her hand and howled through the huge creation. Its many mouths screamed as it collapsed to the ground and melted away. Avril's energy didn't stop,
slamming into Jan and pouring into his mouth before the man could cry out. Avril drew the energy back. She stepped away from Jan, and the islander man collapsed to his knees beside her. The tall vision let out a weary sigh and smiled, walking to stand before Jasper. "It is done," she said with an air of finality. "What is done? What did you do?" Lena asked, staring at Jan's silent form. "I showed him what I have seen. He has been forced to witness the truth." "Doesn't that count as interfering?" Lena asked slowly. "I already broke the rules today, so I figured doing it again wouldn't make all that much of a difference. I doubt the price for 2 transgressions will be much different than 1. The night sky above them seemed to rumble its answer. Her body started to grow translucent as gray smoke rushed outwards. "You've all done very well, especially you, Lena," Avril said with a weak laugh. "Listen closely. The Gelen Kingdom, the Ashar Isles, everywhere. This land needs all of you. Visions have been running wild for too long. Nobody is stopping them from doing whatever they please, and the world is suffering for it." "What are you saying?" Ethan asked. "Don't act dumb, Ethan. King Typhon hired you all to keep the other visions in line and make sure the Gelen Kingdom doesn't tear itself apart." Her body grew fainter with each word. "It's time to do your job. I'm just sorry I won't be there to watch this time." "No," Jasper said, reaching out towards her. "I won't let this happen. I've made 2 decisions today. I saved Lena's life. That was the first real choice of my life. This is my last. Do not interfere, or you will die with me," Avril said, smiling. "I knew that fate would not accept someone altering it to this degree. It's my vision, after all." "No," Jasper begged, unable to put any more words together. "Yes," Avril said, smiling at Jasper before turning her gaze to Lena. "You're the smartest one of this lot. Keep them on task. And thank you for giving me the backbone to do something against my vision," Avril said. Jasper lunged forward, but Avril was already gone. The gremlin caught nothing but air. He pounded his fist into the ground, but no words came out of his mouth. Across the courtyard, Jan let out a sob. The man looked up into the sky, tears pooling in his eyes. He grabbed his head with both hands and let out a howl of fury and sadness. "What have I done?" he screamed. Ethan silently looked at his old teammate. The tall man slowly sheathed his swords and put a hand on Jasper's back. The gremlin's baleful glare burned into Jan's face, and he reared back, striking him across the face with all his strength. Jan fell to the ground, but didn't attempt to resist his old teammate. "You've killed Avril," the gremlin snarled. Jan's eyes were sightless as he stared up into the moon. Jasper grabbed him by his collar. Lena took a step forward, but Ethan stopped her with an outstretched arm. "Stop crying and stand up. I'd kill you, but Avril said all of us. She's telling me what to do, even with her last words," Jasper said with a bitter laugh. "I have caused too much damage. There can be no forgiveness for this," Jan muttered. "I cannot believe Toggle was truly lost." "He was a good man," Ethan said somberly. "It is time to stop defiling his death and remember how he lived." Jan stood, tears still streaking down his face. He reached out and touched Jasper on the forehead with a single finger. A small pulse of dark energy entered the gremlin's body. His bruises faded away, and the cuts covering his body mended, leaving only thin scars behind. Jasper's ear sealed up, as if the wound had happened several years ago.
I have much to atone for, especially to the families of those who I have killed,
Jan said, almost as if he were talking to the air rather than them. The vision of life looked straight at Jasper for the first time since Avril had touched him.
I fear I am unable to rejoin the team at this time, even if you were willing to have me. I must attempt to rectify my wrongs, but when it is done, I will permit you to claim my life for the trouble I have caused.
I don't need your life, you blithering idiot. Avril told us we were all needed. That, unfortunately, includes you. Besides, I suppose we got what we came here for, even if it cost Avril her life,
Jasper said, looking at Ethan.
I do not know who you are, but thank you for stopping me,
Jan said to Lena.
I owe you a great debt. Perhaps I will find a way to pay it off someday.
A pair of huge black wings erupted from the man's back. With a single flap, he launched into the sky and quickly faded from view. They watched him go silently. I believe I now owe all of you a life debt, Ethan said, breaking the silence. I will find a way to pay it back.
I'm sure you'll get your chance soon enough,
Lena said with a tired smile.
But I won't mind you finishing your training with me. Just later. I'm so tired that I could fall asleep for a month.
You might as well sleep now. You're not going to get very much of it in the near future. Cleaning the mainland of aggressive visions is not going to be an easy task, Ethan observed with a laugh. He sat down next to her and started to chew on a stick of dried beef.
Today, we rest, Jasper agreed. Then, Ethan and I will honor Avril's memory and sacrifice by completing her last wish. Lena, you have no obligation to...
Enough of that, Lena said. I'm in this with you now, for better or for worse.
Jasper gave the Islander woman a smile as she flopped onto her back with a large yawn and closed her eyes, clearly planning on taking up Ethan's advice. Jasper did a slow turn as he scanned the ruins of midnight. Not a single tower or wall had survived the fight. He glanced down at the key in his hand and paused, as a thought struck him.
Hey, does anyone know how to get back to the port and Stonevout's ship? The key only works in one direction.
This has been Heir to Insanity, written by A.J. Nadir, narrated by Andrew Gibson. Copyright 2020 to 2024 by A.J. Nadir. Production copyright by A.J. Nadir.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.